Good morning, Anastasiia. How are you?
Yeah, doing good. It is an interesting day in the markets today. How are you, Mike?
I'm okay. I'm okay. The builders have calmed down for the moment, so there may not be a murder on live stream today. It may be that I don't kill anyone.
I
Sorry.
think they moved to my side from your side.
Oh, really? You've got? Oh no. It's just it's endless, isn't it? It's endless. Let me just we always have a problem with the music and your microphones. I'll turn it off just so we don't end up blocking it out. But yeah, so they were banging and doing all sorts of craziness this morning. It seems to have calmed down now. So long may it continue that way. Long may it continue that way. So you've been taking some trades already today, or are you just simply glowing in the glory of your win from yesterday?
Yeah, I'm still enjoying the win from yesterday. Are you sure the microphone is not going to work with music?
It's you tend to get muted out. I can't hear you when the music is on. It tends to get a little bit stuck somehow. So, I mean, we can put it on, but maybe we'll just make it a little bit quieter. Let's see if that will work. We'll see how it goes. It might just be one of those feedback loops that your microphone is somehow picking up the microphone, picking up the music, and you're talking. Who knows? Who knows? It is technology well beyond my knowledge and experience, so I'm not going to try and second guess it. We've already got a bunch of people in the chat with us today. We've got DJ, the 5ers live stream, the best no cap, happy, sensible, responsible, realistic trading perspectives. I'm not sure about sensible. I mean, definitely not happy. I'm a miserable so-and-so, but I appreciate that that's how we come across. Maybe it's everybody else that gives you that impression, DJ. We've got Paul in with us. Paul's already asking a question: why does pound USD always drop even after a strong GDP? We will come on to that. We'll make sure we have a look at that. We've got Pierre. We have got Stephen. We have got Mr. James. Great to see you, Mr. James. James is in with us earlier on the ABL stream. We've got the percent gain. We've got Warren, and we have got Michael. And Prempton is saying gold is looking for another leg down. Very much seems that way. So, Anastasiia, what are you looking at this morning? First things first. Anything in particular that caught your eye already this morning?
I've been looking into gold, but I'm not quite convinced about it yet.
Okay.
Have a look at it. So yeah, so what we see here is, if I'm going to turn all my drawings off, is that the price had broken this previous, now it's loading here, the previous point of control of the day, of the week, and this is the development point of control of the month. So it is trying to retest it right now, and if it breaks it, I think we are on the run to the upside. Now, another thing that if I place my volume profile over this whole move to the upside, and the value area of it is right here, so 31.51 and a half, which got to be broken, which I don't particularly like. So if we look closer at what gold is doing right now, we will see that the price is testing this upper level, but we had broken already value area high, and the point of control of the day is also lower. So we are kind of stuck for me in between these two volumes. So I'm not quite sure if the price is actually going to go down again, because we did reject the zone before and the price did fall. And then in the end, it's still reversed all the way to the upside again. So it looks for me like since we broke all of these highs, since this one, the resistance, we broke the value area high, and now the gold is going pretty strong. If we break to the upside above this, and if we give some kind of, I'm actually going to be looking for a buy for gold today. I don't 100% like it yet, but I think if we can get back into this zone, this is where we can catch some sells back to the zone again, possibly. But I took the sell earlier here, and I didn't move my stop loss to break even. I did take a little bit of a loss when the price started moving higher, and for now I'm staying away from this.
Got you. Gotcha. Yeah. I mean, if we look at it how it was yesterday, I mean, the sell-off yesterday, I think a few people were caught a little bit by surprise because there wasn't really anything significant. I mean, I know there was a lot of deals with Trump's visit to the Middle East and all that sort of stuff, but there was nothing of great value that I would say that was a real trigger for things. But that sell-off that you and I were talking about at the end of your segment yesterday basically came and played out perfectly. And if we look at how it played out, I mean, it wasn't a kind of a minor sell-off. It was pretty significant. We're talking about $50 worth of value from gold.
Yeah.
So was there anything that you saw in kind of follow-up analysis that suggested why that was the case? Do you think it was just simply gold being gold, or do you think there was something else at play?
No, I think it's a positivity after the Chinese deals. And what Trump was saying also about the rest of the tariffs at the top for the beginning of the week, because all of this happened during the first half of the week, right? After their over the weekend deals with China when we opened, there's a huge gaps and so on. So I think it's a follow-up on that, and I think gold continues to drop based on this as well. So far. Because again, it's and this is the reason also why I see cryptocurrencies go up again. It's a high risk asset, so the money goes from the low risk assets like gold towards the high risk assets like crypto, for example, and you stock index futures, which also went up significantly. So I think money is just flowing from the lower risk to the high risk because of the deals and because of how the tariffs are playing out. Everyone is finding slight at peace, some kind of peace with the idea of tariffs as well, and seeing that it's not perhaps as bad that they were expecting it to be as well. And the deal was reached with one of the biggest tariffs, right? Because China was taxed.
Yeah.
Incredibly, this was ridiculous. I think this is the reason, Mike. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, because there wasn't normally with such a drop like that, it's triggered by some kind of unexpected news for the most part, right? Yes, we'll see significant moves on gold, but this was a really big drop that didn't come back up. It took this new level, pulled back down, and just didn't try to retest it. It wasn't like a traditional break and retest. In the sense that it just fell through the floor and right, we're going to stay down here. As you say, we might now start to see some buyers come back in to maybe kind of equalize some of those positions. But it caught a lot of people off guard. Now, what I did want to show to everyone was just what it was looking like for me on the chart. So we were in this area. And this was what we were talking about yesterday. So we were in this kind of this area here. We were seeing gold pump up a little bit, and then it just fell through the floor. And those of you who will remember the analysis that I was talking about was we still had this big cluster of major liquidity below, and it was just acting as too much of a magnet for us to avoid really. And sure enough, it pushed further down. It has come into this interesting area here, and the reason I find that interesting is because it was the last time that we had a pull back down. So in this nice little wicked area on the daily. Now the thing is that it's broken past it. So for me, I actually think we're still going to come further down on gold longer term. And the reason for that is that we still have, from the beginning of April, we have this major level here. If I zoom in, we have this major level here, which comes from the very beginning of March. So we've got the 3rd of March opened. It was the beginning of the week. It was the beginning of the month. And it opened without a wick. There was no wick to this candle. So that means that price shot up without even considering price below it. So that then for me acts as major liquidity that price is going to be drawn to. So the closer we kind of we get to this area, I mean, you can see this trail that we have. I think we're still going to be coming lower. I think we're gonna see price being drawn to a lower level. Not obviously today, not even tomorrow, but certainly over the next week or two, probably I would see us coming down to this area. If you do see that happen, if anyone's looking at that, be very, very careful expecting any buys. So if we get down to these kind of areas, be very, very careful, because it will most likely drop further down to take this area. It might do it by a small pip, it might do it by a couple of points, but it won't. I don't think it's going to leave that level behind. Here's the boss man himself. He's been teasing you guys. I posted it on the screen that there's some big, huge news coming. I think it might be to do. I think it's to do with some new equipment that Jonathan's been splashing money on. I don't know. Is it a new mouse? Or...
that is true. That is true. I do have something here. Like I do have something. Very nice. Very nice.
Honestly, Jonathan.
I also have something here I picked up yesterday, and I have this that I also picked up yesterday. This is big. Like this is big right here. This is good stuff.
That doesn't look like anything to do with streaming, mate. That doesn't look like anything to do with streaming, honestly.
Yeah, it has everything to do with streaming. Trust me. But that's not why I'm here.
When you come in here, I love it when you come in here and we just have this banter and this back and forth, and then you just dip away from the camera as if, hang on a second, I'm just going to get something out around the back. It's like a shopkeeper.
Yeah, so the thing is, like, that was
the back.
Yeah, Henry's is like a kid at Christmas. That's right. For me though, it's Christmas quite often, a little bit too often these days. I ordered a shirt the other day, or a jacket or whatever. I don't even know what it is. I got it in the mail today. I put it on. Like, okay, this is supposed to be large, right? I put it on. And it's like, wow, this is tight. It's very tight. And then I read on, and it's like it's a woman's jacket. It's not even a men's jacket. Like what?
Where did you order it from? Did you order it from Temu or something?
I don't know. Like, order it on this site where you get like used clothes, right? Like secondhand clothes. Exactly, that's where I got it. But we're not here to do any promotion of that. It's a great site, by the way. Great site. I am way too active on there. But now I have a completely new wardrobe, where it's like 25% is women's clothes, but it doesn't matter. I mean, we got the lipstick camera, we got everything set up. It's time to show who I really am here.
Look, I know that a lot of people come to join, the stream because of Anastasiia and her insights and her analysis. That doesn't mean that you need to start going towards the female side of things. After the win that she had yesterday.
You're not looking at the numbers, and for some reason,
if this is going to make you a better trader because you're going to dress like a woman.
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers and I'm thinking, like, for some reason, our 95% male audience really likes, the live stream we have with Diana and Anastasiia. So I figured, yeah, there's an edge here. There's an edge. There's a way to get the numbers up here. What if you see, I haven't had a haircut in like 2 months. It's something happening here. So long hair, lipstick, women's clothes. Should be setting up for a really good live stream. But really, that's not why I'm here. Why I am here, and by the way, I guess, like, if you like dressing up, like, I don't care. I do not judge you. Everyone's to their own. Like, I do love everyone, including you, Michael.
Of course.
And okay, so why I'm here is we got huge news, guys. Huge news. You're gonna love it. But I'm not gonna tell you what. Because I might tell you when we hit that 100 likes. Okay, so what I want you guys to do, I want you to hit that likes. We're at 48 right now. We got to get that to 100. And then if we get to 100, we got something coming. Okay, guys?
It'd be good to know, because I don't know what he's on about, guys. So
you have no idea.
We're as much in the loop as you are. So if you could get those likes up.
I'm going to say yeah, okay. So I got a traders interview today coming up in 10 minutes. Very cool to do this traders interview. And if you guys want to come on the live stream, if you want to come on here and, talk about whatever you want to talk about, mostly we talk about trading, send me an email, tradingroom@the5ers.com. Come on, show us your best trades or whatever, and you're all welcome. You're all welcome to come on here. If you have a decent camera and a decent microphone, I'm happy to host you guys. Now I'm gonna leave you all and say farewell. I will be back later today, and yeah, all right. Have fun. Take care. Goodbye.
Thanks, Jonatan. Bye.
Bye, Tim.
Oh man, honestly, he is something else. Right, we're already up to 68 guys. So I mean, we've got, how many have we got you watching? We've got 146 of you watching. So literally, if each and every one of you watching on YouTube right now like this, he'll have to come back and tell us what the huge news is. I don't know what the news is. I have absolutely no idea. So whatever the news is, it's going to catch me and Anastasiia off guard. So I have no idea what kind of concoction, crazy idea he's come up with today.
This idea from the last week, he was like, "You don't know what it is, but you can try guessing it," and he didn't tell me until today.
He's keeping his cards close to his chest, so we'll have to wait and see. So we're already 75, so 25 more to go. 25 likes, guys. That's nothing. That's really, you can do that in your sleep. 147 of you watching. Each and every one of you get on YouTube, like the stream, and Jonatan will have to run back from whatever parcels he's collecting this time, and tell us what he's got up his sleeve and what is this huge news that you're going to share. So yeah, make sure you like and subscribe as well, and share the stream with any other traders that you know. I've brought up the economic news calendar because we do have the employment change news coming out for the euro in just over 5 minutes. So that is going to be something just to keep an eye on. So I thought we might have a look at EU and see whether there's maybe any positions lining up nicely on this. I don't know if you've taken a look at anything yourself, Anastasiia. I was calling this earlier on the ABL stream, and it does look like it's set itself up for a pretty nice break and retest on the 15-minute. So we had this break, we've come up. I actually think we're going to sell further down. Reason being is we've broken this cluster here. And there is a general sense that we'll probably see some bullishness come into the dollar. So that's kind of a position that I'm potentially considering taking, but it hasn't really presented itself as a trade that I would like to take in terms of kind of liquidity being rejected, engulfing candles retesting one another, and so on. So yeah, so let's see how that one plays out. But 5 minutes until the news. If you're on a high stakes account, make sure you're careful with these things. You can see that the euro employment change isn't red folder, so you don't need to worry about high stakes on this particular news, but you do need to worry about it later on in the afternoon. This is Central European time at 2:30 and at 2:40. So if you're on a high stakes, make sure you don't open any trades in that 4-minute window. Okay. So yeah.
Mike,
yes.
what do you think about the pound dollar?
Pound dollar I was looking at earlier.
Or yeah, we did have some news coming out. We had the GBP growth rate for the pound, and the balance of trade coming out earlier today. And I'm looking at the continuation to the downside. What do you think about it?
I can see it as well. Pound, it's done something interesting because it's basically sat in a bit of a range. Now it's broken out of this range here that we had earlier. We had this kind of support created. It's bounced off it on the 5-minute. The only thing that I'm not entirely convinced by is, are we ready to sell off now? And the reason I say that is because if we go to this area here, we haven't quite reached the 50% level. So if we talk about this move here being the break of this structure and breaking down, we haven't quite reached that 50. So it's not ideally placed for me. But given that the sentiment of euro strengthening and of dollar strengthening and euro potentially weakening a little bit, it would lead to that narrative. And general dollar bullishness makes sense. I don't know. I don't like the way that even just on the 1 hour, if you see how price came up to this area and it didn't really do any kind of clear reaction here. I would have preferred to have seen a better reaction. The other thing as well is if you look at the 2 hour, we've got 3 minutes left on the 2 hour. The 2 hour is actually creating an inside bar. So it means that we're going to have liquidity on either side of it. So for me at the moment, I actually think we might come up and retest the most recent highs up on this area. So we've got this big bullish engulfing candle. We can see the price in the final few minutes of this 2 hour candle is pushing up as well. So I think I can see sells. It's not that I can't see sells, but I think I'd like to see it come higher before looking for those.
Interesting.
What do you think?
I just sold it.
That was basically like that was Anastasia's way of saying, Mike, you're talking rubbish. No, just I'm selling it.
I actually agree with you. I just decided to take the risk. I do see that it might go higher, and it might retest the same zone again here, because I don't like how the candle on the 50-minute looks like. It looks like quite a bullish move to the upside. I would like to see the weakness on the 15-minute candle as well, but for now we see that it's actually in the decision-making point for me on the 15-minute time frame, where the weekly and the monthly developing point of control are shifting, and one is still above, one is still below the price already. So it's going to depend on me if I'm going to keep the trade open or not, how their 30-minute candle and 1 hour candle is going to be closed in less than 2 minutes from now. Yeah. So I took a risk on this, but I might close it earlier because, as we can see, we are trying to break through this. And I have this whole zone, which I'm expecting the pullback from. But I'm going to be careful with this, and I'm going to see how the candle is going to be closed, because 30-minute looks really good. 1 hour looks really good. But if it's going to pull back all the way to the upside and it's going to close without a wick, for example, as a strong bullish candle, I'm going to get out of it. Yeah. And I'm going to have my losses. For now, I decided to give it a try. I do see what you see as well, what you're saying, that it might go higher, but it was just in such a good moment for me personally, from my perspective, that I was like, okay, I'm willing to take the risk. And
after your win yesterday, I wouldn't ever dare to suggest that you might be wrong. So you do you.
No. Everyone is don't say it. It gives me the false, feeling of being unbeatable in the markets, and this is a bad one to have.
As UK swing trader saying, it's the fade the Mike strategy. So whatever Mike says, just fade that idea. Dear.
Yeah. So let's see. If it still does go down, I'm gonna be waiting for this zone. So it's about 1 to 3 risk to rewards, and this is the previous range zone that we had here, and the previous daily point of control from yesterday, as well as developing point of control of the week, a little bit lower. So somewhere here, if it does go down, I'm going to be taking profits, but let's see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, we're at 90 likes, and there's 177 of you watching. I mean, once we get to 100, Jonathan has said that he will announce whatever this huge news is. I don't know if he's actually going to announce it. I think he'll probably just tease us, and then he'll say, the news is regarding such and such, and then he'll want you to do 250 likes. So the sooner you start liking, the sooner we're going to figure out what this huge news is. So yeah, 90 likes right now, guys. You surely you can get to 100 when there's 177 of you watching. If you're watching on Twitter, get yourself onto YouTube, like the stream on YouTube, and then we'll all at least get one step closer to figuring out what is it that Jonathan has got lined up for us all. Most likely is going to involve some kind of craziness of some kind. Maybe it's going to be a parcel dash or something. Who knows? It could be anything. With Jonathan, anything's possible. So yeah, there we go. We're at 103. See, that didn't take you guys long at all. Jonathan, I know you're watching. Get your backside back in here and tell us what on earth is it you're planning. We've got your 100 likes straight away. 103. Boom. So let us know. Meanwhile, I may end up going upstairs and knocking out a builder because they've started banging again upstairs. So my apologies if you can hear that. But if I walk off camera and take off my headset, it will be because I'm about to do something I shouldn't do.
Mike, we need you on live streams.
You're gonna witness the murder of somebody live on stream, and then me being arrested for said murder. So yeah. If we do look at what we've got coming out right now, we've just had the euro news come out. So just looking at the 5-minute candle, it hasn't really done anything to change the structure on the 1 minute as well. So it was high impact news on my FX book, as you can see here. It's pretty much as was expected. The only difference is the employment change is better for quarter on quarter for Q1. So anticipated was 0.1. It's actually at 0.3. So a lot more positive than was expected, which is in line with what happened with Australia as well. Australia had more positive employment news as well earlier on this morning. So generally speaking, a lot of good economic news coming out of Australia, out of the UK, and out of the Eurozone as well. So so yeah, would have expected maybe a bit more of a reaction. Really, this was it. This 1 minute candle, it hasn't broken any kind of structure, it hasn't wicked anywhere. So despite it being against the consensus, it hasn't really done anything different. So yeah. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Henry says we can't hear anything. That's well, I'm pleased for you, Henry. I'm pleased for you because it's doing my head in. But there you go. Do either of you use weekly profiles in trading, things like Wednesday reversal? I've not heard of the Wednesday reversal, if I'm honest with you. I can't remember the name of it, but there was a theory that I looked into last year, which was kind of a structure that you would normally see on gold throughout the week, which was kind of consolidation, expansion, manipulation, all these sorts of different things. I haven't looked into it for a while though. Probably something I should revisit when I find some time. So yeah. I know how you feel, Mike. It's a huge problem in Southeast Asia. I'm guessing you're talking about the builders there, Mr. James, not the spiders that we were talking about earlier this morning. Claudio says a giveaway of one of his screens because he doesn't have room for the new big one. It could well be, Claudio. It could well be.
Mike, I already know what the news are. But I'm not going to tell anyone. No, I'm not going to tell anyone.
Oh, can you tell me?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's great content for everybody, guys. Anastasiia already knows whatever it is. I have no idea. Let's get some more likes.
Jonatan.
I think what we need to do is we need to get more likes. Let's see what we got now. We're up to 111. That's a nice round number of likes. Get us up to 150, guys, and then let's see what we can expect there. Ali's asking for gold, just for a change, because we never look at gold, Ali, ever. We never ever look at gold. Let's have a look at gold. So gold on the 1 minute has come up. It's still in this area of this kind of bigger wick that I mentioned earlier. It's pulled back somewhat on the 5 minute, but it's not really in anything. It's kind of in this middle of nowhere, right? So I would be careful about what I would be expecting gold to do. As you can see, in fact, I probably need to take all of these off because it's going to confuse me. But you can see all of these liquidity levels have been taken. So there is now probably the next area to look out for. If I'm looking at the 1 hour, is probably just look for sells around here. That would be probably a nice area to look for sells. If I was going to look for a position right now, I do think we're going to see more selling on gold. If we look at it, it's probably going to create a bit of a range, maybe, at least up until the news. I don't think you're going to see too much movement. You've got an inside bar up here that we basically price decided we were going to leave behind. We've got an inside bar here, which price has left behind for the time being. So the two areas where we're going to see current support and resistance are going to be these two wicks here. This engulfing to the downside, this engulfing to the upside. So those are the two that I'd be looking out for in terms of looking for reactions. We go to the 4 hour. We're currently creating an engulfing candle on the 4 hour to the upside. Whether it continues, it remains to be seen, but we're in that final hour of that candle. So it'd be interesting to see how this one closes in the remaining 50 odd minutes that we've got on that one. The 3 hour is also pushing to the downside. So generally speaking, I'd be looking for sells. Another reason why, even though this rejected, you can see that we've got an engulfing candle, took the inside bar here, pushing down on the 11 hour. If we go to the 14 hour, another non-standard candle. Reason being is it gives us just a different perspective on things. It overlaps those daily time frames and those 12-hour time frames, etc., etc. So yeah, the 14 hour still has almost 3 hours left to go. It is rejecting, but there's still plenty of time for it to pull back down on that one. The reason I don't think we're done selling is because even though we've got this rejection here, if you look, we've still got 11 hours left on this one for the 22 hours. So there's still plenty of movement left to be had. And I still believe that we're coming down for this big cluster of liquidity that we've got further down here.
But do you think it's going to happen today?
I mean, let's not forget that we do have quite a big chunk of news today. So we've got PPI, we've got retail sales, we've got the New York Empire State Manufacturing, we've got initial jobless claims. This is going to be, I mean, I don't remember the last time we had such a big cluster of news all in one go. Granted, normally this hasn't been significant in terms of moving the market. The market tends to have moved more frequently with Trump saying something Trumpy. However, we're now starting to talk about economic data that is based upon his policies, his decisions, his announcements. So I do think that this might start to suggest certain things. So I could see some moves coming. There is, of course, meant to be a meeting in Istanbul today to talk about potential peace negotiations between the Russians and the Ukrainians. There was word that Trump may even go for those talks. Putin has already said that he's not, or at least he's not on the guest list to be arriving. Oh, you're muted, I think, Anastasiia.
As far as I know, that Trump is also not going to be joining it, which is...
Oh, he's not now. Okay.
Funny. Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so Trump was only interested in going if Putin was going, probably. So we'll see. Whether that's going to bring anything, I don't know. But yes, I do think we can go lower. Today it might just end up be ranging. We might just sit in and around this area that I've marked out previously, because that was a previous area where we changed direction. So we may just bounce around today. It's hard to say. But I don't see anything. If we look at it on the 1 hour, we had a lot of confirmations saying that we wanted to go down. So this was the latest one. So I do think we're facing more downward pressure. And this would also tie in with dollar strength as well.
Today we are completely against each other, Mike.
Oh my goodness, Anastasiia! I think this is time for divorce. I don't know what's going on here. What are you seeing on gold? Let's pull up your chart. Tell us what you're seeing on gold.
I did enter buy, and I even added to my position already.
Oh my goodness.
I entered buy already right here when the price broke this level that I was mentioning earlier. This is the developing point of control of the month. So the price was rejecting it before, and as long as we stayed below it, that was a sell for me, and it rejected it overnight here, which I obviously was sleeping, so I didn't catch the sell. Now, when the price broke to the upside, we see that we had a retest of this, and now we had another retest of this. So the price was up. Now, when the price started moving up, I also added to my position. And I'm expecting the price to reach the previous zone here higher. So if we look at that, we had a double bottom here. We had a break of all the volumes, and I'm aiming towards the previous zones about 31.78, 190. And if we can reach this, I think we can still go down on when Powell is going to be speaking, when we're going to have the PPI news, because we still have a couple of good hours until that moment. And then I perhaps can also look for something to the downside. But for the current moment being, gold looks extremely bullish for me. And I'm going to also turn on my other screen to show how it looks on the footprint charts in a second. Let me pull up yours for one moment while I'm shifting, because it did show lots of interesting volumes there as well. There we go. 1 second. There we go. So what we can see here on the footprint charts is that the price, this is a developing point of control of the day. So the price did break it as well, and it shifted from being below the developing point of control of the day to being above the point of control of the day here. So that was already a good moment to be buying it for me. So what we can see here as well, that we had lots of cluster volumes on the move to the upside, and we are still holding above those. So we have this one holding above the price holding above it, this one as well, which shows that those volumes, the ones who were entering there, were the aggressive big buyers. So as long as we stay above those volumes and the price keeps going up, I'm going to be buying it. We also did break the value area high, the developing one, on the 5-minute time frame as well. So this can act as a support now, and perhaps we can also go higher from that moment, from when the price went outside of these boundaries and continue to go up. And again, I'm going to be aiming about 31.85, or at least for the price to reach, let's say, this zone here, which is 31.76. So I still see the push to the upside for about $6 or even $15. So
I mean, that's reassuring, actually, because that's still within the range that I mentioned earlier. So we're still on the same page. So it's not a complete disaster. I'm not completely losing my mind. That we do still have some kind of synchronicity between us, which is reassuring for my own trading. So yeah. So let's see. But the most part, I think we're going to see some element of ranging. I mean, you can see it here. We've broken down. The only thing is, do you not think, I mean, gold isn't necessarily known for these kind of break and retest type of moves, but if we looked at this, where we are right now, let me just pull up my chart, we have reached that 66 level. So we are at kind of an interesting area where we may see price testing this and then breaking down further. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but we've got this area here that was previous support, potentially coming resistance. So it's on the 5-minute, there's a possibility for a change of direction. If we look at it here on the 15-minute, it looks probably a little bit cleaner in terms of what I'm seeing. So yeah. Why do I need confirmation you're a good trader? As far as I know, your earlier trading explanations. William, I mean,
very humble.
Sorry?
Mike is just very humble. He's too humble.
I'm not sure about that. I wouldn't go that far, but no, I think I know right now where I am in terms of personally with other stuff going on, with builders around me and all that sort of stuff, that my stress levels are a lot higher than I would like them to be. So I think I'm probably being a little bit more strict with myself in terms of trying to find trades so that they're better positions for possible entries and so on and so forth. That's just my own personal preference, I guess. If we look at pound yen, this was one that I looked at earlier yesterday. This was one I pulled out yesterday, and this was one of the examples where I didn't take it, but it was a trade idea where somebody was asking on the stream, what do I think of pound JPY? There was two potential options. There was one where price may come and want to take this one of these levels here because these were inside bars on the 15-minute. It decided not to. So it was one of two potential options, trying to get a really nice entry in here with a very, very short stop loss. So it would have been a 42R, which would have been very, very nice. Or a slightly more different, more kind of reasonable risk to reward with a 2.68. So came in, retested that 50 level really, really nicely. It's pushed down, it's taken that 50 level. So, I mean, the stop loss, the take profit that I had down here was based on the fact that we do have some really, really major key levels of liquidity down here. They may well still be taken. So had I had this trade, I probably would have left it with that, just maybe with a trailing stop. But yeah, pound JPY showing a lot of strength at the moment, and that was why I was pulling that one out as an example from yesterday. But it is I think it's important to recognize when your mind isn't in the right place for trading, and maybe set some extra either checks and balances on your entries. Maybe add some extra confluences just to give you that extra certainty, because some of us, we don't want to walk away from the charts. We don't want to, to miss opportunities. But if we know that maybe our stress is heightened or whatever, then we need to think about how we can counterbalance that to make sure that we don't end up, blowing accounts and just suffering losses. So yeah. I don't know what news you're referring to, not Mitcha. What news you're referring to? I'm guessing it's the US news. We will be live all day for the news today. We will have the AlphaBeta Lab live podcast after our segment here with Anastasiia, and then I believe the news will come out straight after that. So yeah, we will be live throughout the day. So keep an eye on that one. Themba saying, I believe gold might give us a little range until the US news breaks out. Quite possible, quite possible, Themba. Yeah. It wouldn't be entirely surprising, but then there also may be some random news that pops that gives us an indication of something else. So yeah. Let's see, what else have we got in the chat? We got Claudia, we've got Vinicius as well. Who else have we got? We got Ahmed. Sorry,
I'm saying hey Vinicius, hey William. I believe I didn't say hi to William today.
William's always here with us, isn't he? William's a solid follower of us now. We are at 120 likes, guys. Last time I checked. Let's have a look now. Where are we? We are at 126 likes, guys. You can do better than that. Come on. There's 258 of you. So 258 people are watching this. One of them is me because I've got it here on my screen. So let's say 257, but I have already liked it. So I'd like to see us get up to 200. I think that's a reasonable expectation. Yeah. 126 likes, 133. That's better. We're getting there. Anastasiia apparently knows this huge news that Jonathan's going to share with us. I don't know what it is. Right? Yeah, I have no idea.
You really should hit this like button.
I mean, can you give us a hint, Anastasiia? What is it? I mean, is it Jonathan's going to come in like full makeup and women's clothes when he joins us? Is that the huge news? No,
it's better for our audience. Although
okay, it's better for our audience.
This is really fun. This is really good.
I don't think there's anything better for our audience than that, surely.
But the news are better long term, like consistently long term. And this is just one time, like a good lot, like making your day. But this is something bigger.
Okay. All right. Okay. Something bigger, and it's something good for the audience. Okay. Trying to think what I've honestly I have no idea. Jonathan is known for always being full of surprises. So I genuinely wouldn't know where to even start with a guess. So yeah. James says he's got to get ready for his real job. 0 scalps taken since London Open. Followed my system, leaning on my swings. Thanks for the stream. Have a great weekend. See you next week. Great to see you, Mr. James. Thanks for joining us. As always, we will see you next week. Hamza is new to the stream. What actually happens on the live? We talk about trading, basically, Hamza. That's kind of the idea. We look at trading ideas. We look at the charts. We have a chat with you guys. We have a chat amongst ourselves. And yeah, we do various crazy things. That's
we do
essentially the gist.
Fun stuff. We do competitions. So make sure that you join us consistently. And we do some giveaways from time to time. So there is a lot of fun stuff that is going on. Exactly.
Lawrence FX? That's another Lawrence. There's a lot of Lawrences. A lot of traders called Lawrence. Welcome, Lawrence. Great to have you with us. Make sure you like. We're at 149 now, guys. We can get to 200. Come on. There's 256 of you watching. 255 if you're not including me. Get that up to 200. And surely that has to, encourage Jonatan to rejoin us and tell us what on earth is this news that he has lined up for us. There is a 5ers Telegram channel, Lawrence, but it is not. It's not run by the YouTube stream, so to speak. It's more of like a support kind of channel, same as the Discord. So if you're a 5ers trader and you've got a 5ers account, you can go in and get yourself into the Discord. So you can go in and join that. If you wish. Not sure what Habib is referring to. 77, no idea. Maybe referring to gold, I guess. But we'll see. Gold seems to have stalled since you started buying it, Anastasiia.
Not really. I had several entries. All of them are in profit now.
Okay.
If you look at the 1 minute time frame, it's a smaller move, but it went up since I started buying it.
Okay. You've got in around about what, 31.60?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I'm waiting for the high, and I'm gonna be closing it off. Really, just $3 more up.
Yeah. Okay. Rohit, we are talking about gold right now. This is literally on my screen. If you have a look, we are talking about it right now. Generally speaking, it is in a wider range. I generally think we're going to see some bearish momentum on it. When that's going to happen isn't yet clear, but there is some big news coming out in a few hours, so we need to keep an eye on that and monitor how that might in fact impact the markets. Let's see, we got FX Trades asking about the NAS. We haven't looked at the indices today. Let's have a look. Let's take a gander. At the moment, we're down on pre-market. So let's see. We still haven't taken this area here. I wouldn't say this was the trade from Tuesday on the news, which was a fantastic news trade. Would have been a really, really nice one. I think if we look at it, let me try and get a mark up on the chart. See that engulfing candle there on the 15-minute? See how it's tapped into it? That could be a nice indication for buyers. Now, I'd want to drill down and see where we are on the 1 minute. It may not have gone without you because you might now see an opportunity for it to sell from here. And then maybe get back in on buys either here, possibly if it pulls back down and go in there, or from in here. Those would be my key areas I'll be looking at for NAS in terms of buys. Anastasiia, your thoughts on the NAS?
I have some thoughts on the S&P 500, and then I'm going to shift to NAS because they usually are very much alike. Wait, there's a different screen. That's another one. So I am waiting for some buys on S&P 500 as a continuation right here. So we see that it did slightly go down from the previous sort of weekly point of control right now, and we are approaching this zone of volume. So if you look at how we opened with a huge gap based on the Chinese deal with US. We went straight to the upside. We did create some consolidation here. This consolidation wasn't out of nowhere. It was to break this volume zone. So we had one of the previous weekly point of controls, monthly developing point of control, lots of range, lots of volume traded in this area. And to be able to break all of this volume, the price needed some time and some momentum to accumulate more, like so, to bigger players to accumulate some more positions. So we see we retested it, accumulated for a while, shot back up. I'm expecting the price to come back to the same zone now. This is a value area high at the level of 58.62 and 58.51.5. And this upper zone, I'm going to be looking for the rejection from. So I want to see some kind of confirmation first. And then when I see some confirmation, I'm going to be looking for a buy from this level with the target at least the previous range here. And then perhaps if we break this, then higher. But I'm expecting the price to at least go back to this zone again. So this is for recurrent mean being my ID for S&P 500. And let's have a look at NAS, because they are usually quite similar in terms of how they move. Where is my, there we go. So hourly, NASDAQ has been flying. Let's do this. I prefer to analyze indices on the futures because it's a little bit more like concrete for me with the levels as well where we are. Now we had this volume here, the developing point of control of the month, and a week aligning at the same level. We did break it. This is the same zone as was here for the consolidation if we go a little lower time frame. So oops. So we had a small consolidation here on the break before the reversal back. And if we also look at that from the past, that was a level of a significant support for NASDAQ. So we broke back above the same zone. It's now coming back to retest it. I do see the possibility that the price is also going to reverse from approximately 21,138. But I'm not going to lie, I do like S&P 500 more than NAS for now. So because for S&P 500, I do have the concrete level where the prices might reverse from, whereas NASDAQ is a little bit in the air. And below this is also another zone where it might reject. So NASDAQ is like 50-50 for me. For S&P 500, I would be looking for something like this happening.
I mean, it's broken past, for example, the area that I mentioned on the 1 minute, for example, for the NAS. So it's NAS. I struggle with the NAS sometimes. If you can catch a move, it's great, but it can be quite tricky to catch them. So you need to. I feel as though the NAS, you need to hold off and maybe trade news reactions. The same with the S&P 500. You can get better trade that way if you mark out your levels, mark out your areas. Price will generally test on big news events like it used to. Well, it used to on NFP. It would test previous support or previous resistance on the 4 hour, and then you can trade beyond that, because the trend tends to continue even on NFP. Whatever trend it's in, it will generally continue on that trend, even with the NFP news coming out. So those are kind of what has worked for me in the past when trading the NAS. That example that I showed from Monday was a prime example where you had this really, really strong news candle. I'll just show it here. Even on the 1 minute. So let me just show what it looks like. Go all the way back. There we go. So when we had news come out on Monday, we had all of this cluster of price action here that was all taken out. I think I measured it was like 22 minutes worth, all taken out with the wick of one candle. Okay. So price came, created this massive big candle, broke past this area here, and then started creating inside bars and all that sort of stuff. It then created this this on the 15-minute, this inside bar here that I've marked out, and came to retest it. Now, my position would have been basically, and it was, to test that wick that it created on the 1 minute, and that's why I would have. I actually set myself an order. It could have come down. The reason I would have had this area was if you look here, you had this previous high prior to the news, so it would have been a nice area to retest from that wick. Came in very, very nicely, so it could have been an even better trade if I'd taken an entry there. But I took the entry starting at the bottom of the top of the lower wick. But I've taken it there. It would have been a nice 13R. This one in the end worked out as an 8R trade. Those are the kind of trades where you see a really, really big reaction on them. You don't try and trade that exact move. You trade the retest. You trade the next step, which might take a little while to play out, but price will always try and reposition itself when those big news events create such a volatile move in the market. So yeah. Mr. Silver, we have looked at gold a few times. Anastasiia is buying it as we speak, I think, unless you've closed in your positions, Anastasiia. So Anastasiia is in a buy right now on gold. So we can show you where she's gotten in. On the 1 minute, she's gotten in around about 31.60.
I'm going to pull up my chart, Mike. I'm going to pull up my chart first. So those are my 3 entries on gold. The one is right here. The other one is right here in the middle. The other one was here. So, and now I'm expecting the price to go a little bit high. I wanted to go another $3 high, and this is where my take profit will be. So I want to see a little bit of a move up, and then potentially from here, I'm going to be looking for the reversal. Perhaps not now, closer to the news events already, but I am buying, and I got 3 entries on this one.
There you go. Yeah. Would it be easier for Stream to analyze the Dixie and JPY indexes instead of all these individual pairs constantly? It's not about whether it's easy or not, I guess. It's about what people want us to look at. So, yes, we can look at the Dixie. We can look at the Japanese index. We can look at all of these things. But people tend to want us to analyze what they can actually trade rather than what might give them the opportunities. But we do look at the Dixie. There's no hard and fast rule as to how we analyze these things. We look at what you guys are looking at. We look at what the news is telling us. One thing I do look at as well is the strength scores, which we haven't looked at today. So if we pull up the strength scores, we can see that today the yen is looking very, very strong. The Aussie and the New Zealand dollar are looking rather weak. Swiss is looking rather strong as well. I know some of you have said Swiss JPY. I would be very, very careful trading Swiss JPY today because they're both very, very strong. So they're probably going to cancel each other out. Based on this current strength score, I'd be looking at JPY against maybe the Aussie for some kind of moves. The other thing to look at is what did yesterday bring? And yesterday brought a similar outlook. So it might be worth looking at Aussie JPY, which we have here. So take it out to the 15-minute. You can see that is why we're seeing such a divergence in terms of strengths. It has really shown a lot of strength, the yen against the Aussie. So we're coming into this area here now, this previous support. Whether we're going to break past it, I don't think we have yet. So that might be one to keep an eye out. But we do have this big gap here as well, where we might see price push further down. So I would be probably looking for some kind of reaction based on the fact that we've had such an impulsive move. So maybe trade it back up. Maybe look for a position taking us back into these areas here. We've got a nice level of liquidity up here, for example, on the 1 hour. So that might be a nice area to look for a trade. But I'll be looking for some kind of decent reaction. At the moment, this wick theoretically act as a reaction zone. We can see the wick came into it here. It's pushed down here. It hasn't really rejected from it though. That's the only thing. If we look at it on the 1 minute, the 1 minute looks what I would describe as dangerous. And the reason for that is that it has created equal highs on multiple occasions on either side. So you've got equal highs here, you've got equal highs here, and these are all major liquidity. Higher up, it's suggesting that we're going for sells. We've got engulfing here, here, and here. So it does look like sellers are going to come in. I would probably be waiting for, ideally, I'd want to see another retest up here. I'd want to see price come and take something like this and then sell down as a potential opportunity on Aussie JPY. That's one to maybe just keep an eye on.
Mike, we got a question before in the beginning of the live stream, which I think you are the one who is the best to answer that. Why does GBP USD always drop even after the strong GDP?
Well, part of the problem with the pound figures is they always get revised. So LJ was talking about this on the ABL stream this morning, is that you look at the pound figures and they come out and then they get revised later on. So there's a few reasons why it might drop. One will be trying to get better positions, right? So if you're expecting a good news, don't always expect good news to suddenly indicate that price is going to be going up immediately, because especially if it's unexpected good news, then the banks will want to get in, and the institutions will want to get at a better price. So, they'll want to buy at a lower price rather than at a higher price, because that obviously means they get a better profit. So you've got to look at it from the different mechanics of it, as to it's not as black and white as good news, price goes up. It might do longer term. It might do kind of in the days following, for example, or the hours even following. But in the minutes following, you've got to remember that, especially the algos that are running and all this sort of stuff, they're going to try and get in at better prices than maybe what price is sitting at that time. So yeah. But Paul, what I would suggest you do, if you are still with us, apologies, I didn't see that question. But come join us for the AlphaBeta Lab sessions that we have normally here Monday to Wednesday with LJ from 11:30 UK time, or come and join us on the AlphaBeta Lab streams at 8 a.m. UK time. And LJ gives fantastic fundamental and macro analysis on all the ins and outs. He is a wealth of knowledge on these things, so definitely worth joining us for those. And he would do a far better job of explaining the ins and outs of all of these things than I would. So yeah, I would recommend you join us for those.
LJ is really, really good in macroeconomics. This is crazy.
Yeah. His
comes to this. Thanks.
LJ, let me put it this way, guys. LJ is a very serious trader, right? LJ is a trader who has made very, very good sums of money from trading. So he's definitely somebody worth listening to. If he talks, pay attention, because this guy knows what he's talking about. He's been trading for 12 years now, I think, and has really, really done very, very well as a trader. So yeah. Void saying the big players use news as a catalyst for profit taking or to fill their orders through liquidity overflow from retail stop losses. Yeah, exactly. So that's essentially what I'm saying is, the institutions will use news as a catalyst to get the best possible price for whatever, positions they're already in. Because the institutions are already in positions. They don't suddenly open positions when the news comes out. They will have their positions staggered and faded throughout. So they're going to use it as an opportunity to get into better prices. Yeah, he is super, super good at fundamentals. There is no way that he's going to blush, Henry. No way he's going to blush. The guy is absolutely brilliant at what he does, and frankly, I am thrilled that we have the opportunity to have him on ABL, because his insight and his knowledge is really, really much. So,
I think this is a time the intro for the ABL if you guys didn't join yet before and you don't know what the
Exactly.
ABL is. This is a high time that you join the streams, the chats, because this is an incredible place to find lots of knowledge, and this is for free, right? You don't find this kind of things anywhere. Like it would take years to accumulate the knowledge that is shared there. Mike?
Absolutely. I completely agree. If that doesn't convince you guys, then this must do. Anastasiia just likes me playing that intro because she loves the music, don't you?
Yeah, I love it. I love
it. Oh dear. We do have that move that I was mentioning on Aussie JPY happening at the moment. It's come and taken this level. Now it might just have done enough to be ready for a move. Let's have a look. I'm not sure if has it taken it? No, it's created another equal high by the looks of things. So not ready just yet as far as I'm concerned. I would like to see it break past here because it doesn't make sense for it to take an equal high to then just create another one. So I'd be waiting on my hands just for the time being on Aussie JPY, but sells still looking good. Gladys LJ doesn't have a YouTube channel because he's on the AlphaBeta Lab channel. So if you want to see LJ, you got to join the AlphaBeta Lab. All you got to do is find us on YouTube, the AlphaBeta Lab, and you'll find us there. The same as the website. So there it is on the screen. Go to there, use the same name, the AlphaBeta Lab, and you'll find us on YouTube. There isn't a link, Ina, to the LJ. He's the LJ. He's that good. The LJ, but he is he's on the AlphaBeta Lab streams. He's in the AlphaBeta Lab community as well. If you don't know what we're talking about, the AlphaBeta Lab looks a little bit something like this. So we have our own completely free community. It's there for everyone to access. We have daily live streams on YouTube. We have courses for free that you guys can take up. We've got the gold trading system with Daniel. We've got foundations into fundamentals with Dirk. We've got controlling the monkey mind with Louise Bedford. We've got workshops that we're building out right now. We've got a couple of courses here that we're in the draft phase right now of building out. There is more in the pipeline. There are some really, really big plans for the AlphaBeta Lab that I can't really tell you much about right now, but we will be announcing in the due course. Over 1,000 members already, as you can see here. So there's a large community already here, and it's a community for educating traders by traders for traders, right? So it's not some kind of get rich scheme. It's not some kind of Ponzi or anything like that. This is purely intended to act as an opportunity for you guys to level up and improve your trading. This week, in fact, we've been talking about mental health awareness week. And Anastasiia, I know this is something you and I have spoken about in the past. And this week, what we've been doing is every day this week to commemorate Mental Health Week, we have been looking at different kind of what I described as prompts. So every day I've been doing a little post in Body and Mind talking about different ways in which we handle our mental health when it comes to trading. The theme this year is all about community, which is why we've kind of leaned into this on the AlphaBeta Lab, because it fits perfectly with what we're trying to build. But one of the things, what I've asked today is, do you have any personal habits or rituals that help you wind down after a tough trading day? Now, we had a good conversation about this earlier on the ABL stream, but I'm curious, Anastasiia, for you in particular, what do you do to kind of take your mind off the chart, step away, switch off, and kind of reset, so to speak?
To be honest with you, one of the things that got me out of a lot of things in life, and including the tough days in trading, is sport. And I cannot imagine my life without moving. And because at the moment when you are sitting straight, right, your mind goes wild and your emotions take over. Now, when you start moving, your focus goes into the action that you are doing. You know, Tony Robbins has this really good quote, and it goes like, motion creates emotions, or like emotions come from motion, something like this. But basically, the moment we start moving, it creates different emotions, it kicks out the dopamine, right? And you start automatically feeling better. Like, for example, I know it's not for everyone, but I love running. The reason I'm preparing for the marathon now, but running took me out of a lot of things in life, because you run so far that when you get back, you have no strength, like you don't have energy anymore to think about all of these negative things and thoughts and, you know, emotions that you had over the day. You kind of run it away, like run it off from your body, as well. Sports like gym, for example, helps, and all of the other kind of things. So it's a different flow in the body, and I feel like this is one of the best ways to get out of different kind of situations and emotions in our lives, including the tough periods in trading. But also in terms of trading, I think it's so important to have something else besides trading in your life. I've talked about this yesterday as well briefly, that when you only have trading as a sense of achievement, your whole sense of self, your whole self-worth gets tied to results in trading. And this is why it is becoming so difficult to detach from the trades that we take, to detach from the outcome. If you connect your self-worth and the feeling of your self-value, how good I am, towards the results of today's trading day, both of those are set to failure. Both the mental stability and the mental health and feeling of self-worth, and both trading, because we're going to be pushing for like more than needed to find opportunities in the market that are not there, just to feel a little bit better, just to feel the emotion that we want to, that we are chasing. So I think it's so important to be able to focus on something else, focus on a hobby, focus on, it may be even different business or different job. It is a good thing to have it, because that moment you put less pressure and expectations on your trading, and it's easier to detach from the results, and it's actually easier to feel better and come back next day in a couple of hours back to the screen after the losing streak, and to not get, you know, emotional about what has been happening, but focus on what's happening right now. So I would say the same thing, sport, moving, whatever kind of sport works for you, you know, just get your body moving, get your blood flowing, get your focus away from being stuck. You know, a lot of situations in our life, the same as the losses we've already taken, that they happened, we cannot think our way out of it. It's impossible to sit and think our way out of this kind of situations. We need to get out and start doing something. And the second thing is to have something besides trading to focus your attention on, and to feel good about, like feel good about yourself with this thing that you are doing.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious, you know, a lot of people watching, I think, are going to be in a similar boat to myself as I was, and to a certain extent that I am, where you might have personal responsibilities. So if, like me, maybe you've got two young kids, one young kid, however many kids, mortgage to pay, full-time job, all these other things all take your time. And sometimes, like, for example, I was talking about it this morning on the stream with LJ. For me, physically finding the actual time to go to the gym or go swimming, for me, swimming is the one thing that I really get the most from, because due to health issues from the past, I can't really do things like running and stuff like that. It has a negative impact on my body. But swimming is one of the things that I can really do, and it really helps me. But the problem with swimming is you need to physically go to the swimming pool, have the time to go and do it, and so on. I myself, because of all the stuff that I have going on in my life, I find it really, really hard to find that time. And so sometimes it's even just a case of just changing your routine a little bit. So one of the things a few years ago, I was a big advocate of working from home. Actually, I can't imagine working from home right now. because working from the office, even though the builders might drive me nuts right now, working from the office gives me the opportunity to go for a nice long walk there and back, you know, and it gives me the opportunity to stretch my legs. If I'm working from home, what am I going to do? I'm going to sit in, you know, I'm going to sit and work from the same place where I sleep, and so my movement is going to be even more limited than it would have been, you know, otherwise. So yeah, but as I said, you know, we're commemorating Mental Health Awareness Week this week. So we do hope you'll come and join us in the AlphaBeta Lab, and we'll be right back after this. So there you go. That's our little mental health tip, if you like. Coming up a little bit later on, guys, we do have the weekly AlphaBeta Lab podcast. So make sure you don't miss out. That is coming in just over half an hour, where we have a totally unscripted live podcast chat about whatever's on our minds right then. We're still working on getting Anastasiia to join us for that. We're going to pin her down eventually for one of these. She's a very busy person, so we're hoping to get her for one of these sessions very soon, but make sure you stick around for that. I can see there's some questions and some comments coming in the chat, looking at various different assets as well. Anything that's caught your attention there, Anastasiia?
No, still in gold. Seeing if it's going to reverse, and still holding GBP USD, which started to go in my direction slowly. It's been consolidating for a while. I want to see a little bit more movement to the downside before I'm going to say, yes, it is good right now to move, because if you look at the 1 minute time frame, it's been stuck in the range for GU. Wait, I'm going to shift to GU. This is GU. So it is slightly in profit right now. What obviously would like to see it getting out of this range. And if it's going to keep consolidating, I'm going to probably exit this because we're going to get too close to the PPI as well. And we see that it's still trying to pull back. So it's getting stuck here, which I do not like. But I'm still holding this, and I'm still holding gold. It's also ranging, as we can see on the 1 minute time frame. So as long as we hold this, I'm going to keep holding gold as well. If we do break below this, I'm going to be closing my old trades. So far, so they are all, like, 2 of them are in profit. 1 of them is at around break even right now. So I'm gonna keep holding it for current moment being. And S&P 500 missed my entry point with just a few ticks. I do think that it's still gonna come back there. It's something that I noticed both based on indices. If they lose a big volume area, they still usually come back there again. So what I'm going to be looking at is, in fact, if we're going to place our volume profile over this whole move to the downside, this is the value area low. This is the point of control. So if the price gets back, now I'm going to change my plan slightly and adjust it. If we get back here, I'm going to be looking for the confirmation for a sell. And I'm going to be selling it towards this zone. And I'm going to be buying it from the same zone again afterwards.
Gold is breaking down, Anastasiia, just so you know, on the 1 minute.
I see. I'm going to wait for the candle to
go. Looks rather impulsive. I mean, it has left a decent trail of liquidity further down, but that is, for a 1 minute candle, that's quite an impulsive move down. That generally tends to indicate a change of direction, but we'll see. Sorry, you were saying about S&P.
I was saying that in S&P, I'm gonna use the same zone for the sell. But that if we're gonna pull back there before again, because that's a big volume here. We had a big consolidation here. We had a small consolidation here as well. The value area, majority of the volume of this move to the downside was also trading higher. So if we return here, I'm going to be looking for a sell, and then returning into the zone where I was expecting to buy from, potentially taking profits here if it's going to play out, and then looking for a buy again from the same zone. So that is something I'm looking at. I'm going to be looking for a sell here and a buy here after we come lower, if it plays out, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a question here from Mohammed. Give us some advice for risk management. Seeing as you are so nicely, Mohammed, then sure, why not? And the right entry for contract. Mohammed, you're asking a very vague and open question there. Risk management, you need to build it into your plan, build it into your trading plan, and build it into your back testing. You can only understand what you can afford to risk when you know what you can expect to get as a return, right? So if your edge gives you a 30% win rate, okay, then you need to have a better risk to reward, and you need to risk less amounts so you don't die by 1,000 cuts, okay? So if you have a very high win rate, then you can afford to go 1 to 1, 1 to 2, and you could risk 0.5%, 1%. But you've got to match it up with what is your strategy, what is your edge, what is your approach to trading. Are you swing trading? Are you intraday trading? Are you scalping? This isn't a question that's easy to answer in a live stream like this, because we would need greater context of what you're trading, how you're trading, and so on. So yeah. Munir saying, but you are short pound USD, long gold. Do you feel comfortable having two opposing positions on the dollar? I guess that's to you, Anastasiia.
Yeah, that's to me. Yeah, I am, because I'm not trading based on the US dollar. I'm trading based on the fact that gold is there. Gold is reacting to the macroeconomic events now, and Trump's behavior, and also the tariffs, and their meeting today that is going to be in Istanbul based on their defense for Ukraine and the war between Ukraine and Russia, and all of this kind of things. And I'm trading GBP USD based on pound, the data that came out earlier today, and also the US dollar data that is going to come later on.
Yeah. I think it's important to remember that, yes, okay, they both have the dollar in there, but the gold isn't a currency, right? Gold is a commodity, so it works and runs differently to other currencies, right? If you're talking about pound US dollar, you're talking about two competing currencies, two competing economies, and the kind of the balance between those. Gold, as you can see, is just essentially an investment asset for all intents and purposes. So yes, gold, the spot gold, is based on the dollar, and yes, the strength or weakness of the dollar will impact the price of gold, but gold has much greater factors, let's say, to influence it. So yes, you could say there should be some kind of connection between them, but I wouldn't say they're necessarily opposing positions as such, at least not from my perspective anyway.
Absolutely. I'm gonna share gold on my futures account. 1 second, and I'm gonna explain why am I still holding it. If you look at the futures, we will see that this was a big cluster volume. The price didn't break below it yet, and there is another big cluster volume here. So I still see the opportunity for gold to retest this cluster volume here and go back to the upside. So it might be breaking down or anything, but this is what we talked about yesterday as well. It's important to stick to your own rules, because other than that, you become emotional from every single move in the market, where the candle goes and the color of the candle. I used to trade also with transparent candles, and I do this still majority of the time. So majority of the times my candles look like this. Why? Because then you are less reactive to the color of the candle. For me, it doesn't matter if it's a bullish candle, it's a bearish candle. For me, what matters is the volume, the wick, the distribution between asks and bids, so the footprint, the delta, and basically everything around the market auction and how the volume is distributed in the market. And it doesn't matter where the candle is, how the candle is. For me, it matters where it is compared to the volume. It is still above the volume, I'm going to keep holding my buy. If it breaks below the volume, I'm going to obviously close my buy, because then it's going to be obvious that it's going down now. Now, for me, the volume that I was looking for as a target and to sell from, it wasn't reached yet. And this is this zone. So I'm still above the volumes, still going to be holding it. And if it breaks below this and closes below, then of course I'm going to be closing my order. But it's just a set of rules that I have, and it helps me and allows me to stay less emotional when it comes to the market. Because if you don't have this, like if someone becomes emotional, if you guys catch yourself being emotional, it's usually because you have lots of unanswered questions regarding your trading system. The question that you didn't ask, the questions that you didn't find the answer to. Like, for example, how do I manage my trade if the price is consolidating around my entry, like pound is doing right now? What do I do if the price went into the drawdown and starts consolidating? Do I cut my losses? Do I keep holding? Do I close the trade and re-enter it later? What do I do if the price misses my take profit by a couple of ticks and then reverses, and I'm going to close it perhaps manually, or am I going to trail my stop loss? What am I going to do? And there is a list of this question. There are about 10 to 15 questions that you need to answer before you're going to get in the trade, because this is something that is going to help you at the moments like this, because market is not perfect. It's not going to perfectly go to your TP always or straight to your stop loss. Sometimes it's going to give you a trouble and you need to make a decision what to do. And this decision should be based on data and should be based on statistical answers to these questions. Then you're not going to be cutting your profits short. You're not going to be affected by fear that much. You're not going to be affected by FOMO that much. And if you don't have these questions, you're obviously going to become emotional, because you're going to be like, oh, what am I going to do now? What should I do? The price is going against me. I was X amount in profit now, and now I'm losing, or I'm slightly in the drawdown. I'm losing my profit, and I'm back in a break even. You become emotional about this money that you could have made and you didn't make it yet, when your trade is opened, and you react to every single tick up or down. So make sure that you have this set of questions answered before you get into the next trade. Otherwise, sooner or later, you're going to keep losing money because of emotions, because of fear and FOMO and greed that you experience. And we all experience it. There is nothing wrong with that. We're all human beings. It's just about knowing how to deal with it for your own trading personality that you have. It's not also ultimate. It's for everyone slightly different, but find a way to deal with it when you are in the trade. It's going to save you lots of time and money as well.
Absolutely. Really, really good advice. Really good advice. It's very easy to become impulsive with trading and to get carried away with things when you see something. I haven't gone quite to the transparent candles, but I did quite a while ago go to black and white candles, because even just having them green and red can really affect you. So sometimes these simple things, it's almost like a compounding effect. Stephen Bartlett, the Diary of a CEO guy, he talks about the 1% effect, or the theory of 1%, is every small detail adds 1% to the overall picture of what you're trying to do. So, all these minor little bits and pieces that you might do, where you change how you set up your charts, how you look at your charts. Maybe you have a different checklist, as you said, Anastasiia, all these different questions that you ask yourself about positions and trades. All of these things compound to give you a greater edge and to increase those chances and those probabilities of your trades coming good. So really, really fantastic advice there. We had one question from Serena. Good to see you, Serena. Asking about your volume indicator, Anastasiia.
I suppose
if you wouldn't mind.
I use my Atas usually platform for trading, but it's a different set of indicators. As a majority of our viewers use TradingView, I use the PVP indicator and VRVP, and I also use a drawing tool, which is called the Fixed Range Volume Profile. This is the one that you can set manually. Those are the ones that they are set automatically for you because they're indicators. And the Fixed Range Volume Profile you can find by counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the drawing tools, where you find your short and long positions. A little lower, you will also be able to find the volume-based drawing tools, and one of them is Fixed Range Volume Profile that I use.
And it's worth pointing out there, guys, that the volume profiles only necessarily going to work on certain data feeds. So it won't work on every single data feed. It does depend on the feed that you're using. So Anastasiia uses Oanda, for example, and they do have the volume available there. On others, they don't. The thing to remember as well is, I don't think this is too problematic to get an overall picture. But obviously remember that when we're talking about CFDs, you don't have a central collection of volume, right? So all you're talking about there in terms of the volume is the volume for that broker, the volume for that data feed. You're not getting an overall central picture like you would do on futures. So that's just something just to bear in mind when you are using those. But it's still, as Anastasiia has shown, it does still have validity. There is still convergence with comparing CFDs with the futures and so on. They're not completely opposite and completely different markets. There is certainly similarities between them. So keep an eye on that.
Like you said, Mike, there are two different reasons why it might not work for you and might not load on TradingView chart. Is because you choose the wrong data feed, which doesn't provide you with volume data. And I always use futures, and then I just transfer this data for Forex CFD. So I trade the The5ers accounts based on volumes as well, based on this. But the other reason is that you might choose the wrong settings. So sometimes they just might not load because their row size is too small. So if your internet is a little bit slower, increase the row size. The correct one is tick per row 1. But if it doesn't load and if it gives you a mistake on OENDA, for example, or CME, you just increase the row size and you add another 0 until it starts loading. So this is because it takes so much data and time to process all of these tick volumes that sometimes it needs a little bit of adjustment. But basically this is, if you set it correctly, it's going to be working. And we had also another question, very interesting. Shakil is asking, people say enter when you see a confirmation. Can you tell me what it means? How can I define something as a confirmation? Well, Shakil, it depends on your perspective, on your strategy. Different traders have different approaches to the market. You need to find something that works for you, right? For example, Mike uses something else as a confirmation. I use something else as confirmation. Jonathan uses something else as confirmation, right? Just, as something, I shared my confirmations for the order flow in the ABL just a few days ago. So if you go to the ABL and you go into the strategy bank, I shared there the whole 4 entry confirmations and exit confirmations based on the order flow and footprint charts that you can find there. So you can all check it out and test if this is something for you as well. Right here, Mike is pulling it up as well. Yeah.
Look at that, guys. I mean, where else would you get this? Apart from Anastasiia directly maybe giving it to you. But seriously, guys, this is what I would describe as pure gold, right? You could not make this stuff up, right? Really, really powerful information in here. So if you're not part of the AlphaBeta Lab, I don't know what you're waiting for, because really we have got top people, the likes of Anastasiia, the likes of Daniel. Daniel has been sharing his quantitative SSI strategy, which is also incredibly powerful. Really interesting approach to things, where he looks at whether the markets are seeing a particular asset as overbought or oversold, and whether then there's going to be a correction on that. So really interesting stuff. I mean, this is just, this is the strategy bank at the moment. You can see there's all sorts of things in here from various different people. We've got recommendations from the reading library as well as to what books or websites and things like that to go look at. If we look at Anastasia's, one of the things Anastasiia did a few weeks back was looking at the tariffs, right? And she did a great detailed overview looking at the tariffs and what they all mean. So again, if you're not part of the AlphaBeta Lab, I really encourage you to get in. We're at the very start of this. We've only been live for 2 months, and we have got some massive plans. This is an ambitious project that we're building out, and we really want it to be the #1 place on the internet to go for financial markets education. So yeah, we'd love to have you guys part of it. So make sure you don't miss out.
Absolutely. Can I close my buy on gold with profit?
There you go. Killing it once again. Somebody was asking about dollar CAD. Dollar CAD on the 5-minute. We've broken out of this previous high. We've created a new high here. We're now bouncing off that previous resistance level and creating support. It does look decent for buys. I wouldn't necessarily get in just yet. The reason being is just how it's struggling, particularly on the 15-minute. You see how it's struggling here to really make any real significant progress. The other thing to look out for is it did try to change direction here. So if I was looking for longs, I'd probably be either looking for a reaction in here, or it may come all the way down to here. But I wouldn't necessarily be looking for longs just yet. Reason being is if we look here, we have actually this. I thought this was an equal low, but it's not. But it didn't break the high, so it's a tricky one. But for me, I'd be looking at longs, but I want to see a better confirmation. Right now, it doesn't look convincing. You know, if you got in for longs now, you might get in. Let's say you got in there. Realistically speaking, you could target that here, but to avoid being too risky, you'd end up having a stop loss down there, which, you know, is not. If you win trades like that all the time, then that's a very profitable strategy, but it's not one that I particularly use. So yeah. Wizard, thank you very much. I'm glad you think so. Matteo's asking about GU. Funny you should say that, Matteo. Anastasiia is looking at sells for GU, I believe. Are you not, Anastasiia?
Yeah, I am still in sell for GU. I'm looking at the gold now. Let me shift this back to GU. So what I'm looking at here is that the price is still holding the same point of control of the months. This is a monthly point of control. We are in the middle of May already. So it is quite a significant amount of volume that's been trading here for the past 2 weeks. It still didn't break to the upside above this volume. So as long as we are holding here, I'm going to be looking for the move to the downside for GU. It is slightly in the drawdown for me. But once again, if you look at the higher time frame here, this is the whole zone that I'm waiting for a sell from. This is futures. This is CFDs, Forex. So I am in a sell. This still consolidating there. But I do see the possibility now, as long as it's below this volume, I'm going to keep holding it. If it closes above, the candle closes higher than this, I'm going to close it. I'm going to close pound dollar for a buy. The same on the Forex is going to look like this. So if it's going to close above this volumes here, above, let's say, 32,940 zone, I'm going to be closing it as well. Yep.
Yeah, Matteo says he has the same setup.
Gold is gold went straight to my target, tried to pull back from this, now going a little higher. I'm going to be looking for something like some as a confirmation for a sell, perhaps. We are above these volumes. We are getting into this zone, which is quite an interesting zone as well for us. Now, perhaps it can go slightly higher. All the way here, 31.81 and a half. And from here, I'm going to be looking for a sell. Let's say like this. 31.81, 31.85. So $4 move for gold, $4 range. If you get here, I'm going to be looking for some confirmation for reversal. And then if I get it, I'm going to be selling gold. So, Mike, I think we are finally aligned with you for...
we got there in the end. We got there in the end. So yeah. Claudio, we have everything in AlphaBeta Lab. AlphaBeta Lab is not exclusive to any particular assets or type of trading. You know, we're building out an educational pathway where we're going to have, I think, up to 12 different pillars of the markets. So everything from Forex to futures to crypto to ETFs, even alt investments. You know, we've got long-term plans of doing, you know, looking at the alternative kind of investments such as paintings or whiskey or wine and all these other elements as well. So we're really looking at going all in on all types of financial you know, instruments, how you might trade them, how you might invest. So you know, we've got really big ambitious plans to make AlphaBeta Lab the place to find out anything you need to know about the financial markets. So yeah, please do come and join us. We have a filter system, so all you got to do is if you're looking for a particular topic such as crypto, then it's one of the filters that you just click as a topic on one of the areas. So if it was, for example, the strategy bank, anyone that's posted something on crypto, you just click on crypto and it will filter those out and show you those crypto posts. So yeah, absolutely. Options will be in there as well. Yeah, all of it. If you name, in fact, I challenge you to name me a type of asset, and let's see if we've got it in there, because it'd be good to know, because then I can add it if we haven't got it. So
now you got me with the art investment.
Absolutely.
Now you really got me now.
Even whiskey investments, Anastasiia. I actually have a whiskey investment myself. I have a cask of whiskey sitting in a warehouse in Ireland, of Irish whiskey. So yeah. So there you go. So we're going to cover all bases. So Henry, yes, we can even do beards as well if you want, but I don't expect Anastasiia to join us on that one. So yeah, this the longer the beard, then maybe that makes you a better trader. I don't know. And swing trader, yeah, absolutely. Property is in there as well. Property is also going to be one of those investment vehicles that we're going to be looking at, and part of the wider pillars. So if I'm not mistaken, I was working on it last night. It's 12 pillars across the markets that we'll be looking at. And we're going to be building out an education pathway that covers all of those areas, looking at various different disciplines, like core disciplines, core skills, and also particular goals that you might have. So if your particular goal is based on that you want to get funded, right? So we're going to look at that. If your goal is that you want to master your mindset, then there'll be a way for you to curate your own educational pathway within the AlphaBeta Lab, using all of the different materials and all the different courses and everything else that we're going to be building out over the coming weeks, months, and years. So big plans. As I say, we are literally at the very, very beginning of this. We've just launched 2 months ago, so lots and lots to come. So now is the time to really get in and get in at the very, very beginning and be part of the growth. So yeah, psychology part, absolutely. I apologize. I wouldn't know even where to start in pronouncing your name, but most definitely the psychology part is a core fundamental part of that. So yes, we have got a course in the works at the moment, which has been produced by an NLP practitioner, so neuro-linguistic programming. A lady called Deirdre from South Africa has very kindly put that together for us, and we'll be looking to do closer work with her as well. We already have a course in the platform, which is Mastering the Monkey Mind, from Louise Bedford. So there's already a course in there for you guys to go and check out already. So absolutely, we do cover the psychology part as well. Will ABL eventually develop a mentoring program for the different investment arms? We haven't specifically defined it as mentoring, but it is most definitely going to be built around community. Essentially, the ultimate goal is to build ABL into the central place where people come to for education. And that means those seeking education, but also those seeking to provide education. So we really want it to be like a kind of a central magnet, if you like, for financial market education. So it's a very, very ambitious, big project. Yeah, it's exciting to be a part of it. But to specifically say it's going to be a mentoring program, I wouldn't want to stick to that. I wouldn't want to stick that in the sand and say, yeah, there's going to be a mentoring program in there, because it's going to be built around community, built around groups, and all these sorts of things. So we're really spending a lot of time trying to make sure that we provide a new way of education, a new way of learning. So yeah. Excellent. Glad to hear it. Swing Trader.
I did close my GBP after all, so it did go up.
You did?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It did go up. It says trying to close above the zone. The 5-minute candle for the first time closed above this volume. And as I said, I'm staying in the trade until it's closing above 32.96. So I got out of this with a small loss. I cut the losses. And yeah, still looking at the gold. And if it gives me a reversal confirmation, I'm going to be entering it for a sell. And for the pound, I'm only going to enter for a sell if we break this range down again. So if by any time today, the PPI, the FOMC, or anything else, the price is going to break risk consolidation through, I'm going to wait for the pullback and I'm going to sell it again. So perhaps I still can, my idea still can play out, but maybe it is just not the timing yet for it right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to place my alert here. And if at any moment it worked out, I'm going to be able to get back to the charts and have a look at this again.
Absolutely. Trader Joe, we are not the people to ask. You're best contacting the support team. Go to email help@the5ers.com and they'll be able to pass on whatever it is you're trying to suggest with them. This is, I mean, this is the kind of question that I think we could talk about for hours, right? And it's, in a way, it's almost impossible to answer, right? Because to give you tips on how to get a 1 million account for someone who has traded prop firms before just seems, I mean, we're talking about a potential journey that can trade for everyone in different forms and different fashions, right? I know you're on a journey right now, Anastasiia. We're waiting for we're eagerly awaiting your update on your 500 to 1 million journey that you're doing with the 5ers at the moment. But I mean, maybe you feel differently, but I don't feel that there are just general tips that you could give to somebody that are different than the general tips for trading in general. You know, other than maybe making a plan and kind of breaking that plan down. So rather than setting yourself a target of 1 million and it's all the way up there, you know, break it down into more kind of manageable, achievable chunks, and build it out as a plan as to how you get there. I don't know. What do you think?
I think it's also important to be able to determine the scaling plan, because all of us has a risk tolerance, specifically based on our own experience that we had before and the money that we used to make before and the size of the account that we used to trade before. So I think it's very important to be able to determine the scalable and sustainable growth for yourself, and not just get another account, or scale this account, because at some moment it's going to be an uncomfortable amount of money that you should be risking to continue to grow. And you will have to stay at the same level for a little bit, although we want to grow fast. We all want the quick growth. We want to get a quick account. We want to get it funded and get to huge withdrawals immediately. But at some point, we will have to stay for a while at the same level until the risk tolerance get adjusted and we can become comfortable with the amount of money that we have already at our account, earning it, withdrawing it, spending it, making it, risking it, and only then make a step forward. I think that's one of the biggest problems of traders, that they had been trading only on $500 account, and then they suddenly get a prop firm and prop account for like 100K, where their overall risk is 10K, and that's like 20 times higher amount than they used to trade on. And that starts, messing with your mind. You're like, okay, this amount of money I usually have earned in 2-3 months of work, or this amount of money is enough to pay my debts, my rent, and all of these kind of things. And you are start to be attached to the amount of money that you are risking. It becomes very difficult to sustain the same account, to sustain this growth, and to continue to grow as well. So I think it's very important to determine your risk tolerance and being able to press a break when you feel like it becomes uncomfortable.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hustle Hub, we can look at Ethereum, but none of us, well, neither me nor Anastasiia are going to tell you whether you should take the reversal, because it's your strategy, it's your decision, and you shouldn't be taking signals from anybody. You should be looking at it and analyzing it in your edge, and deciding whether or not you feel it is the right time. I wouldn't feel comfortable telling you about Ethereum because I've never in my life traded Ethereum. So I wouldn't be willing to risk you then coming after me saying you told me to do it. That's not something we want to do. Me, for example, I'm not ready for 7-figure account yet. Anything above 500 would mess me up. Yeah, exactly. So you've got to be really careful, and take it one step at a time. Gold, we've already looked at gold, Hamza. We've looked at gold multiple times. Gold is still within a range on the hourly. It has broken higher, but it hasn't necessarily given any clear indications as to what it's going to be doing. Gold, you've got to wait and see. Remember, you've got big news coming out in an hour, in 2 hours, right? So watch out for the news and how that's going to move things around, so you don't get caught out. Hustle, I will tell you right now, okay, for argument's sake, let me humor this guy, right? With a very interesting name of hustling. All right, so what's your question? Ethereum is bouncing from a channel pattern on the 15-minute time frame. Should I take the reversal? So if you're going to look at it at the higher time frame, right? Don't assume that you can see everything on the 15-minute. We have had a massive run on Ethereum, right? Now, ordinarily, you could say that this is a break of this structure, right? So could you be looking at a break and retest? So could you be looking at something like this and going higher? Yes, you could, okay? Does that mean it's going to happen? Not necessarily, right? And the reason I said that I don't want to give you an opinion on this is because I have never backtested Ethereum on my strategy to know whether break and retests would generally work. But if you were looking at a break and retest concept, then you would go from here to here and you'd be at the 6180. So yes, it looks like it could well be a buy. It could well be a nice opportunity to take a trade where you go enter here, stops below there, and go for the 50 there. Absolutely. Right? But if you take that trade and you've taken it because I've told you, hey, there's a trade idea, and it goes against you, what have you learned? What have you gained from that other than a loss? That's the thing you've got to remember.
To blame you as a result, Mike.
Yeah, exactly. And I've already had enough people blaming me for the bloody trades they took last week and blew their accounts. So hustle, if you want to take the trade, but you need to know for yourself. If you're asking somebody else whether you should take that trade, it either means you don't know your strategy and you don't know your plan, or it means that you're not convinced and you're looking for a reason to get into a trade.
Or you don't know this asset. This is also possible, right? Or you don't know.
Or you don't know the asset.
Backtested, and it's better to do it before you're gonna start trading this.
Exactly.
For example, I only buy crypto and hold it. I don't trade it, although I used to do it in the past. Completely not my thing. I don't like it. I don't quite understand it. It's not comfortable for me, so I don't do it. Right? You only will make consistent money and you're going to become profitable with the asset that you actually understand and it clicks. Like you're not like, okay, I'm gonna just flip a coin like Cian says in the comments, right? And go for a buy for a sell, but actually an asset that I know how it's moving, and I'm only gonna trade in this. Why would I trade something that makes me stressful?
Yeah, exactly. A few of you have asked about I blame you for offering excellent realistic advice and learning opportunity in ABL. Good. You can blame me for that. That's absolutely fine. Euro USD. I know several of you asked about Euro USD. Euro USD is just it's basically, if you look at what it's doing, right? It is basically sorry, not that one. It is creating this kind of arrow, right, of consolidating down, and it will break out either side of it. Okay. I believe it will push down lower, but it may take a time for it to do it. Should I blame you for addicting? Look, Hamed, I can only thank you for giving me your indicator. So thank you very much for that, mate. It makes my life a little bit easier with all those EMAs and SMAs that everyone asks me to put on the charts. So yeah. I would place a trend line, wait for a retest, then execute my buy. Yeah, that can work as well. This is the thing, guys. You've got to have your strategy, right? We can all show you how we see the market, but I see a chart and I look at it in a certain way, and Anastasiia sees something completely different. Victor will see something different. Jonatan will see something different. Everyone will see something different in these things. So you've got to go with what you see and what you feel comfortable with. So yeah. So guys, we are at the end of this segment with the wonderful Anastasiia. Anastasiia, it is always a delight to do these sessions with you. Any last words for the hundreds that are watching us right now?
You always make me completely, like to get me in a how to say it, like in a surprise. You get me by surprise every time you say it in the end. I should have already a set of closure motivating, things to say in the end of the stream for you.
We need these affirmations. We need these Anastasiia affirmations, So yeah, but
this is a week for the mental health week, right? In the ABL that we are doing. I'm also going to be posting a post about my experience and my journey. But I think it was a very crucial part that we talked about today. That besides trading, just make sure that you focus on something else. Make sure that trading is the way to achieve your goals and not the final goal. Because remember that it's not the thing that defines you as a person. It's just everyone loses, we all lose. No matter how many years you're going to spend on the charts, you're going to experience losing. And working on your relationship with losses, working on detaching your self-value from trading is going to help you a lot also to become consistent, to stop over trading, stop revenge trading, stop overreacting, getting extremely high stress levels out of trading day. So make sure that you have something to detach from trading. And I think this is just a massive also breakthrough that I had. It took me some years, but that was one of the biggest turning points in my trading as well. So I'll see you guys in the ABL. And for now, I will have to leave you for the ABL podcast, but I'm going to be joining in the next few weeks. Also, you, Mike. So thank you so much for the invitation and looking forward to our next stream together.
Thanks, Anastasiia. Guys, we'll be right back after this. It's Richie, Rich, and Victor.
How we doing, guys?
How you doing, boys? How's it going?
We're doing well. I cannot speak from you, Rich, but looking at your face, I'm sure you're doing great as well. I'm doing fine. How is everyone watching us today?
Rich, I reckon Rich has just come off from lunch. Rich looks like has been munching on something. What have you been munching on there, Rich?
It was organic, usually.
It was organic. I love it.
Granola and muesli.
Okay. All right, there we go. Yeah. There we go. Good stuff. For those of you who don't know what this segment is all about, this is the AlphaBeta Lab weekly live podcast where we take over the live stream. We don't look at the charts for the next just under an hour. We are talking about the hot topic of the week that one of us has concocted and devised for us to go through. It is totally unscripted. It is completely live. So we don't kind of have anything planned on this. There we go. We've got LJ as well in with us. Good to see you, mate.
Good to see you. I got wrapped up trying to code a algorithm. It's not working. And EA giving me hell. I was lost track of time. Yeah.
This is what
ChatGPT.
happens. This is what happens. Rich is working on algos. Jonathan's working on algos. It's a popular topic at the moment. But I mean, normally Rich comes into these sessions with things on the tip of his tongue, ready to drop great big thought bombs on us. But I'm going to start things this week because it's Mental Health Week. And because it's been, frankly, an amazing week so far with conversations that we've been having with Rich, with Victor, with Dirk, with Deirdre on the AlphaBeta Lab. We've had some amazing conversations of, what is the kind of the mental health side of things. This year, Mental Health Awareness Week, the wider theme, let's say, is all about community. And that's why it links really, really closely with what we're doing at the AlphaBeta Lab, because it is a community, an educational community that we're building out. It is entirely for free. So if you haven't already signed up, check the link at the bottom of the screen. You'll see it scrolling across. Make sure you're joining, and join over 1,000 other people that have already joined us as well in the last 2 months. But I want to talk about the kind of the community element of trading. And I want to understand from each of you, at what point did you discover that being part of a community was beneficial to you in your trading? Like, was there a moment where you thought, wow, this is really going to just raise me up to another level, that just you didn't expect coming?
If I may be the first one to begin with, it is when I started being more active with the The5ers, right? I am just a trader. Before that,
hang on, Victor. Sorry, you are not just a trader. I'm sorry. Let's just hit that one on the head right there. Victor is just a trader. I'm sorry. That is the most preposterous thing I think I've ever heard. Sorry, carry on, Victor. But no, you are not just a trader.
Well, I would like to keep my overconfidence in check. I would like to see myself as just a trader. Of course, I can look back on on a side note here. Of course, I can look back on my achievement, but my achievement will not carry me into the future. So I need to keep myself check and not be too overconfident with because you gotta be humble to the market always. You can be wrong. You will be wrong. And if you're too strongly minded, thinking you are this person or not, you will crash into the wall someday, one of these days. But coming back, thank you for those nice words, Mike, and that vote of confidence, by the way. When I started being more active, I was asked to come to the The5ers to be more active in the group, in the community, to share some ideas, some experience, and doing and that's in Discord. Actually, even before YouTube, I started having more knit contact and interaction with my friend here, Rich. And these interactions were one of the first moments where I start seeing, hey, he's in the same place as I am in terms of, grinding it every day, having great work ethics, and he has talents, a lot of talents. He has experience, right? And I can benefit from his experience as he can from mine. And it's a win-win situation. I always thought of myself. We discussed this on the when we were on the ABL not long ago, a stream where I said we are not an island. And I would think of myself always like I'm an island. I'm independent. I'm strong. I can do this. I don't need anyone. And that's good to think, because you gotta be confident in order to succeed and go forward. Have faith in yourself, things like that. But there's so much benefit and actually literally edge in surrounding yourself with positive, like-minded people that will help you, right? There's that saying, like, you become the person you surround yourself with. That's so true. So when I started, I'm not going to take all the time to say by myself, but that's when I started seeing that there's so much value in community. It is when I started being active in the community, in the Discord community with the 5ers, the Discord. And that only continued to be more so true when I started doing these YouTube streams. It's a win-win. And actually, I always say this, the collective, no single individual, I don't care how good you are of a trader, no single trader in terms of edge, experience, and talents overcomes the collective of the whole group. Yeah, the collective experience of the whole group. So we can tap into that. I'm just saying those are the I mentioned quite a few there benefits of being in a community.
Yeah, I mean, just the very nature in which you came into the community, Victor, is very similar to all of us, in fact, right? So how each of us have arrived where we are in these positions of talking to 700 people online right now about community, about mental health and all these sorts of things. My journey started in in being part of the 5ers community, trading and doing that for the last just under 2 years, jumping into Trade Delicious and into live streams with Rich, chatting to Rich, and then all of a sudden there's a mod position coming up on the 5ers Discord community, and Rich was like, Mike, you've got to put your name forward. I put my name forward, and the next thing I know, I'm a moderator. 9 months down the line, all of a sudden ABL is coming along, and I'm having a conversation with Alex about it, and now I'm having a conversation with Gil, the founder, about it, and leading the whole thing. So sometimes I feel as though community is something that we've all probably been guilty of taking for granted in the past, especially pre-COVID. I think pre-COVID community was kind of just assumed it was there, right? I think after COVID happened, when we were all in isolation, we were all kind of separated from one another, and you tie that into the divisive nature of politics and everything else in the world right now, people are desperate to find somewhere where they feel like they belong, because everything feels very jarring, everything feels very divisive and very emotionally charged. So then you can't help but find yourself drawn to somewhere where you've got commonality, where you've got something that you can all bond around and discuss that similarity. It could be a yoga group, it could be a swimming class, it can be a dog walkers group, it can be a trading online group, whatever it might be. But I do feel like since the pandemic in particular, there's been a shift in people's priority that they give to it, if that makes sense. I don't know. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, fair. I think so. I think you see that in the just how much. I mean, even if we talk about a markets component, like the inflation that's been higher, majority of that has all been through services. So it's people going out, having experiences with people, going for dinner, going to festivals, concerts, music, live events, all these kind of things, which exactly exemplifies that people were like, oh, wow, I actually really missed this when it was here and available. And the interesting thing is just how much that has actually sustained, and it hasn't dropped off. It's become a new normal for most people. So yeah, definitely.
And do you think that has come off the back as well of the, I know that it's a controversial topic, generally speaking, in the world of work, but the kind of the remote first model that a lot of businesses kind of jumped into during the pandemic, saying, oh, all of our people can work remotely, nothing's going to impact us, we can carry on as normal. All of a sudden the pandemic's over, and then you've got the likes of Elon Musk and others saying, no, everyone back in the office 5 days a week, we're losing productivity, we're losing connection, we're losing culture, this, that and the other.
The real estate owners don't like it.
The real estate owners definitely. I can tell you, coming from that industry, I can tell you they really don't like it. They really don't like it.
Commercial property.
You know, office space sitting empty is not what you want, because those mortgage holders, those owners have still got mortgages to pay.
And the value of the property is based on the amount of rent as well. So,
exactly. Yeah. So, but I mean, think about it from this perspective of when you remove yourself from contact from people, you tend to become more insular. You do become more reflective, but you're stuck with your own thoughts. And sometimes that's a good thing, but sometimes it's not a good thing. Sometimes that inner dialogue and that inner conversation becomes toxic and can spiral, right? If we look at where community sense came from, years and years and years ago, you had things like Neighborhood Watch, right, and that sort of stuff. And that hasn't really been around for very long. It's starting to come back, though.
Or even just neighbors in general.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
one thing.
I blame the BBC. I blame the BBC for getting rid of neighbors. So, you know, they should never have gotten rid of Randy Street.
The show.
Right? So,
but sorry, I used to run around in the street and stuff with, you know, neighbors and kids and everyone around, and you knew who your neighbors are. And no one seems to know anyone at all these days. No one's running around in the streets, you know, very rarely. It's more like teed up play dates or something from someone you know at school or something. But just the general sense of people around, like, I hardly know anyone that actually knows their neighbor. They just know there's someone there. They've seen them a couple times because you're at different, you know. I think that's definitely very much changed the whole family dynamic. Also probably comes down to a lot of those larger houses and stuff. A lot of the kids and stuff have moved away, and now it's just the parents, and they sort of settle down and things slow down and that sort of thing. But yeah, definitely. As far as trading community, just like Victor was saying, for me, it'd probably be The5ers, where it really something more substantive, I guess. Because I've always got had, you know, lots of friends, and that's sort of my general community. But especially as far as trading or markets or finance or economics, like, they have no idea. You know, they're just like, I have no idea what you're talking about, man. You know, so normally I don't bother, or you simplify it so much that it's hardly even descriptive, really. But if you put anything more, that they're just like lost. So definitely, within being in the The5ers space and the Discord and everything, and then now here all you guys on stream and AlphaBeta Lab and everything. That's where it's really probably taken off for me as far as the sort of trading side. Because in the past, it's always just been me doing stuff on my own, just because I've rarely met many people actually trading. Maybe, you know, I know some other people in finance or banks, and they do stuff related to trading or broker stuff, but they're not really traders per se. They're just kind of adjacent to the same kind of industry. But so
Rich, there's been a lot of wry smiles there in the bottom right hand corner of my screen. You came into this session, I remember you saying, I've got no topics, what do I do? Somebody's gonna you're gonna have to carry me, guys. What am I gonna bring into this?
You're not meant to tell everyone that, Mike. That's a secret.
It's fine. we can't always have the answers, Rich. But I've seen several wry smiles from you whilst Victor and myself and LJ have been talking. What's going on? Those cogs are turning. I can see the thoughts are coming thick and fast.
It was that nostalgia of listening to Victor talk about, like, the first time we started to connect, and I took my mind back, mate. That was moons ago. That was a long time ago that we were first communicating through direct messages. And I like what Victor said, that, you know, like, no one person can outperform the collective efforts of a group. So, like, Victor brings the skill and I bring the hair gel. I mean, it's like really sticking up today. It's like
it's a force multiplier, isn't it?
It's,
you know,
it's
like
it's a force.
1 + 1 equals like 3.
Yeah,
right. You know,
exactly.
Yeah,
and that sort of made me reflect on, like, the first 2 years of trading. I went solo. And I was like, no, the whole point of trading is I don't need anyone. I can just be me and my boss and the king of my own time, and no one's going to knock on the door and phone the phone and send me an email. It's just, I'm going to just trade, and I'm just going to trade my money, and I'm going to trade prop firms, and That's it. That's my end goal. And then after about 2 years, I'm like, why can I not get this bloody stone up this hill on my own? It just, I'm trying everything I can to just get this trading stone to budge and come out of the shade into the light and be profitable. And I started to think, well, maybe I'm limiting myself, and there's got to be maybe there's other people that can help fill in them gaps. So about 52 million YouTube videos later and a couple of courses, I started to use the 5ers community as a way to kind of put my ideas out there to see if other people would connect with those. And in the very early stages, it was psychology work. And Mike, you were saying often if we sit on our own for too long, we can digest our thoughts and feelings brilliantly. Sometimes we kind of overanalyze, we go a little bit too deep with it. So I ended up with all these cool ideas, and I'm like, well, they're your ideas, Rich, but you're not making money, you're not profitable. What does maybe a bigger audience think? And this was long before the 5ers community hit over 20,000 members. And so I started putting out these really long, ranty psychology kind of journal entries. And there would, to me, there was no chat GPT. They were full of spelling mistakes, no grammar. If you adhered to the rule of you had to take a breath every full stop, you would have passed out trying to read the thing. And I mean, they weren't written particularly well. But started to get some interaction with it. And then what I noticed is as people were interacting with it, I started to feel like differently to just my own thoughts. And I was like, hang on, how is this person helping me feel differently? I mean, it was because they were sharing their insights. So kind of full circle back to what you guys were saying about the collective efforts of a group. I was now able to sort of almost open up discussions that I was passionate about learning and have other people start to fill in the grains where I couldn't fill in on my own. And so I'm a massive advocate for community and using people as a resource. Like Victor said, if this guy helps me, maybe I can help him and other people. And that's why I think it's like the gift that just keeps giving. If you can be transparent and open and honest with people in a community, free of judgment, which I believe AlphaBeta Labs and the 5ers community does really, really well, you have some tremendous growth opportunities. And I think there's a time and a season where it's good to sort of like just pull back slightly and digest on your own the thoughts that you're dealing with. And then there's a time to come forward with those thoughts and almost refine it by fire and put it into the furnace and say, right, let's test this stuff into the market. Let's see whether my thoughts are just crazy lunatic thoughts or if they're an actual thing that's going to help me develop my trading. So yeah, I love the idea of community, and the 5ers I think was a place where I cut my teeth early on and started grinding out that skill set. And then eventually it got recognized where it's like, this guy has a bit of experience and he's willing to share it. And so much like many of us here, we came sort of through the 5ers community, become moderators, and then had an opportunity to start holding calls, which I believe we all do within the 5ers community and AlphaBeta Labs. And then there was, once your voice got heard, and it's like, that was just another platform to start battling ideas back and forth with traders. With some incredible traders join those calls, and the debates we have in there are really, really good. I believe we've actually got one later on today where Sol's going to be in there, and they're going to be having a conversation. And just after that, I'll be having a call in there as well. So they're just a really cool free resource for traders just to say, hey, I've got this thought. Let me hear what you guys think. And it doesn't matter if we don't agree, because it's an opportunity to discuss that stuff. So community for me has just been a tool that has opened so many doors that I don't think mentally I could have arrived at those ideas or conclusions on my own. So I'm a bit biased, but I'm massively an advocate of community and other people's insights.
Do you
another final part I'd add from what I was saying? Sorry, everyone's
good.
Sorry, I was going to say one of the other things with trading as well that I've found is that's hard, is, especially as other people. It's because you have to have people to trust, like especially if they don't trade, people that you can be candid with, which is very hard. Because especially if you're talking to sort of just the general person. I mean, one of the biggest things, even when you're out and you meet new people or something, or some event or a party, or just going to a bar or something, and one of the common things people always ask is, in generic conversation, like, what do you do, etc. And I often make up some nonsense or something else because typically don't want to talk about it, because one of the other further things is people get into like you know, it immediately goes to like, oh, so how much money you make, how much this, how much that, and then or they're trying to get something out of you, that sort of thing, and how they can, you know, so it's one of those things where you can't even speak openly because there is such a heavy money element to it as well, which really does collapse things down. So that's one thing. And then the other thing I would say as far as community, another one on the solo community thing, like you're saying, Mark, of like when you're in your own space and stuff. I've also found community in just from reading books, to be honest, like biographies and, you know, the life stories of other people of, you know, right from whether it's an autobiography or a biography written by someone else. And just you're kind of experiencing their life by reading all this and that, and you can kind of take and download that to yourself and kind of, you know, bounce off that as well. So I just thought that was another little interesting one that I've certainly played with as well. But yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No interruptions
You
at all.
never
No
interrupt.
interruptions at all.
LJ,
Victor,
you
go
never
ahead.
interrupt. Yes, I was gonna say besides the benefit, right? That's major. That's huge. The benefit of being surrounding yourself with other people and letting everyone complement each other with their talents and their experience. Besides that benefit, trading can be very lonely. And on this week where we have mental health awareness, that's, I think, is so important, because if you know, you don't need anyone to trade, in the sense that you only need your computer, and sometimes not even that. You need somewhere to see where to click, and you need some kind of a chart or, you know, something to get your information from. You don't need other person. You don't need a team. You don't need a company. You don't need, you know, to apply anywhere. So essentially, what happens is a lot of traders at some point, and maybe the whole career, is done alone. And that is great in many ways, right? You can have, if you're an introvert, that's going to be comfortable. If you need to be reflective, you don't have anyone interrupting your thoughts, that's great in many ways. But for your mental health, it's not as great. It's not that because you need interaction. We are social in our core as person. The dose each person needs is different. One person needs to be among other people all day, and the other one is fine with just a few little conversations. It doesn't matter, but you need your daily social dose. And being part of a community has that protective effect on your mental health. And that can be, it doesn't have to be a trading community per se. It can be your neighbor, what we just said. It could be a friend, a high school friend from way back. It can be anyone. It can be even virtual, right? Through
Your partner,
the internet.
significant other as well. That's
You
another
can,
good one.
yes, of course. I hope it is your significant other. I mean, I hope your significant other is also your partner, because otherwise it's going to be very difficult, right? So it can be different parts. It doesn't matter, really. Obviously, for your conversations to for the other party to actually understand and be empathetic, and perhaps even help you out with your thoughts, it would be great if they trade, or they're part of a trading community. But it doesn't have to be necessarily. It can be anything, right? Just listening already can be therapeutic. So I think that would be the second or another great point in communities. Not only the benefit, but the protective effect it has for your mental health.
Yeah, 100%. What do you think then, guys? Because, you know, if we look at the dawn of social media, right, which was well over 25 years ago now, right? No, not 25. Sorry, 15 years ago now. Let's say, right? When that all came in, it was all about connecting people, being connected to one another. You know, we've got all of these social media apps on our phones. Theoretically, we're as connected to each other as we've ever been, right? Mm-hmm. You know, you can jump on a plane and, you know, I could go and visit Victor in a couple of hours, right? Even though we're in completely different parts of, you know, of countries and you know, opposite ends of a continent. When
are you coming over?
I'll bring the coffee. But the point I'm saying is that if you think about it, where it was even the beginning of the 90s, right? You couldn't easily get around. Low cost airlines only really came in the late 90s, in the early 2000s, right? All of a sudden, we've got a really connected world, and yet somehow we're really disconnected. And it's because we're technology has consumed our attention to a point where we can't easily withdraw ourselves from it unless we really make a conscious decision to do it. But I'm curious as to why is it then, are we seeing the move towards community when theoretically we always had it? Does that make sense? That it was always there.
Yeah.
We always had this connectivity, and yet somehow it's only now because let's be honest, community in terms of trading and everything else, there are some great communities, but there are some really toxic ones as well, right? There are some really, really horrible toxic ones. You could turn around and say that, political parties are a community of some kind. Football teams, and if you support a football team, that is a community, right? It's somewhat tribal and what have you, but it's still essentially everyone having a common interest, a common value, whatever you want to call it. I think the challenge is, how do we make sure that the good communities that provide value stand out to us, and the ones that are not worth your time and are going to do you more harm than good? How do you cipher those out as a trader, right? If we're talking about trading communities.
Yeah, I think
sorry, LG, before you jump in, I was going to say, here he is. Jonathan's in. He's obviously got something to add to this as well, so over to you, LJ.
Hello,
Jonathan, you're gonna have to sit quietly, Jonathan. I know it's going to be hard.
I think as far as what you were saying with the interconnectivity, with the internet and stuff, and that's what it was when it first started, right? It was really great. I think the trouble is whenever these sorts of things get commercialized, and it started really blowing up, right? That's sort of what ruined it all. What are you showing us, Jonathan? Oh, is this just Stream Deck?
His mute button. He's muted.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah, anyway, so yeah, once you commercialize these things, I think that was the, sort of distortion. Like, you used to have all the old forums and all sorts of that stuff, and it felt really close. And it was really organic. And there wasn't direct ways to monetize and all these kinds of things. You didn't really have algorithms pushing certain things. It was fully people posting stuff, and then the people deciding what floated to the top by how much they interacted with and all that kind of stuff. And now it's kind of something else decides what floats to the top, which is through interaction, but the interaction metrics are distorted, where you've got highly emotionally strung things filter to the top, just like how news stations at one time were informative and news oriented, and now they've become these weird distorted entertainment machines, which just all about rage bait and all these kinds of things. So I think that's the distortion, and hence as well there is you're always still online communities and stuff, they're great and they have part, but there is always still that like human element where people still like, you need that sort of like contact point with like actual real people, the physical world, etc. And so that's why I think a lot of those things are popping up further, and you've even got the Run Club thing across the world seems to have blown up everywhere, stuff like that, right? It's also one of the things where people go on about VR, which will be in between that, because you can kind of be in there and it is a semi more physical, but I don't think it's going to be this like player one thing where everyone just lives in there, to be honest, because of some of these elements. There'll be a huge swath of people that enjoy it for a bit, but you really want the other stuff too. So, yeah.
Jonathan, welcome.
All right, guys. So we have something pretty cool to announce here. So what if you guys watching had the chance to win a 60K high stakes account, or a 20K high stakes account, or a 10K high stakes account? Would that be interesting? Now let me know in the comments if you're interested in winning accounts. A yes or a simple no in the comments, because we're doing a trading competition, quite a big trading competition, where number 1 will win a high stakes 60K evaluation account. Number 2 will win a 20K high stakes account, and number 3 will win a 10K high stakes account. What's really cool about this is if you go to the The5ers hub, you can do that. All of you can do that right now. You go to hub.the5ers.com. I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to be sharing my screen while I do so. You can see here on the screen right here. Okay, so no screen. What layout should we be using? Oh, it's Mike.
Hey, it's Mike.
So this one. Let's try that one. Nice. So you can see right here in the The5ers hub, my program's 0. But the interesting thing that we have here at the top is every week we have a new contest. And it's not only about the first 1, 2, 3 to win. Everyone in the top 100 is going to win, and you have a chance of winning every single week. So every Wednesday, we're opening up a new contest. All you have to do is go in, log into the hub, click this little thing right here, the banner that says every week we have new content, or you can also press the contest in the left tab here. So we're clicking that one, and you can see right here that it's a loading. No, it's a new tab. Share this one as well. That one. All right. So upcoming right here, weekly. This is the one. Starting on, it seems that it's starting, next Wednesday starting. So all you have to do is go in here, sign up, make some money, win some accounts. It's pretty awesome. Like the top 100 wins, you're gonna win bootcamp accounts or hub credits. And the hub credits, you can kind of watch you can look at the if you win a hub credit, it's almost like getting a discount on an account, because you can use those hub credits to buy an actual account, and it's every week. So every single week we got contest for you guys. We just launched this, and we already have 1,300 people signing up, and max is 10,000. And we dropped this a couple of minutes ago, so the seeds gonna get sold out quite quickly. Should I join this one? Let's see. Join now. What happens if I click join now? Okay, I got I'm speed reading this. Yep, read it all. Agree. All right, hold tight. We're gearing up.
Guys, this is an example of not do as I say, not as I do.
No. Yeah, you should definitely read all of that. I mean, we all do it. We get that window up. It says that we all read the text, but not live. When we're live, we don't have time to read it. But definitely read it all. Okay, so I'm not going to start installing stuff here. But okay, so now I'm in. What about more details? Look at that. Look at that. We got it's all right. It's not even. We get all the way down to 10th place. You can win high stakes account all the way down to 10th place, and then on the 11th to 20th wins a 20K. Wow, this is pretty good. Now this is good. Right, you can win, and then at the very end, you can win hub credits for Trader Pool. Which kind of tells you a lot about the differences between stock traders and forex traders. It's like that's pretty cool. We got the leaderboard right here. No one's making money. I'm all the way at the bottom right here. Now I'm gonna be trading these ones. I'm gonna hopefully if I win an account on this, I'm gonna give it away live on the live streams. Man, this is pretty cool. We got the EAs right here. Okay, the rules: EAs are not allowed. That is slightly problematic for me though. So I guess I'll have to actually trade if I'm going to be doing this. So yeah, okay, nice. It's really cool. And that's it.
Should have read the terms and conditions. Like Henry was saying.
Well, I got to talk to Saul about that. I haven't really, but now it's kind of the news is out there. I'm already in the competition. So it is what it is. If I win, I'm not gonna win. But can I be in the top 100? Probably. What if I win Trader Pool hubs though? Like I don't know what to do with those.
You gotta trade
okay, I'm.
That's what you gotta do.
Well, nice. This was the big news. Yes, that was the big news, and I think it's actually quite big news. We have a lot of people talking about
It
when's
is.
the
No, that's
next
massive.
competition.
That's massive.
Yeah,
There have been
Massive
a
news.
lot of
Weekly
people
as well,
asking for
weekly.
competitions.
Some good prizes.
yeah, a lot of people.
Yeah.
A lot of people asking about that. I mean, most other firms, they do like monthly. We do weekly, you know?
Yeah, go big or
Okay,
go
I'm
home.
going to leave you guys to it. You had a nice discussion before I came in, and we'll leave you to it, and you can continue your discussion. I'm going to be back later, guys, with Pedro after this session. And yeah, see you guys later.
Thanks, Jonathan.
See you, man.
No, that's LJ. That's not me.
What have you done, Mike?
I'm not doing anything. This is all Jonathan. This is all Jonathan. Honestly, my God, he comes in here, just ruins all of the vibes and everything. Nobody knows what's going on anymore.
This is
My
like,
goodness.
bull in a china shop. Just comes in.
He's-
Just
He's like the Tasmanian devil, just comes whirling in. Honestly, oh, dear.
That's really cool.
We
though,
do
to be
love
fair.
Jonathan.
That is
It is
good.
amazing.
That is good competition,
amazing.
and weekly as well is very cool.
Yeah,
That's some good prizes as well. So.
And
Yeah.
let's be fair, it does link into community, right? You know, it does link into the concept of community. You know, of being part of something. Now, the competitive nature. This is a bit of a what I would say a turn away from the norm for the 5ers. Because traditionally the 5ers, you know, for example, Abe is adamant that he doesn't put payout, for example, channel into the Discord because he doesn't want to create FOMO and you know, this kind of sense of comparing myself to others. So this is something that, you know, that the 5ers have thought long and hard about. And, you know, it is something that people have asked for. It's, you know, it's been requested a lot of times in the suggestions channel in the 5ers Discord. So, you know, again, it's a testament to the power of community, right? You know, is that whether it's a, you know, a Discord community for a prop firm or whether it be something else, enough people want something, you know, you can collectively achieve it, right? And I think that's something that you know is easily forgotten. You know, we kind of sometimes feel somewhat powerless to things. But going back to what we were talking about in terms of the positives and negatives of
Hold on, Mike, can I just hop in just one sec? Because I want to be the guy who's like totally boring here. But there is a hidden superpower with what Jonatan has just shared with us, right? Imagine you could get an account every week, totally free, compete amongst your peers, and you have that as a free training account potentially. And you have the chance of winning prizes. So often, and I will hold my hand up with this, when I see competitions, it's like a red flag to a ball. I get pretty excited and I'm thinking, we've just got to try and beat Victor. And it's probably never happened and it might not happen. But when I see these competitions, often what happens is I'm going for first place. And first place, people who are in first place have clearly gone for first place. And I leave myself questioning, how much good trading would it take to get in the top 10 or the top 100? Now, is there an alternative way that we could use these accounts? Yes, we take part. Yes, it's a good bit of fun. But just before you compete in this competition, ask yourself, if there's a free lesson to be had here, what do you want to take away from it? Because it just seems that to get caught in like a binge loop on a weekly basis of sending accounts trying to hit big prizes, I'm sure it's great fun. I'm sure there's a huge dopamine rush to be had. Is there a way that we can also do that, but overlap it with something that could be helpful to our longer term growth as well? It could be gambling with the risk management, but still trading your plan. And I know these competitions are actually very difficult to continue trading my plan. I get lured into the excitement of wanting to try and catch the next massive move. And do I stick to my plan? So a big milestone for me, and absolutely, I'm going to be signing up to it myself. And if I win, I'll give away an account as well. But the idea is, can I trade my plan for a whole week with full aggression in competition style? Like, that would be a personal milestone. So there's little things that we can do to see, like, we can get value out of these accounts as well, because they are great fun. But what we were talking about earlier with community and kind of using other people as a resource, using their ideas, these accounts, like LJ was saying about reading autobiographies, we could look at these accounts as a way of extracting value. Maybe there's value we need. Are these accounts a way of doing that for free in a safe environment that's not going to hurt you if you get it wrong, whilst having fun? I know it's super boring, but it's just something that I was thinking of, like, how could I use this as a tool to level me up even further? Free resources, they're always the best, providing we can internalize that it's still an important thing. If they're free, often we don't give them the respect that they could deserve, and there might be an opportunity there. So I just wanted to bring that up as a bit of a thought-provoking
Definitely.
Yeah,
I agree. Especially if
yeah.
it's weekly, like you can go through doing it this week and say maybe you don't get right up the rungs. Keep that data, take note of the data, have a look back on it, come the next week, and then keep iterating and see how you can get up, and you probably will eventually get up there. So if you take it serious and actually try to do exactly what you're saying, Rich, and take that analysis, you will get something really valuable out of it. So,
absolutely. And I think if you can set up a kind of a disciplined routine that at the end of the competition, before it all shuts down and finishes, make sure you download your trades from MT5, right? So you've got that data, so you can go and look back at it, because obviously the 5ers aren't going to keep those accounts running indefinitely. They're going to be demo accounts or whatever they are that you can use for the competition, but they're not going to be something that's then going to sit there that you can go and revisit 3 weeks later or 4 weeks later or a year later. So I think that's a great approach, Rich. I personally find, a bit like you, competition is a bit like a red rag to a bull, right? It's like, okay, gloves come off, here we go, let's go full tilt on this, all right? And then normally what happens is I disastrously fail miserably, and I think that's in a way that's almost part of the challenge, isn't it? Is that, like, look at it. Okay, there's 1,000. I think it's 1,000, if I'm not mistaken. 1,000 places on each one. If you've got a position for 1,000 people and the top 100, you need to be in the top 10% to get something from that. Now that might seem like a lot, but when you think about the people, think about how many people there are like me who are stupid and will go full tilt and then blow the account, right? And then think about how many people there are like Rich that are going to be sensible and are going to really try and take this as an educational pathway and actually try and trade it like a real account and take it as a learning lesson for that week. If you put yourself in the kind of percentage wise, how many of let's say the 1,000 people, how many of them are going to be stupid Mikes? And how many are there going to be clever Riches? Right? There's going to be a far more stupid Mikes than there are clever Riches, right? Which therefore, by default, gives you a greater chance of being in that top 10%. So, I wouldn't say it's boring at all, Rich. I think it's very, very wise words. And it's why we love you so much, mate, because you bring that perspective that we all need, including myself, to not be so gung-ho, murdering accounts and murdering builders and all sorts of stuff that I tend to do lately. So
I think contest is huge. Which trader is not competitive? We're all competitive. I haven't seen a trader that's not competitive. I haven't seen.
I think you need to have a bit of that
exactly.
As a trader. Even if you're doing longer term stuff or swing trading or investing, there's still that little,
Yes, you're competing at some level, right? So you are a competitive. So in terms of entertainment and experience, it's amazing, I think, having competition, because you are entertained while you're spending time on the charts and you're competing, you're pushing yourself to the max. You can learn a lot from it. You can stress test your strategy or your mental mindset, I mean, all different good thing, different good aspect of it. One little thing though, and that's what Mike is mentioning, it has its his like other side, which you need to be, if we're honest and open about it, you need to never forget that that's not the real world. It's a competition, and you act differently in a competition than you should and will and should trade on your actual account, right? As long as you can keep that distinction clear, then yes, all the way competition every day if necessary, because I love competition and I'll do it any given moment. And I think it's great for community building. It's great for many things, but we need to keep that present, that it is a competition and it's not real world, in the sense that, please do not think, okay, if I did this in competition, I'm going to be able to do this on my actual account.
Victor, I think you misunderstood me. I was referring to the stupidity that I just generally have on my trading.
No, I wasn't referring to you necessarily.
I trade as if I'm in a competition every day. The competition is against myself, and I'm losing.
A little side bet might be going on here between the team here. We might have like a little quiet competition in the background.
We need to. I think we need to. Guys, I mean, we're coming into the last 10 minutes of this segment, and given the fact that it is Mental Health Awareness Week, given what we've been talking about with regards to community and stuff like that, there were some prompts that I posted into ABL this week just to try and trigger some thoughts around, getting people thinking about it, getting people just to put some thought into their conscious efforts towards their mental health, right? So what I wanted to do was I wanted to kind of just pull up some of those prompts, and then you guys can just tell me whether there's any in particular that really stand out to you as ones that you want to really talk to. Today's was the reset ritual. So what do you do? LJ and I talked about this morning. What do you do to kind of help you wind down after a tough day of trading? That was today's. Yesterday's was about wins and losses, and it was about what's the one experience in trading that genuinely shaped how you view yourself. And we had a great conversation with Victor on the ABL stream yesterday morning in regards to that. Tuesdays was what's one mindset shift, phrase, or internal reminder that helps you reset when you're under pressure. And the first one, which I feel is kind of the most poignant, is who's someone inside or outside of trading that's helped you stay grounded, especially when things weren't going well. We talked about it earlier. LJ was talking about it when you meet people and they don't know about trading, stuff like that. Who is that person? Is there somebody that helps you stay grounded, especially when you're maybe hitting that losing streak or what have you? So those are some of the thoughts that I was trying to trigger within ABL this week. Would love to know if you guys have any particular thoughts on any of those prompts.
The good little angel on my shoulder that stops me from getting rid of this cat, That's the biggest one. God. Testing me though. I'm being tested by the other side,
If you want to know why LJ is referring to a cat, you've got to join ABL. That's the only way you're going to find out about the cat. Okay, this is a very, very, very expensive cat. It's a 6-figure cat. Let's put it that way. This is a 6-figure cat. So if you want to know more, you've got to join ABL.
Bloody ridiculous, honestly.
In terms of the experience that it shaped us, I kind of feel like milestones. Like we hit these milestones as a trader, and what surprised me is how many milestones I would hit and still not find profitability, and then how many more milestones I would hit. And it was like every time I told myself, this is the milestone, I've just had this clicking moment. I thought it was like, as a trader, I only need one milestone. I only need one clicking moment. And then I look back and I'm like, hang on, no, I've been here before. This smells familiar. This tastes familiar. I've had 9 clicking moments now. And then every time it was like almost like a chiropractor, just slightly adjusting and aiming me a little bit more towards the path of best practice. And I've spoken about this before, that like for me, trading isn't about becoming this perfect human being. It was about just plugging up enough holes in my boat to stop enough water coming in that I can just about become profitable. And I always refer to being profitable as earning a bit more than I lose. And I think traders that earn huge money just do exactly that, just on much, much bigger accounts. Now, obviously there are, nuances to it. There'll be some trading edges that are better than others, but I'm a walking example of how 70-80% is good enough. We don't have to strive for absolutely get out of bed on the first breath when the alarm clock goes. There's days where we like to lay in for 10 minutes. There'll be other days where, traders say, how do I completely eliminate FOMO? Well, we're human. There are certain things that we'll never completely eliminate. And it's like, well, can you control that 90% of the time? Because most of us, we could just be a small adjustment away from being able to walk straight. And so the kind of moments in my trading, which was the thing that really got me sorted, was not one specific event. It was a compounded, the compounded results of multiple specific milestones. And the beauty of this is I have been through dozens and dozens of milestones, got profitable after probably 20 milestones. And then since then, I've been through probably another 50. And I don't know how many more wonderful milestones there are. And it could be someone new comes into your circle. It could be you learn a little bit more about macroeconomics. It could be you just find a tiny nuance on how to read a candlestick. It could be you learn something about risk management. And so for me, there wasn't one crippling or amazing success. It was a compounded results of just years of small little clicking moments. And then eventually I found myself just floating and earning a little bit more than I was losing. And I was like, wow, I didn't really change that much. I just kept trimming the fat off and trimming the bad behaviors, which is kind of, I guess, I thought there was one thing I needed to know to make me profitable. It was a series of just constantly refining and tuning and shaving and shaping and clicking and molding, and eventually become a little bit more profitable than unprofitable. But LJ said success is not linear. So I thought once I had these clicking points, the next one, it'll be a straight line to the next point. And it's sometimes we take steps back.
And you're just still plateauing and you're like, hang on, I've done all these things and yet I'm still on the same level. Why is the altitude not risen? But then all of a sudden you get this one more or something and then just pops, right?
Yeah. And it could be like a financial ceiling. Maybe we get a funded account and we've got all our processes locked in, we've accepted risk, we're okay with that. Then we get funded and it's it feels like we've had a step back because now all of a sudden there's a pressure that we didn't experience. That's our next milestone. It could be a personal financial cap that we reach. I remember a trader talking about this a long, long time ago, saying they reached £100,000 personally and they couldn't get past it. It was a mental ceiling that they just couldn't become this six-figure trader. And then eventually they burst through it and just continued up. So there's always going to be milestones from my experience, and embrace them. And I say embrace the suck, but embrace that time where it's I feel stuck. Why? This is your learning opportunity. And as long as you're not stuck on the same things you've been stuck on in the past, then you're trampling new ground and you're making new progress and taking in new sights as well. But it's not always 3 steps, next milestone, 3 steps, next milestone. Yeah. Sometimes it's 40 years of wandering around in circles. And then it's oh, now I've hit the next milestone. So just, I guess, kind of an expectation of what my normal looked like, and maybe whether or not it's something that you guys have been through.
I always think as well, you got to work really fast in the near term, but have a slow goal. So you want to go really fastly slow, right? Or you could put the other way, really slow.
Really confused me,
right? Yeah.
There's a great phrase. There's a great phrase. Sorry, just to that point, less haste, more speed.
Yeah. Yeah. So or the same thing, how near term you want move fast and break things, like the classic tech, saying in Silicon Valley. But then you want to have a very long-term picture of 5 years, a decade, 2 decades that you're actually working to. But in the interim, you're trying to, make progress, scramble, really, test things out. But also you're kind of chill because the ultimate goal is 5 or 10 years away. And then that allows you to take that pressure, that angst off that needs to happen now. And you've got that really long runway. I do that sort of blend of thinking across a multitude of things. I lift weights, it's for my health and athletic ability now. Strength, I enjoy it. It happens to give you certain, physical aesthetic benefits as well as health and all that stuff too. But the long-term view is actually so that I'm in a good state once someday I have kids 20 years down the line from now. And that's actually the true ultimate goal. And then so you get this blending of two things that then complement each other in the near and long term, and kind of harmonize that. And that's sort of a way I try and, you're trying to set yourself up where the deck is kind of stacked, where near term what you're doing is a win, later is a win, here is a win, and it kind of all just fits that way. So yeah,
it's like invest into skills that your future self will thank you for. And I've heard it explained as depth perspective or depth perception. Most people believe that short-term goals are long-term goals, or long-term goals are short-term goals, and they have the wrong depth perspective. And so what they do is they set out on a task and they say, right, this is going to be a marathon, but it's actually something they could have achieved at a sprint pace and got it away from them, and vice versa as well. And always that always sat with me, and it was like, okay, what do I want to take from this lesson, and what pace do I need to go at it? Because I just want to do it efficiently. And some tasks, trading, perfect example, is not a 30-second task of dusting a desk. It typically takes years to hone that craft.
Yeah. Or like using a car analogy for you, Rich, as well. It's like the, you know, the smooth is fast, right? When you're driving a car, or like a race car or Formula One car, right? Smooth is fast. So you're not trying to just belt the thing. You also got to be steady, and that's actually quicker around the track. So,
yeah, there's a lot of jerky traders out there grabbing the wheel and just
and trying to step on the pedal with full leverage. You know, it's not going to work. So.
Exactly. Guys, that is it for our weekly podcast here on the Fiverr stream. It is the ABL podcast. We will be back again this time next week as well. Every Thursday we do a 1-hour session. We'll be coming back shortly with more market analysis. Victor, are you sticking around for that, or who have we got doing that? Is that you?
No, I'm gonna come back in about 1 hour.
Okay, so we're waiting for Jonatan or somebody to jump in. All that leaves for me to say is we got Pedro jumping in a minute as well. So all it leaves for me to say, guys, is thank you ever so much. Make sure you jump and join us on the AlphaBeta Lab later on this afternoon as well. Over on the 5ers Discord, you're going to have an exclusive session with Saul, the CEO of the 5ers. So make sure you check that out as well. In the meantime, we'll be back in a couple of minutes. LJ, Rich, Victor, thank you as always for your candor and for your companionship and for your commentary. Always a pleasure. We'll see you guys next time.
Thanks, guys.
It's Pedro. How you doing,
What's
Pedro?
up, Mike? I'm good. I'm good.
How you
How are
doing,
you
my
doing?
friend? I'm good.
good.
I'm good. I'm in a cell on EU.
You are. That's a good one then.
I thought so.
Because it's it's moving down then.
So
Which is good.
yeah, it's going nicely right this very second. Look at that.
It's dropping.
Yeah, it looks good for some sells. It's linked to a wider break and retest that I had on the hourly. We broke this structure. Actually, let me tell you what. Let me bring up my screen.
It's better.
And you guys can see what I'm talking about. So earlier on, I was talking about this kind of contraction down, this kind of triangular
It's still
contraction
my
down.
chart, I believe. I think it's still mine.
My apologies. There we go. I was talking about this triangular contraction down, and we broke out of it. So just as we were breaking out of that area, I was just keeping an eye on it, and we'd bounced off it one more time, and then it was then just here where I saw this candle here is kind of like, okay, that one looks interesting. But then it was this one here, this candle right here that I saw on the 1 minute, and I thought, okay, this is one where we want to start moving down. On the 5 minute, we had then this construction in terms of the candlesticks, suggesting that price was ready to start moving down. And sure enough, it has now started selling off, which is looking very, very nice indeed. We have come into a little bit of support on the 1 hour. We've come into this wick, so just need to be careful now to see how it reacts, because it has pushed down quite a bit, breaking down there. But for the most part, it looks good. We'll see. It hasn't quite. I mean, it's hard to look at it from a perspective of, okay, it might rebound off here, right? We might find this engulfing from earlier this morning as a key support area. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case, but let's see. We'll see how it plays out on the 1 minute. That was an impulsive move down. We'll see. There was nothing really for it to take, so my hope is that it's going to continue pushing down. And we'll see how that plays out. Looking for targets at around about the 11200 mark. So yeah. What have you been looking at, Pedro?
Yeah, that's a good analysis on the euro dollar. I was also potentially looking for shorts. Actually, I wanted to see it a little bit higher. Just bring my chart as well. And
absolutely.
Before I go into it, just to say hi to everyone. So I hope you guys are having a great day. So yesterday on the euros, we also I noticed that we did manage to break this structure, right? And on the dollar index, it moved to the upside, or it broke a structure to the upside. And with that, I started to look for shorts or potential shorts in today's trading session. But in reality, I was trying to see if price would get a little bit closer into something in here, basically fake out a little bit of this highs, which unfortunately never happened. Price just popped in there, and now it's moving lower, and it could potentially continue to move down. I kind of agree with you. That was a nice entry, a confirmation that you saw, and I like your target. Like, basically, this is the next level that I'm looking to see price eventually moving towards. So it didn't reach my level, so I'm not involved in anything on euro dollar, but it can just not really just go. Move towards direction. You mentioned your target is 112, something like that. 1, yeah, something like that. Yeah, somewhere in here. Yeah, it makes sense. I was looking I've been looking basically out this week for shorts on the indices, NASDAQ mostly, S&P as well, if there was something in there, and there you go. I've been catching the small trades, but the bigger one that actually happened basically overnight. And it happened overnight, so I did miss the bigger move in here. So even yesterday on the Portuguese live stream in the evening, we were talking about it. The scenario that potentially price could have some kind of reaction from this level around here. Basically, after price created this top in here. We talked about it, a potential move in there, but again, this happened like 8, 9, 10 p.m. I was no longer in front of the charts for sure, and this one then reacted to it. And to be honest, my entry could have been actually somewhere around here, but this happened like 5 a.m. in the morning or 4 a.m. in the morning. Like I was like in my second sleep or something like that when that happened. So yeah, price already made that move, so we managed to break here new lows. I'm going to waiting to see if we're going to have another move a little bit more higher before moving to downside. Yesterday was literally starting to scream a bit about sells on the US indices. Basically, you can see that price tried to go up, it's get rejected constantly, and it has been so bullish in the last few days that it looks like it's almost screaming at a potential retracement before potentially finding new buy orders. So I'll continue to look for that later on when the US Open starts again, and we'll see what will happen, and if price actually has a deeper retracement back into this level or not. But yeah, that was actually the trade that I've been waiting yesterday. Basically, I waited yesterday all day for that kind of a move, but ended up not happening at the time I was awake or in front of the charts. Yeah, that was one. S&P actually ended up respecting somehow this level. I was waking a little bit higher. I know some of the guys actually managed to catch some shorts in here, so good job on that one. But yeah, S&P has been the one that I've been mostly looking at in the last few days, and I'm going to continue to see what will happen in there. The dollar and the dollar pairs. I'm starting to be aware of them. after a few weeks that I was not really paying attention to. And yeah, the same way that the dollar can continue to move a little bit more to the upside, with the euro moving to the downside as well. And I'm going to be, if the euro provides any good short, I'll try to find a short.
Right, what's up, guys? What's up, Mike? Pedro?
What's up, Jonathan?
Hey,
Welcome
J-Man.
back.
JR is back with us. How you doing?
I am good. I'm good. Good. You had a trader interview, very interesting interview. Pretty cool, like had that interview, and he has like 40K payouts, and his first payout was like, $8,000, and we talked about how he worked a job, got like $1,000 or so in salary, and difficult getting by, and then got funded, getting payouts after payouts, and you started making a lot of money. So yeah, that was really, really cool, and you can really see the that happiness in his face when he talked about the payouts.
I can imagine. I think I'd be pretty happy as well if that were the case. Gents, I need to run. I've got a new hard drive to install on my machine before it collapses on me.
right.
So I'm gonna love you and leave you, guys. Great to see you today. Make sure you join the AlphaBeta Lab as well, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
Take care.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, now that's great. When you are doing the interviews, I started to do a few as well with some Portuguese or Brazilian traders to listen to their stories.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it's great. It's great to see the way they speak and the emotions that they feel, kind of when they go back to that feeling of getting the first payout, or what they're doing with the payouts.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
What are we
good.
looking at today?
Looking, it can be euro, gold, indices as well, like anything. I was just about to comment on gold. Yesterday, Claudio just passed as well the first phase of the challenge, or got funded. First phase of the 10K challenge. So congrats, Claudio. He mentioned that he was looking for a potential long straight away at around 3,140. I think that was something like that. I mentioned a little bit more, but in reality, price ended up respecting that level that we're looking for. Nice move on gold. I think we are still bearish, to be honest. I think price eventually is going to continue to move to the downside on gold, but for now, price is retracing. Of course, we do need to break at least this structure to think even higher. So kind of this previous high here, and then we do have the other level in here that price can still respect as well. So we'll see how price may react from here, or then from that zone as well, that can still continue to push gold further down. But overall, this was a nice level. Previous level support resistance, also from the left side. So this second, a nice reaction here as well. Nice little reaction for anyone that got this long position on gold. Good job, because it was a nice move.
Very interesting moves on gold that hit a perfect support level. I think if gold is still bullish, then this is that's the level where you want to be buying. You want to be buying that area around 3,120. That's a level that I've talked about for a very long time. I mean, probably since the beginning of the month, at least, we talked about how that's an important level if we do break that. And looking at the I'm going to be sharing my screen here, and we can look at our views on gold here as well. And if you look at you look at the daily here, we can start by looking at the weekly. There's a lot of things here I don't really care about removing them, so we'll just have to look at this. But if you look at the weekly right here, this is obviously the move we looked at as sort of a parabolic move to the upside. Now, what we're seeing right now, actually, let's remove some things here. They're not really useful for this analysis. But what we're seeing right here is something that is similar to what we saw in November. Right here, because a lot of people, you had that move to the upside, you had that major breakout when we broke above this resistance. We came up here, and now people are looking at this and they're saying, well, this is pretty much a parabolic move for gold. If we'll go to the replay bar, you know, you have something like this. And we've broken above a level that we have not broken above since, I mean, we have not traded above that level. We were confined below this general area. First time hitting it in 2011, then coming up again, 2020. And then, of course, in 2024, 2023, the beginning of 2024, we broke above that level. Now, we're looking at this, and I'm thinking, if you're looking at this on a weekly, now you're looking at gold and you're saying, this is a strong move. We probably should see a retrace to the downside. This is almost parabolic, right? But what happened? We had 2 consecutive weekly down candles down to what I believe would be some type of daily support level around this area. So we go down to the daily, look at that. Had a top formation, broke the lows down here, and that was the that was the low. And if we move forward the replay tool, you'll see that we had another breakout, and now we're hitting the level where we are currently. If we remove the replay function here and we go back to the weekly, you will see the similarities between this structure and this structure right here. Everyone's thinking that gold has put in the top, which I would say that I'm thinking that as well, but I'm also open to the idea that this could just be the same scenario we had at the end of last year, where we came down, hit a good daily support level. You can also look here on the daily. Not only is a good support level, but if we add the fibs here, you will see that the low came in almost perfectly on the 0.702. Right in the middle of the reload zone right here. Perfect retest right there. So if this daily candle can close like this, a pin bar, I would say that, is it a pin bar? Yeah, it's I don't know. Man, I should know my candles by now. I did a test. I did a mock exam for CMT because I got it coming up in like 3-4 weeks now, and I failed on like the most simplest thing, like marking out the difference between, what was it? The difference between a hanging man and a hammer. And I got them confused. So now I have to remember that a hanging man is obviously hanging from the top. So that's a hanging man. That's a top pattern. And a hammer, like I would like to think that a hammer is something that's like you're pounding on something from the upside, right? But no, the hammer is like it's a inverse hammer. That's on the upside. Anyway, so what candle this? Well, we could definitely say that it's a somewhat of a bullish candle, sort of like and bearish candle. Doesn't really matter. What matters here is the shadow or the wick to the downside, telling us that there's a lot of buying pressure in this area. Looking at the 4 hour, we can clearly see here that we reach a local resistance area right here, reclaiming that one, and we might hit like this general area above. So looking at gold right now, I'm bullish. I think I'm definitely bullish on gold because it has printed a very nice low here. Look at the 1 hour. That is just a perfect bullish engulfing candle on the 1 hour. We also have a higher low right here. So if we can start to build some structure here, going from that level to that level, I think that is the that's the trade of the day if we can get that one for gold. But then if we reach that level, yeah, that's maybe the time to go short. I don't know, but probably.
Yeah, it is a good reaction. On a bigger time frame, on the daily time frame, we did manage to break important structure for the second time. Like, broke the walls for the second time. I like where price is reacting right now. That's kind of what you mentioned, but I could still see even going a little bit more close to 3,000, close to 3,000 to be honest. 2030, 2020, which could be a little bit lower. So we'll see if gold is not going to be bouncing between 3,000 to 3,500 for the next few weeks. Indeed, I think that the trade you mentioned for today, I think that could happen if we do manage to break above that top. Price could eventually go a little bit higher towards the next direction that you mentioned. So that's going to be something to pay attention, and yeah, that there is a possibility for that trade to happen. As long as it breaks this top. So yeah, and could happen as well. Like if the indices do go down a little bit more today, maybe that can be you can see gold moving upwards until eventually the indices may go bullish again, and then maybe see gold going down again. They've been quite nicely correlated actually in the last few weeks. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one to see.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got S&P 500 right here. What are we thinking about S&P 500? We see that we broke a range area right here. So if we look at the 1 hour right here, obviously we had a good breakout on Tuesday. So we had, that bullish, that gapped it upside. The weekend gapped it upside on Monday. Monday had a very bullish volatility coming on Monday because Chinese and Americans just all started liking each other, and then on Tuesday the move continued, started to build a range up here, and now what we're seeing is a break below that range and an almost perfect retest of the previous range, or the breakout area right here, which I would say is probably the Asian range, or well, not only is it the Asian range, but the high was created during the Asian range. So Asian range. So I'm looking at this as sort of, that doesn't really matter. It's a range, and then up here is a range. Now we broke down from that range, hit that range high as support. Looking at the 15-minute, this is a beautiful reaction right here. If I would be watching this at this time, I would be taking a trade based on that 15-minute candle right there. That's a really good, that is a really, really good candle. And are we going higher? I don't know. I feel like we have any news coming up. Yeah, we've got retail sales coming up in about 40 minutes. PPI, 40 minutes on that one as well. That might be a catalyst. Will we go to the upside or downside? Obviously, we don't know. But looking at the daily, yeah, we have reclaimed a beautiful support here for the S&P 500. I think the indices are technically bullish, but it's a big move. It's a big move. We probably see a calm down of this move in not too long. What do you guys want us to look at in the comments? Let us know in the comments. What do you guys want to look at? We got Euro JPY. Let's take a look at Euro JPY quickly here on Oanda. Why do I always say Oanda? It's not like, doesn't matter. Trading on Oanda, but I'm gonna switch. I'm gonna stop trading with Oanda. I'm going to IC markets. If you're watching this IC markets and you want an affiliate, reach out to me. And I'm very expensive though, but reach out to me. I'm gonna go over to IC markets because yeah, like it's not working with Oanda. It's just not working. And you know what? You know who bought Oanda? Just saying. Competitor of us bought Oanda, and now it's just getting stopped out at weird places. I'm telling you. No, but so I have, I got my EAs running, and they're like on the 5ers hitting like some of the orders. I'm getting an alert on Oanda. That was weird to say, and so I'm getting an alert, and I open up Oanda. I'm like, okay, I'm filled on this trade, and then I go to the 5ers and I'm like, okay, I'm not filled on this one because obviously I got filled because of the spreads, right? I got widened spreads. I got filled, not filled on the 5ers, and then I look at Oanda, it hits stop loss. Now it doesn't hit stop loss on the 5ers because I'm not even filled on a position, so I'm getting filled on trades that I'm not supposed to be filled. So now when I'm developing the EAs and doing the back testing, I have to look at what brokers I'm going to be trading on. And when looking at certain brokers and adding the spreads and the slippage to the back testing profiles, not really that profitable. And then you look at other exchanges with better spreads, much better performance. So the broker that you're using obviously is super important. And the best trading conditions that you can get is right now, either if you're an institutional trader with a large amount of capital where you can go straight to the market with no brokers, or e-traded prop firms, especially the 5ers, because we do have the best conditions in the market. It's interesting. It's an interesting scenario to be in today with as a trader, definitely. But yeah, we're looking at Euro JPY on the daily. I'm seeing definitely relative strength here. What I'm seeing right now is one fake out and one potential real breakout. I'm watching that first one as a fake out, okay, and especially also with the gap down here we had on Monday. So this tells me that it gapped down because of the fundamentals on Monday, recovered, and now we're hitting that level again. So what I'm looking at here is I'm looking at a bullish market. We got the uptrend like this, right? That's the uptrend. And if we add the fibs here, I wouldn't be too surprised to see us hitting the 50% here. Yeah, so we're hitting the 50% here, and this level is right between the 50% and 0.618. So on the daily, I'm bullish. Looking at the 4-hour, okay, the 4 hour is not as bullish because it's a big move to the downside, but this is, I'm watching this as support, and I think if we have some type of bullish reaction to this level, could be something like this, then I would be willing to take a long trade here on the Euro JPY. What are your thoughts on Euro JPY, Pedro?
Yeah, you can share my my chart a bit. Yeah, so Euro JPY, it's actually finally on my radar after almost maybe 2 months of all this nonsense, the price action that we had in here. This was actually kind of a missed trade, and this is what happens sometimes when you don't look at the chart for so long, that when you looked at it again, you see that it reacted from a valid level. So the way I looked at it, more in this higher time frame, we had all these highs in here. Basically, price finally came all the way to here to fake out this level of resistance that we had. Like, we had so many highs in here that price reacted from. Even just before it created this fast high, it even reacted from it one more time, attracted even more sellers into that level until it finally reacted. But the thing that I like the most about it is that none of these highs actually reacted from the initial supply that was in there. So all this supply in here that was created, that managed to break all these lows in here, it was left behind. So price never reacted from it before. Right, so we managed to break out this level from this move in here, maybe reacted from the lower edge, but the extreme of the supply never really reacted, and that was fresh, and that's actually where price ended up reacting yesterday, or whatever the high was created now recently. Okay, so if you extend that line in there, you see that price reacted from it perfectly, to be honest. What I'm seeing in here is that I like the fact that we already even broke this low. Okay, if you are thinking about in terms of trapping people into the wrong price, and if you see this strong level of resistance, and when you start seeing price kind of breaking structure to the downside, you can imagine that more people were interested in selling in here one more time. Okay, and even if you go into the war time frame, you have maybe another break of structure in here, you have this top again still respecting underneath the other resistance level, and you have more people being interested in selling again. So you can imagine where everyone is placing their stop loss, to be honest, which is basically above the top, above those highs in there, which is basically where price end up reacting from. But yeah, this could have been the entry for me personally. Maybe there was even on the war time frames one in there, but that was 1 in the morning. And then when price finally makes another manipulation, which is basically creates a strong range in here, goes down and then fakes out this level, right? Perfect. Yeah, that's a beautiful move that eventually price tends to react back into something in here. And price reacted actually at around this level. It was really good. I didn't see it on time. And I'm actually even pondering if price by any chance kind of comes back into here, if I'm going to look for sales again. I'm going to be thinking about it. If that's happened, depending on where actually this low or the low created on the end is going to react from. But looking a little bit more into the bigger picture, maybe one of the levels that we need to pay attention is maybe somewhere around here. I actually would like to see this euro-yen maybe even taking this low and getting somewhere close to this level. However, we already broke this low in here as well, which potentially price can even just continue to move to the downside and even take this low and go somewhere else before moving higher. Okay, so for a bigger target in here, potentially we can even go all the way. Maybe we can take all the liquidity from below these lows and kind of react from this potentially demand zone in here. Or even go all the way and just literally clean everything in here and even go lower. But it's important to look at one zone at a time. Okay, I'm not going to be looking already for those bigger targets. For now, I think I would like to see actually price take this low, come somewhere in here, and potentially start retracing. But yeah, euro yen is a little bit on my radar. If you just take into consideration or something to give more confidence on this kind of a move, we can look at yen index. Okay, we talked about this. Yen index reacted perfectly from these lows. So if the yen index is respecting perfectly a level of support or this demand zone and is moving higher, then we have all the other yen pairs moving lower. And that's basically what happened when price created actually this bottom. All the yen and so on. So that we had a good move in here. So we have the yen pairs moving to downside, and then you can maybe coincide as well with the euro dollar or euro index in this case. Should be expecting still the euro index to continue to push lower or not. If the euro index is moving lower, maybe euro yen can also continue to move a little bit more lower. At least it can be bearish euro. In my opinion, I think it can happen. I think we did manage to break this low in here. I think eventually euro index will continue to move a little bit more downside. It's respecting this level, so it's moving to downside a little bit in alignment with what euro dollar is doing. But we'll see, because preferably my favorite scenario to be actually for the euro index to go up first before moving down, but it can just continue to go down after breaking the structure, retesting, and potentially just continue. So if the euro index does want to continue to move down, if the yen index does want to continue to move higher, most likely we have euro yen continue to move a little bit more to the downside. But on the yen index, I'll be looking at this level. Maybe there's a little bit of a reaction to expect as soon as we close this gap. So we'll see how price may react around this level in here. But yeah, euro yen, it's finally on my radar. I'm going to start paying attention to it. Actually, I was going to set up an alert just to know when price is getting closer to that level. Yeah, which is nice. And that's basically with the remaining of the yen pairs as well. It was a nice move. It was another nice fake out. Like you can see basically where the yen pairs reacted from. Pound yen, good fake out of this top, start moving lower. Euro yen as well, nice fake out of all that structure, and then starts moving lower. It's actually, as a reversal trader, that's one of the best levels to look for some moves to the opposite moves.
Right, thank you for that, Pedro. Great analysis. I like how you're using the yen index as well, something that not a lot of people are looking at. And welcome, Victor. How's it going?
Hey, Victor.
Hi, guys. Yes, I'm doing well. Yes, I yen index is something I haven't talked about it, but I do use it. The thing is, I don't trade the yen pairs that much, but it is just like the dollar index. The yen index also can give you another insight, a more composite idea of what all the different pairs are doing, and when you're looking at this, which pair is actually embodying what the yen pair is doing, and that could be the best pair to choose if you're doubting about which pair you should be trading. Currently there is there's a contest. Yes.
Yeah, I want to show you guys something because I'm gonna have to take a quick break because yesterday I had this bad migraine attack, and the day after I feel like I have like a small headache the day after, and if I don't take it easy, it usually gets worse. So with all these, all the lights and everything in the office, it's quite bright in here. So I'm gonna take a quick break, but while I do so, I want you all to go to the hub, The5ers, hub.the5ers.com, and you can see up here that we have contests. Every week we're gonna have new contests. So The first 100 people in these contests are going to win prizes. We do them every single week starting on Wednesday. So the next competition is starting the upcoming Wednesday next week. You can go in here, click the banner or click contest here in the left menu, and it takes you to this site. As you can see, I'm signed up, and we got 2,500 people sign up with a max of 10,000. We just dropped this about an hour ago, and we already have 2,500 people sign up. So make sure that you grab your spot. This is interesting because what you can win here is the first place wins a 60K high stakes evaluation account. Second place, a 20K high stakes account. Third place, a 10K high stakes. And 4 to 10 wins a 5K high stakes account. While the rest of the 90 wins 11th to 30th place wins a 20K bootcamp. 21st to 80th place wins a $5 hub credit, and 81 to 100 wins $5 in trade the pool hub credits. Go in here, read the rules, and sign up and trade against others in the community. It's going to be really, really fun to look at the progress. We're going to be updating you throughout the progress of these challenges as well. All right, I'll see you guys a little bit later, right?
Okay.
Perfect, Jonatan. Take care.
Take care.
All right, let's put a graph here, since otherwise we'll be kind of speaking blank. How is everything on your side, Pedro? Is it hot where you are? Last couple of times you mentioned that you're enjoying the summer. For a better description.
Yeah, it's true. It's the way I call it is that the summer in the UK, at least around Manchester, is maybe from April to June, and that's it. So if you want to enjoy summer after June, or it's like from July onwards, you need to go somewhere in south of Europe, let's call it like that, which is great. Since I'm Portuguese, maybe I can go back to Portugal during that period, or Greece as well. But yeah, aside from that, yeah, it's nice. It's a bit fresh today, but it's sunny, which is beautiful. Yeah, just good energy when it's sunny outside, so that's perfect.
Yeah, back to Boa Lisboa.
Boa Lisboa, exactly.
Yes, the Vinicius, one of our regular members in the Discord as well as on the YouTube channel. How are you doing, my friend? Vinicius is a pillar in our community. Always there, always interacting with us. Thank you for being so active. So we have a couple of questions here. One in particular about euro. Where could it go down? Where do we think it's going to go? I think you were talking about euro, or was it euro yen? You were talking more about euro yen, right?
Euro yen.
Euro yen, yes. Okay. Then we can certainly talk about it. Well, we're going to discuss euro dollar any case, because euro dollar and gold are the two pairs, and the equities. But basically, excluding the equities, those are the two pairs that everyone every time wants to have a different an analysis or a tip about it, because it's all eyes are on them, and it's for a reason. The euro dollar is in the forex land, it's the most liquid pair, right? That's where the most volumes are executed, transacted, so it makes a lot of sense. That's where also the best spread is, right? EU and GU, these two. All right, so let's look at let's start right away with that. We let's go to euro dollar to look at the higher time frame, just to get an idea where are we in the greater scheme of things, right? So we did have a little encounter with that order block on the daily time frame, which is an entry order block of a bearish reversal on the monthly. And you actually can see how it's not a coincidence that price comes very quickly. It goes there, it gets to that area, and voila, like magic, it starts going the other way, right? That's this order block presumably doing its thing. Will it reverse completely and act as a entry order block for the bigger quasi? That is, I don't think the jury's still out, because it hasn't created. Let me move this a little bit. That 100% is obstructing our view a little bit. I don't think it is so clear. There you go. I don't think that the price action on the higher time frames are telling us necessarily it's a rejection. So far, it's a retrace within a bullish impulsive move. So you automatically, you would assume that this impulsive move will have at some point a continuation to the upside. That's the weekly time frame. Obviously, we discuss this. We do discuss this as often as possible. But we are currently we failed at holding that breakout. The breakout that I'm talking about is that dotted line, yellow line, where we broke out of it. Looked very bullish at that time, and we capped that until that was no longer the case, and we came back for the retest of that breakout, which currently stands as a fail, and probably that's the best conclusion we can draw from current price action, right? It failed holding that level, so it's likely that it's not going to. Let me put it back, because I think it's good. That yellow line is a good line in the sand for the higher time frame to know, are we going lower or not? Because as long as we're below this level, right, below this level on the higher time frame, it looks weak. Yes, the market structure is bullish, and yes, it will probably pick up and have another go at the top, but the market will be perceived as weak, meaning it's going to have a preference of going lower before actually resuming its uptrend. Okay, so that line on the chart, that yellow dot line, is important. It's standing at it's a fixed level, so it's always standing at 12.75.7. And basically, as long as we're below that, we should be considering that lower prices are in store for us until new structures is formed. On the daily time frame, what do we have? We do have, you see the same thing, obviously, but with more granular detail. And what we see is that there is nothing to the left side to support price currently. And price is not able, right? If we zoom in, let's do it a little bigger, so you guys at home can not have to squint at the screen to get the information. We looked to the left, right? There isn't anything to stop price. So as long as the price isn't creating bullish structures, engulfings, outside bars, telling us that something has changed until that day or that time, if it even comes before hitting the next level, we're going to assume it's going to continue in its path. Meaning, yes, it can go up for a couple of bars, but eventually it's going to come down and continue until it hits something. There's only two things that's going to happen. Either it hits something or it starts creating bullish structures. It will not go up without one of those two things. And we're not seeing any of them happening yet, right? Price hasn't reached this level yet, and it's not creating in this time frame any structure. Maybe today will be the first day, right? There is a potential bullish order block being created here, but you got to see the whole context, right? You got to see the whole picture. The greater picture is that this possible bullish order block being created, possible engulfing and so a bullish order block being created. Where is it happening? What is the bigger picture here? What is the market telling us? It's actually a very bearish pin bar, right? Look at the size of that wick, right? Look at the ratio of the wick with the rest of the body. That's, I'm pretty sure without measuring it, it's more than 75%, right? It's more than 3/4 of the whole range, meaning not only it's a bearish candle, right? Because it closed lower than it opened, the wick tells you that there is massive selling happened on that day, right? So the fact that today it closes above the open of yesterday, making it a bullish order block, a place where, you know, buyers are telling us they're coming back to the market. That's only one side of the story. The other story is the previous candle was very bearish. That's one thing. But where was it best? Was it reacting to, was it randomly in the market, or was it actually reacting to something clear, something obvious? And it is the latter one, right? We created this order block before, we came back when it's still fresh, and that's where we have that huge rejection that I'm talking about. These two arrows indicating the candle, right? So what do I see on the higher time frames? We failed that breakout. We're currently below that 1275.7 level, meaning that on the macro level, the market is going to be perceived as weak. The levels of support or the demand zones are much, much lower, and we haven't created anything yet. And the current candle, or actually the previous candle, is reacting very bearishly to a supply area. What does all of that tell you? It means that, you know, buyers are not taking control. It tells you very loudly that the sellers are getting ready for more pressure down, right? It can change. Yes, it can. Today could end up higher. That will create a first order block, meaning we will have an order block here, right? And we could have very little retest into it and start going up. If we get that, that could be a beginning. But we're so far from that yet. It hasn't happened. So we can't use that in our analysis, in our probabilities yet. Yet we need to wait for it to happen before we can act upon it. So far, we can only act on the things that have happened in the past definitively, right? In the past, it's already definitive, but things that have happened definitively, meaning this candle at that area, breaking of that failed on the higher time frame breakout. If you add all these things, the meter is still in favor of the sellers, meaning that we should be looking for, as a swing trader, you should be looking for a short, right? Because that's likely the easy path to your profits, at least for the coming days until it changes again. If we go, let's go deeper. Even though we do have that idea or expectation that until it breaks this level, that's the neckline, this level, you're going to be favoring lower prices, right? The market is telling us it wants to go lower. So far, where we are currently, there is some structures on the H4, not the daily. H4 meaning for today, we could be looking for a long within a more bearish, higher time frame bias, right? So you got to be flexible. The fact that I'm looking for a long here, and I am, it's depending on the time frame. Yes, I'm looking to go short within this area, right, which is this. I'm looking to go short within this daily order block. My drawing scales are not to be copied. This is the daily order block. I'm looking to go short there, and also especially I'm looking to see if there's something on the H4, which is that order block. It's not fresh. It's not part of a quasi, so I'm not going to be using it as a signal. But that's where I don't have any other we don't have any other structure to pinpoint and align our setup. So basically, I'm looking to go shorts there. But currently, we have been creating, the price, not we, price has been creating some very interesting structures below us. We had a order block from yesterday that failed. Yesterday, I was looking to get a long here. Actually, I was in a pound long that got stopped out, which is normal. And today we have, another bullish structure being created, and we're currently actually two of them on top of each other, which is this is the outside bar and the much broader order block here, right? Both of them are telling us that at this level, in any case, the buyers are coming in. Okay, So I'm looking for a long there, and it's not on the euro dollar. It's not panning out yet. It's not signaling at all. Initially, I'm looking for a long from in this slither of area, but it's not showing for two reasons. Maybe, well, actually, I don't know what a reason is, but maybe for two things could be happening. One is it's not gonna bounce from that area, reverse from that area, or it hasn't happened yet. Okay, so if you go to the 5 minute, you can see that they clearly, by closing below that area, that it basically resets all the quasi that we had in here with that close, right? Meaning that it didn't signal, right? So I'm very patient with my entries and waiting for price to actually tell me when it is ready to reverse, not subjectively, actually close and form those structures that I can see, and it doesn't depend on my opinion or anything. So what I want to see here before I start thinking I'm gonna get a signal is that I want it to break that level, right? So the level is currently level is 1.1196 to 1.1196.2. If it breaks it, right, just with a wick, doesn't have to be a close on any time frame, basically, right? And I can start looking for a possible reversal. This would be the head, of course, and wherever it is would be the top of the structure. And this would be the left shoulder right there, the head, the left shoulder. And on its way down, we could be getting a long signal, perhaps from, let me see, that's the whole area. It could be something like this or something else that will pop up in the future, right? So if that were to happen, I'm very easy. It's going to be from another higher place because it's going to break the neckline first. If it does that, then I'm looking for an entry in there, and I'm going to be targeting, this little fella here, this order block on the 5 minute. Actually, that's not completely true. I will be targeting the H1 to begin with. That will be the easy target right there. If it were to happen, right? I don't mean to say that I'm there yet. We're not there yet, but if it were to signal, that would be something that I would be eager and waiting for to signal, and I'll get in, right? So that's one thing. Remember, it is a possible long within a broader short bearish market. So as price gets in here, I'm gonna switch back. I'm gonna be looking for the short, right? And that short, because it aligns with our higher time frame direction, I will be looking to hold that longer, right? That could be something that I hold overnight at least, and perhaps even a couple of days, because those moves are not gonna be, sometimes it happens in 1 hour like this one, but most of the time that's not the case. It needs time to mature, and it's not gonna fall out of the sky just like that. At least not very commonly, not very frequently. That's one thing on euro dollar. And let's see if there's something in the chat to react to. All right, so and we have news coming up in 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, 7 minutes. Yeah,
7 minutes. It is the PPI retail sales, unemployment claims. So we can expect some fireworks on all dollar pairs, gold included. So if you are if you have any position, you need to be aware that your positions need to some babysitting at least, if not completely be taken off the table, right? You don't want to be hanging, have risk hanging loose, and you're paying for the consequences. One thing, there is a pound area where I wanted to gonna go quickly to it. I'm not gonna do the whole top-down analysis just from the H4. We do have an area here, which is the outside bar that was created, and it's very nice that it was created on top of a daily order block. Look at that. So that makes it, look at this, right? We're interacting with that daily. Yes, I do know we have a daily short as well, so it's kind of tight, but it is what it is. We do have a bullish order block on the daily below us. We are interacting with it. And from there, while interacting, we created this H4. It says H2, but it's an H4. Let me change it because that's going to confuse people. It is an H4. H4 structure that also doubles as an H1. Look at that, right? And we came there first time. I'll consider that the immediate retest. And this is the actual first retest. So this is tradable to me, valid. I do see the bearishness in the market. Look at that order block being created right there. That doesn't sound right. While where it is supposed to be going long, it's creating bearish structures. And actually, look at that reaction. Look at that reaction. Look at that wick, right? That tells you something. It looks like it wants to go lower. So you'll have to watch out with this entry a little bit. Keep your stops very tight because, if this breaks, it's clearly we're going to have a continuation from this impulsive move we had before. So, but it is a great area. If we do have the H4 posing or aligning up for a long, the only issue I have is, of course, the news is coming out. So I wouldn't be taking a trade here because, news can change things completely. And maybe that's what it's waiting for before crashing down and continuing lower. What else? Let me go to the lower time frame to see if we have something. Yeah, this is the area that I'm going to be looking. If it wasn't for the news, I would have been long already. That area for a long into at least this area. But I don't think that is the actual TP. Let me see what it is. My TP would be going basically all the way to this area, right? So unless we have something else. So it's about 3 minutes to the news. It could be something, personally, I would go with, let's put it at 10 pips, although that's a bit high in my opinion, but it doesn't matter. Even if you have 10 pips of a stop, we're talking about, from that area, we're talking about a very nice, handsome 8.9 risk reward to risk, right? So that's that's what I wanted to share with you guys. But I would be very cautious with the news. Definitely, it's going to, it sometimes with the news it goes right in your direction, and you say, "Man, I should have taken that trade." But that's only the minority of the times. Most of the times it wicks on both sides. And it takes you out and then chooses, and no matter where it goes, you're already out with your stop loss. And sometimes it even goes the other direction, as you're the opposite direction, not the one you expected, and it totally slips you. Doesn't slips you to hell, but it's gonna slip you to a painful place for sure. There's that reference to a failed place where I'm not gonna mention. All right. For those who know, who know it. Let's see in the chat. All right, I see some in the background, some TP getting hit on Kiwi Yen. I didn't talk about that, but it's always nice. Who here doesn't like the sound of TP being hit? It sounds like music to our ears. All right, let us know in the chat, guys. You're enjoying this? Let us know. That's your best way to communicate with us. Your feedback through the likes. Hit the like. If you don't like it, don't hit the like. But if you do, hit the like. I would say hit the like both ways. If you do it and you don't, still hit the like. regardless if you like it, it's gonna be fine. Okay, 1 minute and 30 seconds. Is there something you want to be looking at, Pedro? Maybe the equities while the news comes out, or would you like to stick to the euro dollar? What do you think?
On the equities, I hope it goes up just to try to find sales. That's basically my hope, because I didn't manage to catch the short yesterday. It was in the morning, to be honest, overnight that it happened. So let's see if it goes up so it can drop again. We did manage to break good structure in here. Eventually we can go further down. So I think that space maybe open. It's just where from, right? It's going to drop already from here or somewhere in here and drop. or it goes to go a little bit deeper, maybe even fake out the top before moving down. We'll see what will happen. It's in 30 seconds, so yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, let's put it on the minute. On the minute, so we can see all the action in great detail, 4K detail. We're going to be looking at the release of the news. If you are watching this on your PC, maximize, zoom in.
The second
so you can, so you don't miss anything. Seconds, indeed. See all the raw movement of every tick going up and down. I'm just kidding. I'm just getting ready for getting excited. 1 second. Here we go. That's the movement. Let's see. And EUR had a little push to the upside. There we go. I had some TP being hit right in that movement. Nice. I'm pretty sure I got some positive slippage there.
What's the
Brian Kipritich, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, your last name, but Brian, EU is a buy. This guy told us 4 minutes before the release of the news. I think he has some inside information. What do you say, Pedro? I think this guy knows his game. He knew EU was going to go up. Look at him. 4 minutes.
Yeah, he knew the report, the inside information for sure.
Beforehand. Brian, next time, come again to our show and give us these tips, because they are golden. For sure. We have one question here. Where is the 5ers headquarters? The 5ers is based in Israel, right? In Israel, but we do also have an office in the UK. Awesome. What else do you guys have in the... Let's see, we have... all right.
There we go. Indices are moving a bit upwards as well. What was the data though? Okay. PPI minus, it was negative. Interesting. So it's actually moving lower instead of higher. So no risk of inflation in that regard. Retail sales 0.1 as well, so it's slightly better than expected. Unemployment claims that doesn't matter as long as it is between 220 to 240. Doesn't really matter that much. But they're going to have Fetcher Powell speaking. To be honest, I didn't know this. 10 minutes. So he's going to be speaking in a conference in Washington. So maybe there's going to be some volatility in there, because the last time we spoke, I think China and the US, they haven't yet made some kind of agreements. So it's going to be interesting to hear what he has to say, and how he sees the market after this strong bullish momentum to the upside in the equities. So and also after the inflation report that came out on Tuesday, that was slightly lower than expected as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what Fetcher Powell's. Is there going to be any questions though? That's the point.
You mean questions during the conference, the press moment?
Yeah, because if it is kind of just he's reading a statement, kind of just to open a conference, maybe it's not going to be that interesting. But if it is kind of then requires kind of more of a podcast or interview where there's someone asking questions, that's where he goes deeper into the topics. But yeah, NASDAQ going up.
Do you follow these press conference, Pedro?
Sometimes you can watch them on YouTube, so kind of the live stream on YouTube. It could be interesting. Sometimes they actually may share more in these conferences than what he actually shares on the FOMC meetings on the press conference, because that journalist kind of attacking him or kind of asking questions a little bit hard, and when he's actually more relaxed, he has a kind of sense of humor as well, the way he speaks about the economy. Sometimes actually shares more than during those conferences. Yeah, we'll see what. I don't know if it's going to be any kind of broadcast of this or not.
Yeah, I don't follow. That's why I'm asking. I don't watch these news, and I'm sure there must be some kind of some edge there, by their facial expression, by how they react to perhaps the unscripted questions that these journalists ask them by seeing if they are uncomfortable with the question, or they're, I don't know, they are at ease or not. You could maybe read something into what their intentions are and how they feel about certain topics they want to avoid, or go into the elaborate on, and that you can then translate that into what are they likely to be doing next, right? And I'm sure you can find some way of if you connect all the dots, have some kind of edge. But I'm totally not there. I don't do that, and I only look at the only facial expression that I follow are the ones of the candles on the chart.
which is a kind of the combination of all the facial expressions and every word that is
exactly. I would like to think so. It is the consolidation of all facial expression of everyone who is actually relevant to the price of EU or whatever asset it is, right? It's basically our intention right there in the open. So I would like just stick to, we are at least I should speak of myself. I see myself as a technical trader, technical analyst, and that I should stick to what I know best, and I do watch them with curiosity, and I read up about these events, but my edge doesn't come from looking in their eyes and watching what they do, or trying to interpret their moves on or off the screen, the cameras. All right, so what is you already read the news, right? What the numbers are, right? Did you go through it? I think you did.
Yeah, I went through it. So its PPI was negative, which kind of shows that there's no increase of prices, kind of the opposite, which is good. When you have this potential situation with tariffs that could increase prices. Something that I'm going to pay attention on now, the VIX finally is coming back down. So basically, the last time it was here, it is when we start having that big rally on the VIX and kind of a big sell-off on the equities, and it's back at its level. Like, so the last times that the VIX has been trading, or it's been around this, not trading, but around this 17, 15, it managed to go up, and that's basically the indices end up doing the opposite. So I'm actually curious to see eventually when VIX comes back into this level. I even have this one in here. Maybe you can even use kind of order box or demand zones in here. Sometimes it works. It's kind of nice. So I'm actually curious to see how eventually it comes back to this level. I'm expecting that maybe we have a little bit of a move to downside on the indices. If that happens, with the VIX maybe going up, making a move like this.
It may seem like do you use the VIX as an asset or as an indicator?
Yeah, just indicator, right? This is just to measure the volatility, and you can see like it's not that often that we have spikes like we had last month. This is COVID, like this is unique, but even if you look back into 2008 and even 2000s, no, this is actually 2000. Second, let's go backwards. This 2008, kind of around COVID, but then like everything in here is something really desperate. But as you can see, recently, actually, when anytime we kind of get back close to this 15, 14, we kind of have a spike. And this is a little bit of when there is so much uncertainty. For example, I was waiting for that move in here. You almost could trade it kind of as a price action. Like we broke the structure to the upside, kind of we came all the way back in here, and then this could have been a great long, right? But I don't really trade this, right? But you could trade this using the indices. You could use the indices. You could trade the indices using this information. Nice piece of price action. Let's just call it like that. To wait moving here, March to April until that moving there, which was nice. But yeah, I'm curious to see. Maybe we can have a little bit more of bearishness on the indices whenever you get there, and you start noticing that the indices are starting to slow down. Right, so that's something as well that you'll see.
Yes. So how would you trade the VIX going up? Let's say you trade equities. how would you, what would you do? How do you convert that into a trading idea on the equities?
Yeah, it's 1 second. Let's just April. 1 second. Where are we? We are here.
In the meantime, go ahead. Do you need more time? I can go to EU.
Yeah, just this. Like, for example, if we look at the, like, this is 25th of March, right? That's basically what I was talking about,
okay.
like looking. It's basically that's when the VIX kind of bottom in here. Okay, so the 24th, 25th of March, and which kind of, as soon as it gets closer to this level, I can start thinking about potential shorts, especially if my bias is still short on the indices. Okay, so basically we had this massive move to downside, and then we have a little bit of retracement, and price is actually approaching a good level. So now it coincides where maybe the indices are. In regards to the chart, I'm still bearish. Price broke kind of relevant structure to the left side, and now I see that VIX is approaching now a good level. I kind of already dropped enough that maybe it's a good level to start spiking up again. Due to the out uncertainty, most likely are going to have increased volatility again, and most likely we're going to see this move to the upside. Like, again, just using as any other kind of correlation chart that you can take advantage of. In here, and when it gets to these levels, like this is so high, it's quite unique to see it spiking at that level. Then yes, maybe this is now the bottom on the indices, or kind of at least somehow some kind of bottom on the indices, and you could expect some kind of retracement or move to the upside on the indices when you do get to these levels in here. So around kind of the 4 of April, 9 of April, something like that, which coincides a little bit with the bottom on the indices in here, like 4 and then 9, like basically. So it coincides a little bit at times, which is nice to see. Like, if my opinion, like if I would consider that this is a good level to short on the bigger picture on the US indices, and I see that the VIX is actually really low, and it's maybe about time to maybe go higher again. Maybe that could reinforce me to actually go even bigger, or kind of look for bigger targets, or increase my size on those potential shorts. Yeah, that you could use that kind of correlation or extra information to make your mind when looking at those.
Yeah. So basically, you think when you have the expectation the VIX could be popping up because it's been going to support, right, on the chart. That's when you think it could be like a trigger to enter, right, on when you're going with the flow, right, with the momentum on the actual asset. Is that correct? Like, you are in a retrace, in a bearish trend, and you think now the follow-through motion or movement is going to come up, but when, and you can use then the VIX as an indicator to tell you, okay, now volatility is coming back to the market, and if I translate that, that's going to most likely mean that we're going to continue, end of the retrace and continue with the trend movement direction. I like that.
Okay, it can be. Could use something like that. Or you can see, like, for example, can you see how much, like, this level of support that has been created in here, right? Maybe if you actually then look at the same dates on the indices, you see that maybe that was a moment where the indices were trying to push a bit lower, or to at least some kind of reaction to the downside if you're looking for counter trend trades in that moment. So yeah, it's nice, like VIX respects kind of a certain level in here. Now you still need to see the confirmation on the asset that you want to trade. Like, I'm not just opening blind short or trade on the indices just because I see VIX lower, right? And now I kind of, okay, this one starts making sense as well. Maybe it's a good level. Let me try to see if there's a confirmation in there, or just reinforces me the idea that maybe this is a good moment. Like, for example, if you're looking for shorts, like there was maybe last week or 2 weeks ago or something like that, when the US indices were still maybe around this level in here, or maybe reacting from that level, maybe the VIX was still high, and maybe that was a moment that, okay, instead of looking again for shorts now that we are testing this level structure, maybe looking at the VIX as well and seeing the VIX continue to move lower, maybe there is still space for actual price or the VIX to go here. Maybe, okay, maybe the US indices actually still want to continue to push a little bit more to the upside, instead of already starting to expect this from here. Yeah, it's just information that I try to collect across different assets. That's what I do with the dollar index, with the GPY index, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, totally. I totally get it. Very insightful information. That is. I'm gonna switch to EU to look at the reaction after the news, PPI, retail sales, and unemployment claim. Let's look at what the EU has been doing since. What do we see here? Okay, so let's zoom in. Of course, we have. We were already talking about where we are in terms of demand area. We did create a demand area. Yesterday it was invalidated, but today created another one, right? So we were looking, and it created actually two structures from where you could expect some demand coming in. Price comes back into these areas, and that's the buy. That's the idea behind the buy of EU. Of course, we didn't know what the news would bring to us. But you can see how the order block on the H2, which is not indicated here. But let's see. This is this one. Price does come, squeeze it, but reacts with the news in the direction of that order block. So we have in 15 minutes, we will have the close of the 1 hour. And we obviously don't know where it's going to close, but if it closes above and closes as an order block, right, as an engulfing, creating that structure, that bullish structure that we look for, right, where I'm gonna mark this, let's say with a 15-minute, no, not a 15-minute, maybe a daily, maybe this kind of a color, right? If it closes in 15 minutes above that area, that's going to be perceived by market participants as a it's an engulfing. It tells you something. It means that the buyers have come in and taken control, that we can expect price. It may come back to this area, but eventually we should see the rest of the day it continuing this way, unless, of course, it invalidates that structure. That sometimes happens. It creates a structure and then it negates it right away, like in the next one or two candles, it invalidates. Then it switches things again the other side. Right, so you got to be flexible, but we can expect that if this is, if it does close above it, then we're likely to be going higher for the rest of the session, the day, I would like to say, but that's too far in the future. As day traders, we are only looking for the next area, next move, and not necessarily the whole session. Let's go to the lower time frame to see what we have seen, what has been happening. We do see that price has reacted on that 15-minute order block very nicely. It almost like magic. It gets there and it changes direction, right? Creates those various structures and coming back into that demand zone. We're not completely there. It's only, let's see, we're almost getting the 50% retracement from that lowest point that we created, and that could be exactly where it changes direction before continuing higher. We'll have to see. I would say I would probably, if you look at this price and you consider that we have demand area here, it comes back into that area and the news comes out, it pushes higher. I would expect price to be retesting perhaps some structure here and then continuing higher. But of course, we really don't know, right? It's just probabilities. It doesn't have to happen exactly that way. So let's first go to the 1 minute to see if we can catch some quasis. On the 5 minute, we have some structures here, something actionable for everyone, me included, right? So we do have that order block we indicated before. If and when price gets there, we can start looking for a possible buy. Let's see on the 3 minute, what do we have? Right, so the news is already out almost 20 minutes now. So you're free if you're on the high stake account, and if you have any risk, if you had any risk restriction because of your program, meaning you're on the high stakes, that no longer applies. Right, so we do have a quite wide area here where price could come back to. I do like it because it is within that area that we indicated before. Let's see, we have a little entry here possible entry here. Let me see if it's a valid entry to be going with. Yes, it is. On the H2, the H1, and the... Yes, I like it. I like it. Okay. All right, so it still has to, you got to be tight with your stops, and you got to be waiting for the confirmation, right? You don't want to be going in just because it got to that area. You want to see price react from it, see price reverse from it, see the buyers coming in. That's not happening right now, so there's nothing to do. And if it closes up below it, then you just take it away and look for the next structure or the next opportunity. Let's see if we have something else. This one has it been invalidated already? Not yet. It's 1 minute. But in this case, I would take it off, and I would be I'll be using the structure below it. So basically this, right? So that's the area. We're very close to it. On the 5 minute, we almost reached it. On the 3 minute, we are already in it, where we could be seeing some buyer. If we are reversing, right? I don't know that. I don't have a crystal ball. I have no idea what's going to happen in terms of certainty. I don't. Nobody knows. But if it is going to reverse, this is the area where we want it to, it should start defending, right? Buyers need to come in and defend this. As soon as it breaks this and starts doing this, you should be already out, or you should be getting out, because it means that the structure failed and we're going to see lower prices coming up. Marina says Powell's speech is a wrap folder too. Let's see. Do we have some information on that, Pedro? When is that speech?
Yeah,
coming
I
up?
just paid attention. It was just reading a statement that it was actually released online. And that's it. There's no Q&A. There's nothing. It was more of a review of the Fed than talking about current conditions.
Oh, that's I wasn't paying attention. Yeah. That was what we're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So that was 11 minutes ago, and let's see if the market reacts to that order block. Remember, this is not a signal service. It's you're not supposed to be taking trades because I say this is good or this is bad. That's not how you learn to trade, right? Well, you learn to trade by taking whatever I say and test it for yourself. Do the testing, look at your strategy, your tools, your data. Ask yourself this question: if you were to use any concept, and this applies to anyone you see online or offline, anyone tells you anything, test it first. If you were to enter on your strategy, perhaps within that area that is indicated by this person, see how it fares for the next 10, 20, 40, 50 times, and then you decide, and then you conclude, okay, this is something I can use, right? Because maybe what I tell you may not work for you because you have a different personality, you have a different strategy, you have a different approach. And so it's kind of personal. We always say this, but it is truly like that. You need to find something that fits with you. Otherwise, it's not going to work. So these are my structures, my areas that fit with the way I trade, right? And if you were just to, copy them, I'm pretty sure, because you don't have the rest of the things that I do, I think the minority will be in profit, right? Because it takes more than just identifying these structures and going in. You got to know what is my trigger? How do I know where to enter and not to enter? Where do I put my stops? Where do I get out? All these things can make or break a strategy. So remember that if you enter, do at your own responsibility. This is no financial advice. This is all for educational and entertainment purposes. Very nice reaction right there on EU. Awesome.
Yeah, it's a little bit of volatility. Someone asked about Euro Yen. that
I'll switch
we
to
had this-
yours.
Okay.
I will switch to yours so you can explain that in all the detail they want.
Yeah, so after the news, the candle was bullish. It's true. We had this initial reaction. Also on the euro, we had this initial reaction to the upside. Actually, price now is moving down. I personally don't really feel comfortable taking any longs above this week. But that's just me. Just as Victor mentioned, everyone has their own style. I'm always thinking about not feeling comfortable trading straight away just underneath or on top of a low, thinking that maybe price will just collect the liquidity below this structure. So that will be me, but we can see that price is slowly trying to show some bullishness in here. It is trying to break a little bit of structure. Maybe it's still early. Maybe you want to see a proper break to the upside before jumping into a long. Maybe we can have this range in here. Maybe if you see price respecting this level and breaking again, maybe we can find an entry somewhere around here out of the breakout of this structure. Just to be more secure. It depends on the entry that you are looking for. So I cannot really help you much on that. But this could be approach. Try to see if actually this level holds price one more time, and if it breaks up, then you can have your potential continuation to the upside or move to the upside from here. Maybe could aim somewhere closer to this, at least towards this level, somewhere around here. On the move, who knows, even higher. But yeah, because at the same time we saw that the yen index also kind of moved a little bit lower, like had this big move to the downside, but it's still respecting this next structure. So even though we kind of fake out these lows, it may not be the confirmation of a break of structure for price to just move here. And we haven't really reached this gap in here. I would actually prefer to see this yen index basically closing the gap before looking for shorts in here, or expecting price to continue to or start to move to the downside. Yeah, so I want at least that level to be touched. So this is a good reaction. Actually, price created literally this zone in here after the break of this top. Price now went down, respected it, and I'm going to try to see if we do react from there and start moving lower. Then you may start having that move to the downside on the yen index and move to the upside on the yen pairs. Yeah, so that's a little bit. I'm still waiting. So I'm not really sure what is your entry or what type of approach you're looking for, but I'm going to still be waiting in here.
How long do you wait for? How long do you wait for after the news before you start considering a trade or a signal?
Myself, no, I don't really care about that, to be honest. As soon as I'm about to trade, I'll trade it. What I mean by waiting is waiting for price to get to my level or break some structure to confirm. By waiting, I'm not talking about waiting for or after the news. There is one thing that I don't do, actually, which is I don't take trades around 5 to 10 minutes before 2 p.m. For some reason, especially if it is a reversal trade. For some, my history is... It may look like the price is about to reverse it around that time, but then after 2 p.m. it just creates a new high or a new low, whatever it may be. So I just don't trade between kind of 10 to 2 p.m. Basically, right now, this kind of window, it's rare that I take a trade in this period. I either take
New York Open, right?
Not exactly. So if for example, if there is news at 1:30 like we had right now, I could either be in a trade before that or be involved in a trade up until 1:45. Like those 15 minutes, mostly 10 minutes until 2 p.m. I usually don't take a trade. As soon as it's 2 p.m. or the new hour, I can start taking. I'll start looking for a trade. I don't really need to wait for the US Open. As long as it's Forex. If it is index, yeah, most likely I may wait for the US Open for if it is S&P or NASDAQ. But any asset, honestly, between literally this gap of 10 minutes of 10 to 2 until 2 p.m. UK time, right now where we are, I don't take a trade.
So any asset, so any Forex pair around 2 p.m. UK time.
Before those 10 minutes before 2 p.m.
Oh, 10 minutes before. Okay.
Yeah.
With your strategy, it has, you have seen that it doesn't make sense for you because for some reason, it has a lower win rate and it perhaps it's not as profitable as the other times. So that's how you avoid it. You filter it out, basically.
Yeah, I don't really have like real data on that, but just out of the experience, I can see that sometimes it looks like, imagine there is, okay, imagine there was news, right? So it's just right now,
Okay.
and maybe there was a top in here. Okay, price maybe
let me interrupt you, Pedro. Let me interrupt you for a little bit, because we have EU.
Yeah, euro just moves.
Breaking out right here. Remember how we had the initial move. We're gonna come back to Pedro's very interesting talk, but we have that initial move from this candle with that big wick. That was the initial move from the news. Price after the news. This is the reason why news trading is so how do you call that? So I'm gonna say treacherous, but there's another word I'm looking for. Anyways, it's very in Spanish you would say traicionero. How do you say that in English? I think you know what I mean. Right? How do you call it in Spanish?
In Portuguese, quite similar.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. It's very tricky. It's very
tricky. Let's call it tricky. It's quite tricky.
Yes, let's call it tricky. It's very tricky to trade news because of unpredictable. Yes, but there's another word. It has like, it's a little mean. Sometimes a little mean to you. It has a release, right? It's good. It's bad for the dollar. It's good for euro. You think, okay, I'm gonna go long, right? The initial move is long. You think that's a confirmation. I gotta be long. You go in long. The market goes long first, but then goes against you, right? Stops you out, and then it goes the other way around, right? And in that process, you might or might not. If you're too tight with your entries, you probably get stopped out, and then it goes the other way. It's tricky. It's that's one of the things that makes it very, very, I think, very tricky and very. I'm gonna look up that word. I'm supposed to know that. It's not too difficult of a word, but I'm gonna look it up and come back to you guys. But that was what I wanted to show you guys, because it was right, action packed. This is live. It's looking like we're observing some kind of action movie or sports event and narrating it. But here you are. You can see that we're breaking the high of that EU again, right? And that's the once we break and hold that level, then we can expect price to continue to go higher, all the way perhaps to that that structure we have above that TP. I don't mean it really goes there necessarily, but I mean, if you don't have anything else, that's where I would look, in the next couple of hours for price to gravitate towards, unless something else happens. And the other thing I want to say is that you look on the daily, we will be getting back into the daily order block, right? So price could start finding some kind of slowing down, not necessarily because it's daily, but at some point it starts, getting some, it has some traction, right? This is the area that I was talking about. That's the only structure we have on the lower time frames. Not that low of a time frame, but it is, I think, the hourly it is. Let's double check that. Yes, it is the hourly. So this is my first trouble area, right? After the top, which could be this could be the first, obvious TP to have, because that was the top before that moved down. That's the low-hanging fruit. And you could consider that the first trouble area as well. But in terms of the opposing structures, this is going to be where the first TP would be, and then the next, right? This, if I'm not mistaken, this is based on based on the. Let me see. I think it's based on the ATR. I'll have to check that. But back to you. I'm gonna put your screen back, Pedro. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna come back to what you were saying.
You're going to be adjusting your targets to the moon, yeah? Yeah, we're talking Euro Yen, I think. I know you talk about Euro Yen already. Oh yeah, the 2 p.m. thing that I usually don't trade. Yeah, it's just experience, to be honest. It's just a rule that I have, just out of the experience after a long time. I think the example I wanted to give is, imagine that price had created this kind of move, it was down, and then all of a sudden there is news and price kind of comes back into here with the news, which potentially could be a good place to for a sell. I want to see this kind of move happening in that maybe first 5-10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then start moving lower. If by any chance, if it is already 10-2 or 5-2 and price is still kind of bouncing in here, usually, again, from my experience, is that maybe price actually is just going to continue to go to the upside, break this top, and whatever, find the next level to try to short from. So yeah, if I do want to take a short from here after the news, sometimes you may have that impulsive move upwards just to move down. I want that move down to start happening quite quickly, and not to spend in here many minutes, especially within that interval of time. And this can happen like NFP, like any news that happens around 1:30. Can be CPI, can be NFP, can be PPI, can be whatever it may be. Right. So yeah, that's usually just what I noticed.
Actually, that happens all the time, right? Where the market has, has an impulse, goes one way, and then comes back to that area, to that order block that it creates. A lot of the time, it creates an order block on one time frame, comes back to it, and then actually continues. That doesn't do it all the time, but it does do it, often enough for us to see it as a pattern and exploit it as a pattern. The word that I was looking for was indeed, I did mention it. It is treacherous. I thought it was another word for it, but it is treacherous, meaning it's risky. It's not what you think it is initially, and it bites you, let's say, on your toast. All right, so yes, so what can we look at the pound dollar? Did pound dollar, let me go switch. Would you like to show something in particular? Would you like to do the gold? I see you're looking at gold.
Yeah, someone will ask for gold, so we had this kind of structure here to see if it actually breaks. So we could
go ahead then.
Even with Jonathan, kind of, you mentioned that if price actually starts breaking above this level, maybe there's a chance that we can go into that one, and maybe there's an opportunity here to catch that move today. So gold end up reacting actually from that kind of level that you mentioned yesterday, and we had this kind of level of support, of resistance, kind of becoming a bit support within this structure. So that's nice. Also, maybe on the daily time frame, it was maybe also kind of a order. I don't know exactly if you look at those, Victor. Maybe do this could have been maybe an order block in here, kind of. It's all the back in here. Was this kind of a considered order block, kind of on the daily time frame?
At first sight, it doesn't look like one, but I'm gonna check it. That's on gold daily time frame.
Does it need to be? It needed to be after a bullish candle, right? If this was after a bullish candle.
Not necessarily. After a bullish candle, it should be. But let me check the what date is that? Let me adjust my.
It's the daily time frame is on the 4th of April.
4th of April. The 4th of April. What I look for is let me get it's. I use the open and the close, right? The OHLC data to decide whether or not it's an order block. And in this case, it isn't.
Okay.
It isn't.
But
so
basically what I wanted to say. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Go ahead.
This for me is kind of a nice level, or kind of theory level where price should have respected to downside. It didn't, so price broke it, and those levels tend to then have a good reaction on the way back. Like that's basically what I wanted to mention, kind of inverse of the block, or kind of the it's the same thing, like supply turns to demand turns supply, support turns resistance turns supply, whatever it may be. So that actually on the daily time frame it was kind of an interesting level, and then we still had this one in here, like this structure. So yeah, there you go. Gold reacted quite nicely from here. Again, for me, bigger picture, I think gold still wants to go lower. Okay, I'm still expecting, or eventually thinking that gold wants to go a bit more closer to these lows instead of just stopping in here. Nevertheless, this was a good level, at least to have some kind of reaction, and we are having that reaction. Okay, basically we reacted today, and then the next level, I think it's going to be a little bit more higher. I think it's going to be somewhere in here that you could eventually think about looking for sales depending on our price moves, kind of within this level. So that's going to be the next level for me on gold that I'll be paying attention to. So I don't know if anyone is looking at gold or not, but that's going to be what I'll be thinking about. But again, as I mentioned, I do want to see then price starting to create some bearishness before trying to short it. At this point, price is respecting every single low and price is moving upwards. So yeah, that's on gold in there.
Perfect.
What is your take? Where is your next level on
Pedro?
gold? What is your next level
gold.
on
Let's
gold?
go. Let's. I'm gonna go check gold then. I was looking. There was someone, or there is someone, Mr. James, our friend James, is asking for WTI. Maybe we can look at that after gold.
Yeah, I can look at. I can look at it as well.
I'm gonna go look at. Let's gonna check gold. There you have it. This is gold. This is the 1 hour time frame. I always start from the higher time frames to understand where we are. There's nothing here to see. We can continue right away to the next time frame. We are far away from the weekly. We haven't created any new order block, so there's nothing on the weekly as well. Only, pure raw bullishness, but nothing actionable. On the daily time frame, we can see that below us to the left, we don't have any structure very similar to EU. We have no structure to support price. The only daily that's coming up is all the way down to 29.73. But before that, obviously, you're going to be hitting the monthly, or I think this is the monthly structure. Is it? I'm saying something. Yes. No, it's the weekly structure that you would be hit first. Obviously, that happens because, the higher the time frame, the wider these structures are. So we don't have anything. So price could, in principle, continue to go lower. We did have that daily order block, which I left there. I just shorted it a little bit to indicate that we did break yesterday. We broke a bullish structure, right? Meaning that's a bearish sign. That means that the sellers are still in control. If anything, they have gotten another sign that they should keep on pressing because they just broke one level of defense for the bullish side. Meaning, we could see some pushing up within this candle today, but eventually we're gonna see likely price going lower. How much lower? We don't know, right? Where exactly it needs to go up before switching back to lower, we don't know. But this is the general idea. This is my expectation if I just have this information, which is the daily time frame. Doesn't mean I cannot take a long on the lower time frame as a day trade, but I need to keep this in mind. If I'm going to take a trade, I cannot hold it for very long because my expectation is by tomorrow or the day after, it's going to end up, switching back and go against me. That can change. If, for example, it closes today above that candle and creates a bullish order block, or it will be actually almost an outside bar. That would be very bullish, right? If that were to happen, then yes, I'd be all over holding that position for much longer. Okay, so that's the daily. We go lower. What else do we see? We don't have any structures to the left. No, we don't have them. And there's no new structure being created. So there's no information other than we have a little pop, nothing else. Now we start thinking this is getting more interesting on the H2. Do we have a quasi? We don't have a quasi. The H2 quasi will come in all the way from here. So it will have to break this first before I can start thinking of a reversal in. That's on the 2 to the H4 time frame. On the on the H4, it's even a little bit higher, which makes sense, of course. It's a higher time frame. So I don't see anything here yet. Price is just on its path of price discovery, basically, going both ways, down and up, and creating and breaking structures, giving us that more information which we need. We do have a H2. We could see some selling coming in. We have 46 minutes for it to close. How fresh is it? It's on the 5th candle. That is by definition still fresh. So we could see here some selling coming in, but it's still looking quite strong. And if it's able to close and hold this line, if you go to let's say to the 5 minutes, if it's able to break and hold this level, that blue line right there, then obviously it's going to mean it's going to break it on the H2. If that happens, then for the whole complex, right, that's the only structure we have from this area, we have nothing else, and the only bearish structure we had is broken, meaning that we're probably going to be looking for pricing all the way to perhaps the next areas we will be looking for is this, of course, and all these lows that has been taken. They would be able to, pause price in terms of just price levels, but in terms of structures, we don't have anything. So the next structure will be all the way to 3,233, more or less. Let me take these levels out. I don't really use them as such. Let's see on the lower time frame. Yes, now we have a quasi here on the H1, but with the current momentum, right? Even before the news, this momentum was this correction, this V-shaped correction already started. I would now be looking for a quasi here. If price were to come back, right, for whatever reason, I don't really look at the reasons, but if it were to come back right here, I'll be looking for the long, right, into that area. If it's already reached the sell areas, then that's not a great idea, because I would expect price to just continue lower, right? So you got to know when this idea is useful. But looking at the momentum, I don't think it's gonna go like in the next hour or so. I don't think so. It looks very solidly breaking. That's the H1. Other than that, I don't see anything. So if I were to trade this, as long as it is above that line, I'll be looking for a long, right? To me, I'll be looking for a long as long as it's above this bearish order block, and as well as after it breaks it as well, right? Closes on the H2 and even comes back perhaps for a retest. You could, going long that area. If that were to happen, I'm going to be looking long. But if it stays in here and starts breaking down on the lower time frame, then I would say a little short makes sense in that case. So it depends on that line. To me, that is the line that's the line in the sand. That's the test. I always talk about this. There's always like a test for the market to pass, right? If it fails, it means something, and if it passes, it means another thing. That's the line to me. That's the reference point where everyone will be looking. So that's it. And if it holds above this, my guess is it's going to need something to the like of that order block on the H2 to stop price. So probably going to be drifting upwards, maybe for the rest of the day, or maybe the rest of, maybe it's going to take longer than just a day. Let's look at the ATR. ATR for gold is on the daily is 84. What's the range of today? We are currently at 78. So there isn't a lot of space to get all the way to the next daily order block within today. It can happen 118. That is what? That is about 150%. The ATR, that's a bit too much to ask, I think. PPI, retail sales, and unemployment numbers are important, very important. Maybe it's enough. I don't know. But sounds a bit too tall of an order to expect price to do. So maybe it's going to be something for starting today and going into, it's going to need like another session or maybe even two to reach that area, based on the ranges and what it's done already today. So that could be something for tomorrow. I don't that would be something. Let me if I were to take this, I would do something like this. Something like this. After it breaks and then comes back, I get my entry and go in. I don't have really, without going to the lower time frames, I don't have a tighter area right now. Obviously, when you go into the trade, you try to minimize that stop as much as responsibly possible. But in a greater picture, that would be my trade going long, waiting it to break the H2, so waiting another 40 minutes or so. 41 minutes, waiting it to break, come back, and then get the long for that continuation. And probably it's going to take an overnight to get there. As I said, I don't like overnights, but that's what it probably is going to take to get to TP. That's my take. Was that part of, does that align with your, I have no idea. Does that align with your expectation?
My expectation or someone else's expectation?
Oh, was it someone else's? I'm sorry.
I agree with you. Right? So let's see how if price moves into those H2, D1 order box a little bit higher to potentially look for shorts.
It's very simple, right? When you break, trading can be daunting, right? It can be because there's so many indicators and it's very technical and it's mysterious, right? How price moves and how they can read. Some people can read this or that from something that initially doesn't tell us anything. But after years, and I hope you will agree with me, Pedro. No, I know you will agree. After many years, you can, after the more you know, the more you can actually simplify and say, all of this information, you can just discard. It's important, but it's not necessary. You don't have to have, a bunch of indicators to tell you where, what the market structure is or where it's likely to go. You can filter out much of the noise and just focus on a couple of things, and that's it. And in my case, it's order blocks and quasi. With that, it's like my Swiss knife. You can use them for just about anything. Those are my order blocks, right? They're so simple, yet they're so powerful.
Yep, indeed. Indeed. We are 10 minutes away from the US Open. We'll see which direction you're going to go towards. So, you're pushing that question.
Yes, Neka or Nika. I'm not sure which part of the world you are from, and depending on that, I would read your name differently. But that's beside the point. You're asking if what you're referring to me. It's about 18 minutes, 2 minutes ago. Yes, I think I was speaking at that time. If it's supply and demand theory, the strategy that I was explaining using those order blocks, yes, and yes. It's just another way looking at the market based on the same principle of supply and demand, right? It's just a way to identify supply and demand using order blocks, very objective rules to mark them. It takes away the magic, and it's so easy and yet so powerful. It is supply and demand, yes. And supply demand is it's kind of universal. So that's why I like it as well with order blocks, because basically it's another form of supply and demand. It's just a way of marking supply and demand's area. And since supply and demand areas are universal for every asset, every time frame, these order blocks are, it doesn't matter what you throw at me or at someone who uses them. You can still understand what's happening very quickly and trade them. I can trade any asset based on using that supply and demand on with the order blocks and quasi. It moves differently if you're talking about equities or forex. You have to, there are nuances, of course, but the idea, the principle, the foundation stays the same.
Yep,
Swiss Army knife. Thank you, Mr. James. Thank you. Swiss Army knife. I think I said Swiss knife, but it's a Swiss Army knife. Yes. To me, order blocks are it's something I don't leave home without. Swiss Army knife. Always in my pocket. All right. So, guys, if you have any questions for us, if you have any requests, now is the moment. We still have about 35 minutes to do whatever we can to elevate your trading experience. It's good to mention that today we have the CEO of The5ers, the best prop firm in the prop firm space, by the way, is having on the Discord channel is going to have a call, right? So if you're in the community, join that conversation, that call. He'll be talking about as he regularly does this. As you can see, our CEO really cares about our members, and comes on YouTube as well, trades with us, super trader. But he will be in the Discord community today, so don't miss that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, get an account, because within the account, in your dashboard, you will get the link to get to the Discord, right? It's where we hang together when we're not on YouTube, on the YouTube stream. We hold workshops as well on there. It's a great community, a supportive community for traders, helping as much as we can. So that's one thing. And remember, we have a weekly contest that is starting up. It's going to be very exciting. A lot of prizes, a lot of accounts to be won, and it's free. What do you have to lose? Nothing, right? You can hone your skills. You can train how to be a better trader in these contests. Of course, it's not the same, right? It's a contest. You have limited time, but they will put your skills to the test, right? What better way to push your strategy to the limit? Your risks, it's a stress test for your strategy and your risk management. See if you can come in the top 10 or top 100 is already a great achievement. There's many prizes to be won, so you want to be a part of that. It's free. There's only 10,000 seats available, and we have just released it, I think about 2 hours ago. And last time I checked, I think Jonatan, I didn't check it, Jonatan said about already 3,000, if I'm not mistaken. Spots are already gone, so you gotta be quick to join our contest, because it might be there might not be any seats available by the end of this day if things go at the same rate. Yeah. So there you go. Those are the announcement for today. Don't forget to hit the like button.
Yeah, someone's asking about Naz, and Hamed and Brez asking about the DAO as well. We can take.
Would you like to do that?
Yeah, I can take a look at them. Yeah, let's start maybe with DAO. And by the way, guys, so when you are asking which asset you want to analyze, like if you can mention, are you looking for long, shorts, like what time frame? It always helps us to kind of put ourselves in your shoes to see what you are thinking about, so we can provide you better feedback. So DAO actually started to move to downside earlier than S&P and NASDAQ. It's already kind of the third day in a row that is moving lower. When you're looking left, it's still reacting from this top year created in April, on the 2nd of April. I was even looking slightly higher. I still like a level in there higher. But one of the targets that we talked about since starting of this week, after we had this massive bullish candle on Monday, the one that opened, it was always a target for any shorts that you could aim for, because it looks like that price moved to the upside in such an explosive way that most likely price would go back to that level, potentially to even go higher or eventually take even go lower, but at least to kind of come back to collect some of the orders that were left behind around here. And don't forget, we even have a gap yet in here that can be filled. But first and foremost, this is the level. So basically price got really close to it. Maybe consider that maybe price is already reacting from it. At this point, I'm looking into two levels. Okay, so I'm looking within this level in here, and I'm looking within this level in here. So price has been kind of trading in between those two levels. As you can see, maybe price may have not even touched any of those levels. Maybe it can even go higher in here, the same way that it can go even a little bit lower in there. So that's basically a little bit of what we have in here. Trading between these two levels, paying attention how it reacts around here. If it by any chance starts breaking below this level, just attention to some kind of manipulation that can happen afterwards, but at least I'm expecting, or I would like to see price then going and closing the gap. Attention to this level in here as well. This can be a level where price could bounce from around here, but then could go into the next gap. But that's if it breaks below or kind of goes below this one in here. So there's maybe more potential for a downside if price does break that level. If it keeps holding this level, and if you start being bullish or kind of looking for longs, this could be a level as well that could react, because we have a good level structure. This was definitely a strong push up with leaving this demand zone in here, and price could actually go from there. So yeah, two levels. If it breaks in here, most likely can go lower, and you can find trades whatever within this level. In here. If it starts breaking above this level in here, then maybe can even go higher as well. So that's the DAO for me at this point. And yes, on NASDAQ in this case, so we did manage to break below this structure yesterday, or actually today, after moving to downside and making this move this morning. I think it could go eventually kind of back as well maybe closer to this level. Question mark is if we are going to try to, let's see, we are basically 2 minutes away from the US Open. What kind of a move we are going to have in here? Maybe in here, or maybe price can even fake out this level as I don't remember his name now, but he mentioned that the 2137 could 21,370 could work as well if price does want to go all the way and fake out these stops. I think we're going to find more selling pressure if we do fake out those stops, or maybe from here as well. So it's a very, very tricky. Yesterday I was literally looking for that sell. That move to downside already happened. I can see price maybe breaking the structure. Still want to go very lower, but let's see if we'll have a move first up before moving lower. I hope it happens like that, so I can try to be involved on the trade in the next in 50 seconds we are going to open. So that's a very bit my take in here on the NASDAQ as well.
Okay, we have one question. Did you have a red zone in your screen about 7 minutes ago?
No, I think it was yours. I think it was on your euro pound. I don't know exactly what asset you had. No, on gold. I think it was on gold, where you had the order block, the daily.
Oh, the daily. Okay. Okay, no problem. Because we got one question here from Zaun asking in Spanish if what happens at the red zone. Well, I don't know exactly, Zone, if you are still with us. Let me put my screen. If you're asking what happens at this zone, it's not exactly red, but if that is what you mean, then yes, that's a supply zone. It doesn't mean you need to sell it necessarily, but that is where you expect selling coming in. It could be that it sells from there, or it drops from there, but you have to check. There's more to it than just looking at these order blocks and just selling it, from these levels. And another here. You got to be patient, Zone. You got to be patient as a trader. You got to be patient. Patience is a very necessary skill in this market. But thank you for that question, and keep them coming. We really appreciate it. You can ask in Spanish. I will translate, no problem at all. But I will not be able to give the answer in Spanish because it is in the end a English speaking stream. Who knows, maybe in the future we will have, just like Pedro has, a Spanish speaking community. Who knows? Who knows what is in store in the future? Mr. James is thanking us. No, thank you for being here, Mr. James. You've been a very good viewer. You've been engaging us. You're a very good example of good viewers. That's what we want to see. Yes, you are indeed. This is the best prop firm in this space. I'm not afraid to say it because it's true. Let's see, what else do we have? I think we need to go for the US Open to maybe your chart. Right, Pedro? What are you looking at?
Yeah, so it's just open. Just moving to the upside, which is nice. Yeah, I'm going to try to see if price goes a little bit higher, preferably somewhere in here, to try to see if there's any type of move to downside after that. So price is moving upwards. So yeah, let it continue to move. It's either in there or even wait for the full fake out of the top. Where I'm going to try to look for orders there. It's not my A+ type of setup. I think yesterday was much clearer when price was already kind of close to the highs, which is showing a lot of weakness. I really wanted to catch this initial move down, but now I'm going to continue to look for potential shorts as price gets there. To be honest, so I'll be tracking it. I'll be tracking to see what will happen. Is the euro? Yeah, the euro is moving down again. So I've been waiting for the euro as well to potentially go there. I think it was one of your targets, or kind of what you're looking back to this high, to see if there was any selling pressure in there, but price is still reacting in this range, so nothing to do in there. And actually, euro yen is also a bit on my radar. Nothing. It's not doing anything. Yeah, so we will see. We will see. ask any questions. Any assets that you want us to take a look at, feel free to ask. If you are in any trade as well, we can mention it. Maybe we can look at your targets. Take advantage of this time that Peter and I are here to ask you questions or to answer your questions. And press the like button.
Sure. I'm going to switch back to yes. Do come with these questions because now is the moment. When I was learning to be a trader, I had so many questions and I had nowhere trustworthy to go with. I didn't have anyone, trustworthy or not. I didn't have anyone, period. And nowadays you can have we have all kinds of options, places you can go, but how do you know who to trust, right? That's one of the key thing. But changing subject, the contest, only a few, this was released, I believe, about 2 hours ago, or maybe even less than that. Let's see. No, it was about 2 hours ago. Maybe it was 2 hours ago to be exact. 2 hours and 5 minutes ago, it was released, and it was announced on the YouTube. And already 3,500 places are gone. Right, so a third of the positions, the seats have gone. So you got to be quick. 100, the best 100 will win. Best 10 will get an account, and the rest of the nights will get hub credit. So it's gonna be fun, and you're gonna see. This is the list of the prizes for this weekly contest. As you can see, there's gonna be till the 10th place. High stake accounts up to 60,000. That's a very good price. And the rest, the 90 secondary winners will get boot camp accounts and hub credits, as well as TTP credits. As you can see, do look at the terms or the the rules. Those are, you can find all of this, of course, in your hub. In your dashboard under the section of contest. So make use of it. It's a free account. It's a fun account. You can in Discord, we can talk about it on our workshop sessions. You can show your progress, compete against each other, and bring the best trader in you in these contests. Make good use of it. And make it's like, what I think about this contest, Pedro, what I think is, it's like Formula One, right? It's the moment where everything is tested, right? The newest technologies, that's where all the money goes in. It is for testing purposes, basically, right? For the automotive technologies that are first tested on Formula One, later, perhaps years after, actually get into mass-produced cars, right? There are things that's the one of the things that they research. What is the best grip on the streets, or I'm not an expert on the topic, but that's how I see it. Right? These contests are like your Formula One moments where you go all out, full throttle, to see what your motor, your car can handle, your engine, and it gives you a lot of information to later apply in your day-to-day regular commute car, meaning your actual funded account, or perhaps your evaluation account, which you need to be much more careful, of course. But it is these Formula One moments that you have. Today is the chance to enroll in our weekly contest.
Yeah.
We have a question about it is NECA says okay, let me see, except this is for free. Is this part of a bigger conversation? I think not. So let's read that. Yes, it is. Yes, basically you can win an account for free and get funded on that account and start earning money all for free. The only thing it takes is skill. Now, it's not a little thing having that skill. But still, if you don't have the capital and you do have the skill, enroll one of these contests, because in the end the prize is a real thing. It's an actual account that you can, if you already have the skill, it's only a matter of time. You can pass the challenges as well for that account you got for free, and get a funded account and start earning some real dollars. Okay, so how is the open? How is the open after 9 minutes, Pedro?
Yeah, it's just choppy. Not really going anywhere at this point. NASDAQ is moving a bit now to the downside after the leg up. So yeah, it's just choppy. We'll see what will happen in the next few minutes to see if there's going to be anything. I think the FX is still the same as well. We can look at euro; it's also quite choppy, and not really going anywhere. So it's lacking decision at this point in the market. So it's important to set up your alerts. Like when you find this type of moves in the market, sometimes we start disconnecting, and then when finally price moves, maybe we are ready to react. Right, that happens quite often sometimes. So it's important to at least keep an eye on the market every now and then. Set up your alerts to see when the price kind of is in a range in here. You are looking for maybe for price to go slightly higher to start being involved. Set up an alert above those tops or below the bottoms, so you are at least aware when price actually does that. Because I know that it's quite easy as traders as well. We can get bored quite quickly, or can be distracted as well, or find ways to get distracted, and all of a sudden we may miss an opportunity because of that. That's just a very bit of a piece of advice in there. But at this point, it's quite choppy. It's not really going anywhere. It's just volatility, kind of maybe trying to get a little bit of a low and a little bit of a high, but without any direction at this point.
Yes, we're getting back to on the H1 order block on the euro dollar. Maybe we can look at that as well. I'm gonna switch screens. We have let's see. We have after the news, right? News came in. That's the assumed target for today. Of course, when you have these targets, you have to calculate in the time of the day, the range, and market structure as it is forming it. So far, it is, after the news, it did create a H1, which currently it is retesting, right? So when it's retesting, and it is in the direction of the initial impulse of the news, and it is in the direction of the secondary impulse, right? So obviously you would expect that price eventually will at least try to get this TP, this previous high, which is also the daily order block right there, coming into. It's not the first time; it's the second day we're retesting that daily bearish order block, and eventually, based on the ATR, it could, presumably go all the way to that purple line, which I indicated as TP, right? But it's not written in stone, so we will have to check and read the market as it is coming back. Right, that's the level. I actually marked this and said, if the market closes in the previous candle, right, if it closes above that line, it tells everyone, it makes it obvious to everyone that we want to go higher. And it's more likely to go higher, not certain to go higher, but more likely, right? And that actually happened. We had a close all the way to around, the close was 12,100 round. And that means that, your bias, your expectation should be for price to continue to go higher. And price is giving us right now, right? This is the level that I just mentioned. It went on and closed. Let's see, it closed here. No, this is the close. That's the close of the hour on the 5 minute. It had another push and it came down to that order block, right? The upper border of that order block. And you can see how these wicks, price is trying to make a continuation. It may or may not do that, make a move like this. And we'll see if it succeeds at doing that. As it is trying, and if it fails, you should start reconsidering the bigger expectation, right? The bigger expectation, I mean that the order block being created and being retested. That's not the tool that I wanted. I wanted this one. Right, so you have the bearish candle, the bullish one indicating and creating that order block, goes a little bit higher, and then it's now coming to retest. To the degree that this retest is being successful, right, if it keeps on breaking structure and structure and structure, right, that's not what you want to see. If you see that, it means that something has changed, right? What we were seeing before, where the market wanted to go higher, is no longer present, right? And if that happens, you need to reconsider and say, okay, something happened, we're not going to go higher. But if we do get break at some point, break the structure again on some time frame, maybe the 1, maybe the 5, then you can look for, going long as it is going, making that reversal. It looks kind of weird, but you get the point. It's not necessarily, it doesn't go like on textbook, right? So we're expecting, or we could be looking for signs that the market wants to reverse from this order block, which is, there are many shades here. I'm gonna move most of the other things around to see if we can get a clearer view of the area that I'm talking about. So, right, so I'm gonna move this a little bit to the left, and this as well. So we only have, let me mark this with a equally orange line, so we can okay, there you go. There you have it. That's the area between those two lines. That's where you need to expect. Go ahead.
Just give me 2 seconds, Victor. Be right back. 2 seconds.
No problem. Take your time. So that's the area on the 1 hour. There we go. That's the area on the 1 hour that price needs. This is the test, right? I've mentioned it before. There's always, sometimes it's a line in the sand. In this case, it's not a line, it's an area. It needs to hold this area. This is the area of defense, basically, for the bulls. It needs to hold this area and start reversing, going back to bullish order flow. Otherwise, once if it's unable to do that, and it keeps on breaking lower and lower and lower, those are indications that price is having difficulty resuming its trend. And maybe whatever changed is actually, something much more profound change in the, in the market, and prices are not going to be holding the same level and maybe even breaking down afterwards, right? It needs to hold this area, otherwise there's no way that order block is going to hold long term. All right, so we have one question here. How can we identify order blocks? From Serena MN. How are you doing, Serena, today? All right, so the order blocks, how do we mark them? We have about 10 minutes to go, so we have enough time to do a little order block 101. All right, so the order blocks, order blocks can be defined different ways. Some definition include an area where there are many pending orders resting to be executed, or have been executed. Many orders have been executed in the past. Both of those definition are seen a lot of the times. There's also another definition where you look at the reaction of the movement, right? So if you have let's say let me indicate something maybe on the 1 hour. Okay, so let's say you have let's say one of the definition is you look at, when you have a strong movement like this one, you look at the last candle in the opposing color, right? And you take the high and the low. This is just one definition, not mine, not the one that I'm using. That becomes the order block, right? So there are many different definition out there, but I try to simplify things. And my definition is the following. And I'm gonna tell you what it is. It's very, very, very simple. For my order blocks, there are two definitions, or two things, two order block, two candlestick combination, two candles combination that constitute an order block. One is the engulfing, and the other is the outside bar. And what you need for the engulfing is, of course, the body of number 2 needs to engulf or be larger than the body of number 1, and they need to be an opposing. For example, this one. Let me mark this. All right, so we have this order block, right? So my definition is different, and it's not about who has the right definition. It's not about that. I don't mean to say I'm right, everyone else is wrong, or not at all. But this is my definition, and this is how I earn my living. So to me, it's the only thing that matters. All right, so the order block, looking at these 2 candles, for example, right? So right here, that's one. And let me have another one here. Oh, I'm supposed to be able to copy them. Where is it? There you go. That's one. Right. So I'm talking about these 2 candles where you have the body, right? So first thing is they need to have opposing colors, right? They have, right? One is a bullish candle. The other one is a bearish one. And the body of the second candle, so this is number 1, that's number 2. The body of the second candle needs to be larger than the body of candle number 1. If you have that, if it's opposing color and the second one is larger, automatically you have an engulfing, right? So that's one definition, one case where you have an order block, and I use the open, so not the whole wick, not the whole candle. I use the open of bar number 1 and the highest point of the 2 candles, right? That can be 1 or 2, it doesn't matter, the highest point. In this case, it's bar number 2. And I drag that to the left, and that's the order block, right? And the idea is prices, they create these order blocks, right? And they come back into them and they move away, right? This is a very nice example where price creates, it tells you it wants to go down, goes into it again, retest, we call that, and then it gets out of that order block. Obviously, this doesn't happen all the time where it shoots down in the correct direction, but that's the general idea. And of course, you need to have top-down analysis and so on, to make it work. The other definition, I'll invite you to come to the. I see Pedro is in the background. Tell me whenever you're ready, Pedro. Take your time, no rush, no pressure. I see you a thumbs up. So do you want to? Are you ready? Oh, you are. Okay, there you go.
I'm super ready.
So I didn't notice you. Were you waiting for a long time?
Half an hour, more or less.
I was so focused on explaining the order blocks that I wasn't watching the other screens. The other definition is the outside bar. And Serena, if you want to know the second definition, come to our workshop in the Discord and I'll talk all about it. So there you go. That's the order block. That's how you mark the order blocks. Very, very easy. And that's how I do all my analysis. That's one way of extracting profit from the markets. It's not the only way, and I don't know if it's the best way. To me, it's the best way, but I mean, it doesn't have to be the best way for you to be successful with it, right? It just have to be a way you can use, you understand, and you backtest it, and it makes you money. That's it. That's all that matters. You're not competing against anyone else. You're just competing with yourself. That's it. You're just gonna be, if it makes you money more than anything else you are using, and that's what you need to be using going forward. All right, so so this is the order block as continuing on the order block 101. That is the order block, right? This candle right here tells us that no problem. This candle right here tells us that the market net on the same 60-minute, because it's a 1 hour time frame, the same 60-minute compared to the one before, you have a net buy pressure, right? The buy pressure is much more net positive, that is. It means that there are more buyers than sellers, meaning that's the intention of the collective, all of the participants, right? At least within those two periods. And price typically comes back to retest that structure, right? It's not 100%, nothing is 100% certain in the market. Price goes up, goes down into that order block between those two lines, and you expect for it to have a sort of reaction. Sometimes it goes, it only has one candle, it only retests in one candle, and it, continue its way up impulsively. Other times, it doesn't do that, right? Other times, it stays there for some time, and then eventually moves up. And sometimes it fails. A lot of the times it fails, right? It's not a foolproof, guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed in the market, as we know. But it's a good way to identify where you want to be entering and understanding who is in control. It keeps changing all the time. Who is in control. Sometimes it's the sellers, the buyers, and it's also different time frame, that it's not the same participants that are, you could be on a lower time frame on a counter trend move, meaning the trend is going up, the counter trend is going up, I should say. But on the higher time frame, it's a counter trend to the trend is actually going down. And in that way, you have on the short term, the buyers are in control, but longer term, they're not, right? So you got to match everything together in a logical way, and but it's a very simple way to read the market and do it effectively. All right, so let's look at the chat to see if we have anything else.
Yeah, someone was asking about the link on the Discord, or the The5ers Discord, so that maybe the link on the dashboard was not working. I don't know if you need just to refresh your page. I'm not entirely sure why the link will be broken. Try to maybe to refresh your own page, or disconnect from Discord and connect again to try to see if the new link works. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I took a screenshot of the dashboard. So on the left side where you have the menu, you go all the way down, and there you find the button for the Discord, right? So this is what you see in your dashboard. And this is one of the reasons to get an account, right? So you can get access to the Discord community. There you go. That's the button that you should be seeing, and you click on it, it comes a pop-up, and that will give you access, your Discord account access to our server. That will be like the invitational link. And it's the only way to get in. It's a very exclusive community. You can't get in just like, you gotta buy an account first. So it's only for the traders that are trading with us, funded or not, but you gotta have an account. And by the way, I didn't mean to do that to show it, but this is where you can find all the information in the contest with the same menu. There you can see the contest section. There are only about 6,000 spots left, so don't miss on this opportunity, our weekly contest to win prizes. Now we have on EU some buying coming in. We have a bullish order block on the 5-minute. Maybe we can look at the 1 minute, see how it is. That's some very nice buying. Let's see if we can find some quasis. Hasn't broken any quasi yet. Right, but if it did, if it would break the line, then I would assume this to be a great area to be buying if and when it comes back. But it needs to break that neckline first, and there's another order block here which sits very nicely on the upper edge of that order block. That's just one time frame, but it needs to break first. So it's not a possible entry yet. It needs to break that first and then come back, right? That would be break first, then come back, and then you want to get in and get ready for the ride. Who knows, maybe you'll have a follow through, maybe not. It doesn't always doesn't always necessarily work out to the TP. All right, so we are at the end of our. Time flies. I have this image of a clock with some wings, right? The image of the time flying away in my head, because indeed it flies quickly when we're streaming. I think that means that we're having fun, we're enjoying ourselves, and I hope you are enjoying yourself as well at home watching us. If you are, hit the like button. Don't forget, support our channel, make this a even better place. It's already a great place, but make it even an even better place for traders around the world, not only yourself. So don't be selfish. Don't want to give you a guilty trip, but don't be selfish. Hit the like button and make it easier for others to find us by giving that signal to the algorithms that this is something worthy of sharing with more people. Make America great again. Yes, make the make the channel even greater, I would say. All right, that's it for us for tonight. This evening, this afternoon. Pedro, any everlasting message that will resound into your eternity for everyone watching us?
Nothing special. Just be safe out there. We are going to join now Saul. Curious to see what he's going to say in the Discord community, starting now at 3 p.m. So that's maybe where I'm going to be at, just to listen to if there's anything new that he wants to announce for the 5ers community and family. Aside from that, then I'll be live at 5 p.m. For another live stream for the Portuguese community. So thank you very much for everyone that is also supporting our Portuguese community in there, and for everyone in here as well. Like you guys are making great trades, you guys are making great profits, and it's great to see you guys progressing as well and making money in the market. So yeah, and it's always a pleasure to be here with you, Victor. So it's great.
Likewise, Pedro. That is indeed an invitation for everyone for meeting us in the Saul's Call in the Discord community, where you find all the announcement, all the news on our prop firm firsthand from the CEO, fresh. The news will be fresh from the oven. So don't miss out. That's it for us. See you guys next week again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.